everyone. Welcome back to Echoes of War. I'm Craig from the Pacific War Channel, and you all know him, Gareth, my co-host. How are you?
Hey Craig, great to be on here. And I think today is gonna be a really good episode and talking definitely about one of your most favorite people of all time.
Yeah, there's gonna be a lot of people here being like, "Wow, this is the fourth time you've had an episode dedicated to almost the same subject." But yes, this is gonna be a unique episode. But before we jump into it, before I even say what this episode's about, just want to say, if you have a chance, please check us out on YouTube. We're actually adopting a brand new software, so it doesn't look so dog shit because the quality was lacking for both audio and video. It should be improved. Over on YouTube, you're going to notice we have full map layouts, pictures. We will have clips soon. I'll figure out a way to incorporate that so we can have like some live reaction videos and such, as well as we have a full clips channel. So if you want to go, please support it. It's very hard to have a brand new channel on YouTube. It's Echoes of War Clips channel, and it has 10-minute segments of various episodes. It has YouTube shorts, and it's a lot of fun. And I think it really shows off our
It's
product to those not willing to listen to 2 hour podcast.
true enough, it covers pretty detailed and specific events. And I think
Yeah,
it's a really good listen if you just want to, for example, Operation Husky. If you just want to know about Operation Mincemeat, we just have a about 8 9
yeah,
minute segment.
exactly. And also, of course, if you'd like to further support this channel, the best way to do so is to basically like, subscribe, and comment on the YouTube channel mostly and tell friends about it. But if you want to go even above and beyond all of that, please consider checking out the YouTube membership or the Patreon account. Both are identical in pricing and what you get. And what you do get is access to the exclusive podcast series. It's 28 episodes and ongoing. I just released the latest episode, which is the complete history of the USS Hornet CV-12. And aside from that, you get early
Well,
access to
not
all the
my
content I
biggie.
make. It's not Big E, but I think it's second to Big E in terms of like a
Uh,
lot
I
of
guess from
service.
I guess for me, I'm just saying it because I kept pestering you for the Biggie
Yeah.
podcast.
That was a two-parter as well as this one.
Yeah.
I had to do the USS Hornet CV-8 because obviously it gets sunk halfway through the war, and then I did the CV-12, who I actually interviewed a guy who served aboard it, so I have a lot of
Oh
background
wow.
information on that. It's very interesting, very cool guy. My God, I did an interview with him. God, a year or two ago. I think he was 84 years old. Really great interview. He fascinating stuff. But yeah, and of course you get all sorts of other goodies if you join up. There's a lot of polls that go up. Also, want to acknowledge that Gareth has been running a lot of polls on the Pacific War Channel. So if you guys want to have more input, please go check that out because I think we're daily trying to just throw more and more out there because we want to grow Echoes of War. It's doing great on the audio podcast platforms like Spotify and everything because it's been around for quite a bit, at this point. But it's really grueling. I'll admit this to have on my YouTube channel, which is specifically these historic videos that will pull in quite big numbers now, but the podcast not so much because there's two completely different audiences when you think about it. But I would really like to see Echoes of War grow on YouTube. But
And people, if you like see our posts, we'd really like to hear your thoughts on the
yeah,
various polls or subjects, and we will reply to it. So just keep the engagement coming.
yeah, of course. But stating all of that, and for you audio listeners, you're not going to get to see this, but our subject today is going to be it's not necessarily on an individual, but kind of is. This beautiful man right here, General Douglas MacArthur. So this is going to technically be the first episode in a multi-part series. I do not know how long it'll be because I think we did a good job with the Malaya campaign series. We thoroughly
Yeah.
did it. I think a lot of people actually commented things on the YouTube version, like they didn't realize how in depth it actually was, because everyone is kind of like, oh, Yamashita went through Malaya, and then there's the Battle of Singapore. That's pretty much everybody knows that, and no one really looks at the small
Yeah, I think
battles.
we just forget. Most people and common history tends to forget the 800-mile dash
Yeah,
across the peninsula.
exactly. But this episode is going to be the first episode in the Japanese invasion of the Philippines. So 1941, 1942. We're not going to be talking about the liberation at some point. I'm sure much later on we will talk about, 45 and all that. But it involves a certain individual named General Douglas MacArthur. And I thought it would be better, instead of getting directly into the invasion, I wanted to highlight something that's kind of secondary to that. And people are gonna be like, "Oh my god, he's telling the same story again." But it's how Douglas MacArthur really screwed up the defense of the Philippines. But I'm adding more information this time. It's not the same rundown that I did once upon a time with some of my friends while I was drinking. And we're going to be looking at two key concepts here: War Plan Orange, how it wasn't implemented properly, and the Clark Field disaster. That kind of summarizes all this. But this is also going to be a bit of a bio on Douglas MacArthur because I will admit I shit on him a lot. And he was a courageous guy. He did a lot. He had an extensive career, did a lot of heroic acts, and I don't want to discredit his service or anything. He made horrendous mistakes, I would say, but he was still a unique individual. And
It's I remember when we covered him in like when we did that generals ranking video.
yeah,
We definitely put him in the overrated segment of the United States generals in the Pacific,
yeah,
and we gave actually Walter Kruger the best. And again, overrated does not mean they were incompetent. It just means they were not as good. We did not feel they were as good as they claimed to be.
exactly. Yes.
Like, for example, a certain British Field Marshal Bernard Montgomery.
Oh, I interviewed for the Battle of Mactilla, well, for the guy's book, Thunder Run, which is based off the Battle of Mactilla, Mr. Boucher, and he actually had a lot to say about how he doesn't think he's underrated, and he's got. I think most British people are like, stop going after Monty, and I'm like, I get it, because Monty, it's kind of a meme to go after him today, but yeah, it was a lot of fun. Let's jump into it before this becomes a 2-hour one and people start screaming at me. But we're gonna start off with a little story about Dougie. So Douglas MacArthur, he was born January the 26th of 1880 at Little Rock Barracks in Little Rock, Arkansas. Wow, I'm totally Canadian. I said that wrong. And he was born to Arthur MacArthur Jr. His family, and his wife, Pinckney Hardy MacArthur. Pinckney, man, that's a hell of a name. So Arthur and Pinckney had 3 sons, Douglas being the youngest, followed by Arthur III, born 1876, and Malcolm, born 1878. Must have sucked to be Malcolm, not part of this MacArthur chain name going on here. The family lived on a succession of army posts in the American Old West, where Douglas reportedly, and this is a quote from him from his biography that he self-wrote, learned to ride and shoot even before I could read or write. Indeed, almost before I could walk and talk. Of course. Of course he'd write that. MacArthur attended Forest Public School and then in 1893, the West Texas Military Academy, where he was awarded the gold medal for scholarship and deportment. He played for the school tennis team, quarterback on the football team, shortstop for the baseball team. He was named valedictorian, and he finished with an average of 97.33 on 100. No one can say he was
impressive.
an idiot. No, he was good in school.
Very impressive.
Yeah.
And not to mention quarterback, so should I just say Tom Brady's predecessors?
MacArthur would enter West Point Academy, very prestigious, of course, on June the 13th of 1899, where he was hazed alongside his fellow classmate, Ulysses S. Grant III. Yeah, another famous individual, the son of a famous individual. MacArthur rose through the ranks of, corporal to first sergeant, to first captain by his final year. He would graduate in a 93-man class on June the 11th of 1903, commissioned as a second lieutenant in the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. Now, his mother has to come into this subject, as everyone knows. A lot of historians argue MacArthur, he had a helicopter mom. I don't think anyone would not argue that. And a lot have pointed out that much of his early accomplishments were not solely a result of his merit, but perhaps his mom pushing things along, we'll say. She did play quite a pivotal role in his career. She was a formidable figure, and she would accompany him to every military station he would go to. I mean, he lived with his mom most of his life, and she certainly used her influence as the wife of, commanding General Arthur MacArthur to ensure that her son received beneficial postings that would facilitate his advancement. This, is known as being a helicopter parent, basically. And she paid extreme attention to Dougie's experiences and problems, and she would always intervene on his behalf. Now, when he joined the 3rd Engineer Battalion of the Department of the Pacific, where his father was, I think he was acting as a major general at the time. They would depart for the Philippines in October of 1903, where he would be supervising the construction of a wharf at Camp Josman. MacArthur would serve as his father's aide de camp on the Tokyo appointment, which is very interesting given what happens later in history, where he inspected the Japanese military bases at Nagasaki, Kobe, and Kyoto in 1905. And this is very interesting as, this is the time period when the Russo-Japanese War is going on. He would get
You
his
mean
first...
where the Second Pacific Squadron was getting absolutely licked?
Yep. He would get his first command, Company K, 3rd Engineer Battalion, at Fort Leavenworth in 1908, and he'd get a promotion to captain by 1911. Now, on April the 21st of 1914, President Woodrow Wilson ordered the occupation of Veracruz, where MacArthur joined the headquarters staff, and he would be nominated for a Medal of Honor conducting a bunch of reconnaissance missions. And I will point out this is where he did show a lot of bravery. MacArthur returned to the War Department, and he was promoted to major on December the 11th of 1915. I actually didn't put this in my notes, but MacArthur, when he was doing this Veracruz thing, he was a bit of a cowboy. He did get into some gunfights on these reconnaissance missions, and he definitely did prove some merit. And he showed himself to be cool under pressure. And I'll say this again, in World War I, he was notably a very brave man. So he gets a promotion to major December 11th, 1915. When America declares war on Germany on April the 6th of 1917, MacArthur and Newton D. Baker secured an agreement from then President Wilson, one of the worst presidents the United States has ever had, to use the National Guard on the Western Front, leading to the creation of the 42nd Rainbow Division, which MacArthur, as its chief of staff, was ranked as a colonel. The 42nd Division saw some action in the Champagne-Marne offensive, where MacArthur was decorated with the Croix de Guerre by Major General Georges de Balazar, and the Silver Star Medal by Menrehel, and the Distinguished Service Cross. MacArthur was promoted to Brigadier General on June the 26th, and he would see some further action at the Battle of Saint-Mihiel and the Meuse-Argonne offensive. He was awarded a second Distinguished Service Cross, and by the end of the war, he was awarded the Distinguished Service Medal and about 7 Silver Stars. So lest it be said, MacArthur was not a coward, because people poked at him later in World War II for cowardice, and I think that's very unfair. And I will get into that when we do cover things that happen on Corregidor, because that's one thing that you can't really go after him for. He wasn't a coward. Now, after the Great War, MacArthur became the superintendent of the U.S. Military Academy at West Point, where he spent a lot of time reforming there. Instead of the traditional summer camp at Fort Clinton, MacArthur had the cadets trained to use modern weapons by regular Army sergeants at Fort Dix, having them march back to West Point with full packs on. He replaced the study of campaigns, during the Civil War to those of World War I, because obviously it's brand new material. They've probably been looking at the Civil War stuff for a long time by that point. And there was a lot of things, he brought some unique changes, but I mean, also it's kind of a product of its time. MacArthur married multimillionaire heiress Louise Cromwell Brooks in Palm Beach, Florida. This is a scandalous story, by the way. On February the 14th of 1922, and on October of that same year, they would sail for the Philippines with her 2 children, Walter and Louise, where MacArthur would assume command of the military district of Manila. In June of 1923, MacArthur assumed command of the 23rd Infantry Brigade of the Philippine Division. So you can see here that MacArthur has an extensive career going back to his father's experiences in the Philippines and in Southeast Asia, for that matter.
It's quite a connection.
Yeah, it's in his blood. He does have a connection, particularly to the Philippines, but he has a lot of knowledge of the Asia Pacific, which makes him unique for what happens later on. In June of 1923, MacArthur assumed command, like I said, of the 23rd Infantry Brigade of the Philippine Division. The next year, he helped quell the Philippine Scout Mutiny, and he received another promotion to become the youngest Major General in the U.S. Army at that time. 1927, MacArthur and Louise separated because
I think I just wanted to say one thing. For peacetime armies, just getting even a promotion
it's crazy
to star ranks was crazy. I mean, if you even look at it, if I just compare Sir Archibald Wavell in the British Army, very distinguished career, but he had to remain a colonel for most of the interwar period, and I think, if I'm not mistaken, started getting the general rank in just a few years before World War II began.
Not to besmirch the United States military, but during the interwar period, Britain was more professional, and Britain maintained like you said, I won't. I don't want to call it like a meritocracy, but you can tell with MacArthur, he's kind of being groomed a little bit, and his mom has a lot to play in it too, of course. And they're kind of promoting him up as like a figurehead, almost. I find at this point, and yeah, it's not totally merit based. We'll say that much. But he then assumes command of the Philippine department. By 1930, MacArthur was 50 years old and still the youngest and best known U.S. Major generals at the time. He would leave the Philippines command to go back to San Francisco. And on November the 21st, 1930, he was sworn in as a chief of staff of the U.S. Army with the rank of full general, which again is impressive, not being during wartime. While in Washington, he was known to be quite a character, and here we're gonna shit on him a little bit. There are reports that he liked to go around wearing a Japanese kimono in his office, and he would cool himself with an oriental fan while smoking cigarettes from a jeweled cigarette holder. He also, I don't remember the exact year when this began, but he began hiring public relations staff to promote his image with the American public, trying to showcase, his beliefs or what he wants people to think his beliefs are. Because MacArthur definitely had political ambitions. And I think anyone who knows the story, what happens later after the Korean War and stuff, you know where this is going. He wanted to portray himself as a strongman that America needed. And he, like most at this time, wanted to present himself as being adamantly anti-communist. He believed that America's destiny was in the Asia Pacific, which everyone, I would say, in America at this point believed. There's a lot of strong interests in the Asia Pacific. And like most Americans in the military prior to World War II, he had a hostility to Britain and the British Empire, which goes without saying, for the Americans. One contemporary described MacArthur as the greatest actor to ever serve in the U.S. Army. While another wrote
That's quite a comment.
While another wrote that he had a court rather than a staff, and that one comes from Eisenhower, by the way. I know that quote.
So future president and equal pair in military ranks comment.
Yeah,
right? Like,
isn't that interesting?
If you look, if I just say equal because of the fact that both did get promoted to 5-star general from that angle, I was mentioning.
But Eisenhower did get the presidency where MacArthur did not, and I think that has a lot to do with the debacle in Korea. Here's something that really besmirched his career. MacArthur did a controversial act in 1932 during what was known as the bonus army situation. And this is where veterans of World War I were converging on Washington to demand early cash redemption of their service certificates. Excuse me. To just brutally summarize, they were promised, we'll call it bonuses. And the United States, it's not as if they weren't handing them out. They were just very slow to do so, and we were hitting the Great Depression, in 1929.
Oh, it's already in peak season.
Yeah, exactly. So they wanted to take out some of this money to help them and their families, and Washington was reluctant. So MacArthur finds himself in a position where he has to deal with what looks like, I guess you could say, a threat to Washington. Not really. I mean, a lot of these people, they had tents surrounding, the premise, and they were feeding each other. And it was I'm going to call it a peaceful protest. And that's a heated subject today. But back then, I could say most people would agree. So MacArthur, he decided he was going to do something rather bold. He was concerned that communists, this is his words, that communists were taking over the movement. And that, he went to Herbert Hoover at the time, who was president of the United States. And he's like, I want to surround the affected area and clear it out without delay. So MacArthur brought up some troops with tanks and actually
I can see that's how it's going.
Yeah, so against the advice of Major Dwight D. Eisenhower at the time, he brought this force up to try and disperse the group of peaceful protesters, I'll call it. And in a few hours, they cleared the bonus army's campgrounds using tear gas, which accidentally started some fires, killing a few people. and it was a public relations disaster. And guess what? There was another famous guy here who was leading those tanks, and he didn't want to do so, but it was Patton. So Patton got stuck in this too.
So I'm guessing this Patton and MacArthur never really had a harmonious relationship, or have
Actually,
no
they
idea.
met each other once in France during World War One, and as far as I remember, Patton didn't have anything bad to say about him. Kind of liked him.
No, yeah. Though I guess we never know, right? Since they were in completely different theaters of operations, and
Yeah, I mean, they
yeah,
never professionally really worked together. Yeah.
yeah. And not to mention when you have two giant egos clashing, that's
Oh
never
my
going to
god,
go
yeah.
down well.
I mean, they would be hilarious together. Talk about clash of tyrants. But this bonus army situation was really unpopular with the American public. It was disastrous, and it actually led to it contributed. I won't say it led to contributed to Hoover losing out, and I think
And
it
the
contributed to Hoover
presidency
looking bad too. But
for the 32 presidential elections.
yeah, I think it contributed to that. Yeah, definitely. 1934, MacArthur was extorted by a journalist named Drew Pearson over having a mistress, Isabel Rosario Cooper, who he had been with in the Philippines. And I'll say allegedly, MacArthur settled out of court, paying him about $15,000 at the time. And we'll talk about financial things with MacArthur. In 1932, Franklin Delano Roosevelt won the U.S. election, and of course, he brought in the New Deal, sweeping changes. I want to note to the audience who might not be aware, prominent Democrat, whereas MacArthur would be seen as a prominent front runner for the Republican Party, or coming soon to be. Maybe not at this point, but he's definitely looking. MacArthur and Roosevelt ran into some hot water many times. Roosevelt wanted to cut the Army's budget about 51%. MacArthur, started to attack him. He lectured Roosevelt apparently at the White House, saying things like, when we lose the next war, and there's like an American boy lying dead in the mud with a bayonet through his belly, or dying of other things, it's going to not be the name MacArthur that'll be blamed, but it'll be Roosevelt. So he
Damn.
said some rather big stuff, yeah. And apparently Roosevelt yelled at him, "You must not talk to the president that way." And MacArthur offered to resign. And this is all alleged, by the way. I don't know if this is concrete information. Roosevelt refused to allow him to resign. And apparently MacArthur, he staggered out of the White House and he puked on the front steps. Again, this is all alleged information. I read this out of a biography done on MacArthur, and I will admit it seemed to be pretty biased against him. Seemed a little bit schmutty, to be honest. It's of course the
And
famous one,
I'm
America
pretty
Caesar.
sure like something like that would have been well documented, I guess.
Well, he is a very
Benefit.
well documented person because he got so many people to write about him, and they all lied about him. So yeah,
It's kind of like
it's
biopics for Caesar and Asterix and Obelix.
oh my god, yeah, exactly. That's a good one. Yeah, I mean, I'm from Quebec, so like it's a staple to watch Asterix and Obelix, here, even though it's a Belgium thing. But yeah, in spite of the heated exchange, MacArthur was awarded a second Distinguished Service Medal and retroactively 2 Purple Hearts for his time during World War One. He was injured. MacArthur insisted on being the first recipient of the Purple Heart, which was engraved, of course. Now, when the Philippines achieved the semi-independent status, this is in 1935, President of the Philippines, Manuel Quezon, asked MacArthur to supervise the creation of the Philippine Army. Excuse me. It should be noted, Manuel Quezon was very good friends with MacArthur's dad, and became extremely good friends with MacArthur. Keep that in the back of your mind. Both men, would have a long-lasting friendship, I'll say this. I mean, like, you look at his father's tenure, it's like 35 years. President Roosevelt accepted MacArthur's assignment and gave him the rank of Field Marshal. Yeah, Field Marshal. It's a big one. Alongside being the military advisor to the Commonwealth government of the Philippines. Huge scratching MacArthur's back moment. But I
But
will
is
have...
Field Marshal a rank in the U.S. Army?
It's like it's more of a position. But
Yeah, because I know it's an official British rank.
it's not a... Yeah,
US,
no.
not official within the U.S. Army, I think.
Yeah, it's not like the British. It's not official. But Roosevelt a large reason why he went through with this and allowed this to happen was he wanted MacArthur gone, not around Washington, because he saw him as a political threat. So MacArthur, he ends up marrying Jean Fairclough, and this is in 1937. And they have their first son, who, lo and behold, is called Arthur MacArthur IV. Got to keep that name going. And on December the 31st, 1937, MacArthur officially retired from the U.S. Army so that he could take up, these new positions. And he obviously stepped away from his role as having anything to do directly with the American military. Not at all true, though. He definitely was still part of it in some way. Like, he was deeply embedded. So he would deeply continue to exert influence in a civilian capacity as the personal advisor to President Quezon, playing a crucial role in shaping the future of the Philippine military. So the way to think about it, I don't know if I want to explain it here. He's not necessarily in charge of the Philippine military legally, but many would view him to actually be in charge. Just
So
I'll summarize it like that.
it's kind of like officially he's just an advisor, but practically he's the leader anyways.
He's the
Something on those lines.
if something were to happen, they're looking at him for guidance. So he is de facto kind of the leading figure. Right now I happen to be writing about the Battle of Shanghai in 1937. Chiang Kai-shek, the Generalissimo, has a bunch of German advisors that are helping him during this time. So Falkenhausen, for example. These figures are so well respected that the Chinese frontline commanders will deter to them often. So while they legally have absolutely no jurisdiction over the Chinese forces, they still have a lot of pull. A lot of Chinese forces will listen to them. Kind of like that. So his relationship with the Philippines, he's very glorified. He's very admired. There's a long-lasting legacy with his family. The Philippine, to my knowledge, the Filipino people, they love him at this point. And then later. Douglas MacArthur's legacy, however, is profoundly affected with a lot of criticism regarding, his tactical acumen, we'll say, and an undiagnosed extreme narcissistic personality disorder. And in my opinion, I think many people would agree he was a narcissist. Let's go through some fun stuff. FDR once called MacArthur the most dangerous man in America. And you can look into that as you would. He was a political rival to FDR, and for good reason. Many observers contend that MacArthur struggled to accept responsibility for his own mistakes. Absolutely true. Frequently evading accountability for any of his actions, in favor of getting promotions. George Marshall said of MacArthur, "You don't have a staff, you have a court." His obsession with maintaining a polished public image was so pronounced that he went as far as to hire an official public relations staff dedicated to enhancing his image with the American public. And my God, they would be working overtime.
It really feels like Napoleon during his Italian campaign and the Egyptian expedition.
Yeah, and MacArthur was a prominent reader of Shakespeare, amongst many things, but Napoleon, Caesar, he definitely fits that, so he would know.
When he said Shakespeare, I was just trying to imagine him speaking like an old Shakespeare in English.
Yeah, so I'll say this. People maybe don't know this one. Those around him who spent a lot of time with him said that he, for no reason, would talk in third person all the time, and he loved to talk Shakespearean-like. He really fancied himself like a literature guru. So he would try to like force these like legendary quotes out of himself. And anyways, so he's a character. Eisenhower would, who later becomes the president, articulated the nature of MacArthur's obsession, remarking that he had an obsession, that of a high commander, who must protect his image at all costs and must never admit any of his wrongs. This obsession not only influenced the perception of himself, but it shaped his interactions with others, particularly in high-stakes arenas of, that of military leadership. MacArthur's writing style further reinforced, this grandiose self-image. He often penned grandiose proses, attributing much of the U.S. Army's successes to his own strategic insight and leadership. Another quote I have here, I think this was from Eisenhower, was MacArthur could never see another sun, or even a moon for that matter, in the heavens as long as he was the sun. His narratives highlighted not only his campaigns, but also the numerous awards and accolades that he accumulated throughout his very long career. Some of them definitely earned, some of them not so much, I'd say. He cast himself as a very heroic figure. And, I think if you asked MacArthur, he would have placed himself on the same length of Napoleon, Caesar, Alexander the Great, and stuff. That's how he would have seen himself. And no, just no. A vivid illustration of MacArthur's self-absorption can be found in, what I was saying before about how he'd like to go around in a Japanese kimono and he liked fancy things. Apparently, I also heard something, and this is alleged, that he kept like a giant mirror behind his desk so he could look at himself all the time. I mean, he
Okay, I mean,
was
I could just,
very.
like this image is forming in my head. I don't want it to form anymore.
He was meticulous about how he looked and how he dressed. He actually tried to set different fashion standards. So everybody knows that if you drew a picture of MacArthur, corncob pipe. He took this imagery from generals of the Civil War, Ulysses Grant, all that. He thought it really like made him look like an old style general. The hat selection, of course, that's iconic for MacArthur. He knew how to dress to impress
I
people and
think
to have a public image.
I think the best example is when he returns to the Philippines in 1944. That entire staged
Oh
a
yes,
spectacle of him wading through onto the
yeah.
shore, right? As
Still
Arnold
statues
Schwarzenegger.
in the Philippines. Statues to this day for it. Yes, of course.
I'll be back, and I am back.
Yeah. Oh my god. I mean, you have to hand it to the public relations team. He was raised godlike level, and there was a big problem with that later on. So he certainly cultivated an image, and you gotta think about it. He prioritized his image with the public more so than sometimes military operations, and he had his eyes on the White House. There were a few times he thought about perhaps running on the Republican ticket during World War II against FDR. But that would be thwarted. He actually sent agents. One of his lackeys, Sutherland, he sent them to Washington once to just fish out if the Republican Party would allow him to be nominated. So the Republican Party did polls to see how he would do. And he did well with civilians. But one category that absolutely was adamant about not voting for him were veterans who had served under him. And they had a lot of critique. So the Republican Party did not put him on the ballot because they were afraid of that. Yeah.
I guess vote bank politics is a thing.
Yeah. His inability to acknowledge his failures and his tendency to glorify his contributions and cast shadow over, other people's accomplishments, left historians with a lot to play with when talking about him to say that much about him. Now, I want to get to the subject at hand, the Philippines. July 26, 1941, Roosevelt took significant steps for the American strategy in the Pacific by federalizing the Philippine Army, and he recalled Douglas MacArthur back to active duty as a 2-star general. He appointed MacArthur as the commander of the U.S. Army forces in the Far East, and on July 31st, 1941, the Philippine Department had about 22,532 troops, of which half were Filipino. The main component consisted of the Philippine Division, a 10,500-man formation that consisted of mostly Philippine scouts under the command of Major General Jonathan Waywright. Very underrated general who, pardon my French, ate a lot of shit because of MacArthur. Horrible what happened to him during World War II. Absolutely horrible. Tasked with the critical responsibility of defending the Philippines, MacArthur faced 2 primary war plans that would shape his military strategy. So here we have to explain some stuff. War Plan
Just one
Orange.
thing I want to add. It kind of looks a bit strange, right? Like, he's appointed as a 2-star general at this point, officially. That's a major general, and having command of the entire theater of operations.
Yeah.
But it sounds kind of strange, and like, he's being undervalued by rank and command. But this is actually what Eisenhower also had when he took over command of European theater of operations for the United States
Exactly.
in early 1942.
Mm-hmm.
I just thought that parallel was good.
I apologize for the image I'm putting up. This is kind of the best image I could find that symbolizes what I'm about to talk about, which is War Plan Orange. And okay, we're gonna go through. So War Plan Orange prioritized. Well, here to explain. For those who didn't see our episode on the Rainbow Plans, the United States had formed during most of the interwar period a bunch of color-coded plans dealing with hypothetical scenarios. So, for example, we did a whole episode on War Plan Red, which was a theoretical war between the United States and Britain, which would see the main point of conflict raging over North America, so Canada. So the United States basically planned to invade Canada to win that. But of all the war plans, the one that seemed the most likely to occur was War Plan Orange. And this was envisioning a war with the Empire of Japan. So, within this war plan, the priority was given to the Philippines garrison. Their primary mission was to defend the entrance to Manila Bay to prevent its use by the Japanese forces. Under this plan, American troops were instructed to concentrate their efforts solely in central Luzon. And I'm actually going to take the time right now to put up a different picture. One sec. Something that actually shows. Okay, so this is the unit placement that will happen in 1941. Kind of gives you an idea, I guess. But basically, War Plan Orange, the American troops were instructed to concentrate their efforts solely in the central part of Luzon. So if you're looking here at this map, this is the big chunk of the big northern island that makes up the Philippines. The initial protective force was, going to be established with the main objective of thwarting enemy landings. Should this initial defense fail, the troops would transition back and engage in delaying actions while withdrawing to the Bataan Peninsula. So if you're looking over
Uh,
here, it's
yeah,
kind
I
of
would just
shown to the.
say it's probably the best thing because you don't want an invading amphibious army to gain a foothold.
Yeah,
That's pretty much like what why Rommel, for example, with D-Day was pretty adamant of putting the armor closer to the coast.
exactly. Importantly, this withdrawal strategy was to take place without compromising the primary mission of defending Manila Bay. The Philippine Army was permitted to be utilized for the defense of Manila Bay, but this was understood that not all troops would be allocated to defend the entire archipelago. So, for people who don't know the geography, the Philippines is a bunch of islands, like Panay, Mindoro, Mindanao, and such. And obviously, they wanted to concentrate the American and Filipino forces, put them in Luzon, try to see if they could defend the beaches. Most likely, this will not be possible. And then they were going to find a place to basically make their own battle thermopylae, we'll call it. Where can we bottleneck so that we can fight for the longest period of time and keep the Japanese pinned down? Because the whole idea is the United States is going to somehow make a rescue force, which will take months, if not an entire year, to come over and help them. So they have to defend as long as possible. This strategic withdrawal would necessitate relocating sufficient war supplies to support a force of about 43,000 men for the duration of what they thought would be 6 months. That was their estimation for how long they could survive in Bataan. So I want to kind of get in depth about this. If you're looking at this map, basically the crux of this whole plan is, we're going to get invaded by the Japanese. We are going to fight as close to the beaches as possible and delay them as long as possible so that all the supplies, which probably is already in Bataan, can be moved if anything's left, so that we have everything we need to be in this bottleneck, and then we will try to last as long as possible. What you would not want to do, which is what Mark MacArthur will be doing, is place all the war materials and these units on all of the different islands of the archipelago and try to basically make your entire defensive strategy fight them at the beaches, where you will put the war materials far away from Bataan, making it very difficult when doing delayed fighting. Let's say they get the beaches to get all this to Bataan. So this is a bit foreshadowing. Excuse me. Now, War Plan Orange was overshadowed by, I will call it, the plans that just replaced the color-coded plans, which are known as the Rainbow Plans, specifically Rainbow Plan 5. This emerged after Japan signed the Tripartite Pact in September 1940. Now, despite the fact that War Plan Orange was put aside for Rainbow Plan 5, about 90% of what War Plan Orange was is still the ongoing plan. Rainbow Plan 5 assumed that the United States was allied with Britain and France, and they would be mostly fighting in Europe, perhaps Africa, and they would be adhering to a Europe first strategy. This revised strategic framework stipulated that the United States would adopt a defensive posture against Japan until Germany and Italy would be defeated. This is exactly what happened in World War II. Now, by this time, War Plan Orange 3, which was the last implementation of it, was also deemed a very defensive strategy. So, Rainbow Plan 5, War Plan Orange 3, they're both actually in use. You can think of it this way: War Plan Orange 3 is basically just under Rainbow Plan 5. But MacArthur believed this to be unacceptable. He thought it was far too defeatist, this defensive idea, and he thought that the Philippines should not be lost to an enemy, that they should be, defended at all
I
costs.
It kind of reminds me a lot about these early World War One commanders
Yeah.
in terms of their attitude that defensive postures are for cowards and losers.
Yes.
Right? It's that offensive momentum and spirit that is supposed, that aggression that's supposed to win the day.
Yes. Now,
This, I don't know, maybe it could just be some byproduct of he did serve in World War One, so that was also there.
he is
Even
a product
General,
of this, yes.
even General Pershing, when the U.S. forces had built up by 1918, he was kind of pissed off with what he felt was the defeatist attitudes of Britain and France. But well, those guys had learned it the really hard way.
Those guys actually knew what was going on, whereas Pershing just comes in guns a-blazing, the Americans in World War One, not realizing, oh yeah, no, it doesn't work like this. This isn't just a battle on the southern
Machine
border of
guns
Mexico.
machine guns are really a thing. And
Yeah.
actually, funny thing, Douglas Haig, Commander-in-Chief of Britain, he actually felt machine guns were absolutely useless weapons of war.
Oh yeah, famously, yeah. But so Douglas MacArthur has been around forever. War Plan Orange goes back to the Russo-Japanese War. So Theodore Roosevelt was actually not officially the guy who opened this up, but he started the planning that became War Plan Orange. And I think the official War Plan Orange, the first one, came about in 1908, if I'm not mistaken. But this has been around forever. Douglas MacArthur has been part of the planning process. So it's not like he's not aware of how this works, what's the purpose, what's the overall strategic value of all this. So this is going to come to a surprise to everybody that kind of at the last hour before World War II, he's saying, you know what, War Plan Orange 3 is too defeatist. It's excessively defensive. I don't like it. He wanted a more aggressive approach to counter an adversary attempting to conquer the Philippines. Obviously, Japan. It's not like Thailand's going to do it, for example. MacArthur firmly rejected Rainbow Plan 5 on the grounds that it tactically conceded the loss of the Philippines, which it did. The whole point of Rainbow Plan 5 was, delay the Japanese as much as you can, but we're definitely going to lose the Philippines. We're not going to be able to do anything about it. Now, I want to say this to give MacArthur a little credit. MacArthur, in his head, and in most of the American planners' heads, didn't predict Pearl Harbor. They thought that the Pacific Fleet would be probably not capable of facing the Japanese fleet if they're doing a two-front war initially, but after a few months, there's a few aircraft carriers that would be coming in as they were already being commissioned. They would probably be able to form quite a decent force and have a decisive naval battle, they thought, around the Philippines, and after that was done, they would liberate the Philippines. So, in their heads,
Very
it
similar
was
to
feasible.
what, or very similar to what Admiral Yamamoto wanted on the waters.
Exactly. The Americans thought that this would happen probably sometime in 1942. They thought that it was very feasible. MacArthur, amongst many others, did not suspect Japan would attack at the time they did. It has to do with weather and harvesting and all that. It's funny to say. So they kind of misjudged the war came a little too early for them. But anyways, given the American Pacific Fleet wasn't destroyed the way it was feasible maybe. But I desist. Almost immediately, as he was being recalled back to active service, he just went to war with War Plan Orange 3, and he kept demanding changes. He wanted to be more aggressive. In 1941, July, Major General Henry Arnold, Hap Arnold, proposed bolstering the capabilities of the Philippine Army Air Corps by sending significant reinforcements, including 4 heavy bombardment groups and 2 pursuit squadrons. by the time hostilities commenced, a total of 107 P-40 Tomahawk fighters and 35 B-17 bombers were going to be stationed in the Philippines, giving MacArthur a crucial amount of air power and advantage for the impending conflict. Now, I have to mention it here because I don't think I put it in my notes. MacArthur made a dramatic change to Rainbow Plan 5. He said, if you gave me heavy bombers, as we see here with the B-17s, my idea, if Japan does declare war on us, is I will preemptively attack significant airfields that Japan has that can threaten the Philippines. This is on Formosa, modern-day Taiwan. The whole idea was, as soon as I know that we're at war, I'm going to go bomb the hell out of their airfields, knock out their air capability, thus really reducing what they can do to the Philippines. Not a bad plan.
I mean, makes sense to me, and I think that's fair.
Yeah. Everybody, just before World War II, had very fascinating ideas about how strong air power would be, especially heavy bombers. They kind of saw them as wonder weapons in a lot of ways. So there was this belief that it would be more than enough to knock out the air power. And MacArthur was going to have a lot of submarines under Admiral Thomas Hart. He believed that the submarines would just destroy any invading force while they were amphibiously assaulting the Philippines because they would be very vulnerable. He was not aware, of course, of the impending problem with American torpedoes. They simply didn't work. No one really knew this until the war happened, so it was going to be a rude awakening. So MacArthur had some good ideas, but yeah. He quasi got the green thumb, the green light, green thumb. He got a green light on these ideas, and at the very last minute, they kind of altered Rainbow Plan 5, and they said, okay, MacArthur, your orders are, if we go to war, preemptively attack Formosa, like you said, as fast as you can, hit them as hard as you can, and then initiate War Plan Orange 3, which, as I explained, get all of your materials to Bataan and hold out for as long as possible to see if we can liberate the Philippines. But pretty much everyone realized that's not going to happen. So it's going to be a losing battle, but you need to prolong them as much as possible because of everything else that's going on. MacArthur's aware of these orders. These are his standing orders. So by October the 1st, 1941, Douglas MacArthur successfully persuades the War Department to approve of his innovative concepts. And he starts reporting to Washington things like that he's currently training the Filipinos, and he believes he'll have about 200,000 armed personnel organized into 11 divisions, complete with an Air Force, Corps, Army units, all prepared for combat. He asserts that the B-17s that he wants are going to change the entire picture of the United States posture in the Asia-Pacific, dramatically enhancing the Philippines' defensive capabilities. Excuse me. Now, all of his optimistic stuff that he's sending gets some people in Washington to say, okay, maybe he's onto something. We'll go with this. It's pretty risky though. Now his vision is basically a large Filipino force leveraged by his American forces on the ground. The U.S. Navy submarines are going to basically neutralize the Japanese transport vessels. So in his mind, the submarines will hit all the transports, try and unload the troops, and whoever actually gets on the land, his overwhelming force of Filipinos with a small contingent of Americans will destroy them. I want to say that it's been felt by many that MacArthur was not under good judgment because he felt personal great loyalties to the Filipinos and, of course, to his personal friend, President Quezon. And that's why he went out of his way to change what was standing doctrine for a long time. Because his orders were to, just bunker up in Corregidor and fight it out in Bataan, which would have served the needs of America, but would have abandoned the Filipinos. MacArthur's optimism was buoyed by his belief that Japan was very unlikely to attack in the hot season, which they actually did. He anticipated that they would actually invade in April of 1942, so he trained his forces and he made all of his projections for that time. He thought he had a lot more time than he would. Washington was quite inspired by MacArthur's optimism, and they made slight adjustments to Rainbow Plan 5 to accommodate him by November 19th of 1941. These changes authorized him officially, aircraft in the Far East, to engage any Japanese forces and installations within range of the outbreak of war, so obviously Formosa. Washington bolstered MacArthur's troop numbers and provided him with additional tanks, artillery, and aircraft. They placed some faith in him, placed a lot more resources. So by December 1941, MacArthur commanded 31,095 U.S. troops, supported by 130 undertrained and ill-equipped Filipino soldiers, excuse me, as well as 35 B-17 bombers and 107 P-40 fighters. There was significant shortages in equipment. It was super evident to everyone, particularly in rifles and divisional light artillery. Most troops were armed with World War I era M1917 Enfield rifles, and divisions only had about 20% of the artillery they were supposed to have. Admiral Hart's fleet consisted of 3 cruisers, 13 World War I era destroyers, 6 patrol torpedo boats, and 29 submarines. Washington recognized that the Philippines would struggle to defend against a Japanese invasion, and they instructed Admiral Hart to withdraw his fleet if he came under attack. MacArthur was aware of this, despite what people have written. Despite all the challenges, War Plan Orange 3 was to be implemented at the onset of the invasion. So as soon as the Japanese are looking like they're about to invade the Philippines, the order is get the war materials to Bataan, get the men defensive positions to do delaying attacks, hold up in Bataan. Instead of adhering to his standing orders, MacArthur implemented his own strategy. He dispersed his forces widely and thinly across 9 major Philippine islands, which was incredibly idiotic. This meant that the vital war equipment would be scattered across all of these different units all over the place, making it nearly impossible when being invaded to get all of these pieces of material back to Bataan. MacArthur believed that the Japanese would not attack before April of 1942, so in his head, he was just building up what would be a monolithic defense of the Philippines, and by April of 1942, he thought by then all of the soldiers would be ready and they would be able to hold these positions. Which, even if that happened the way he thought it would, I don't think it would have gone down the way he thought. On November the 27th of 1941, a series of war warnings emerged alongside a growing belief that the war with Japan was imminent. General Marshall sent alerts to all commands, including one directly at MacArthur, instructing him to activate Rainbow Plan 5 if hostilities occurred. Remember, War Plan Orange 3 is part of this, so we'll just call them the same thing at this point. Here's a quote from him. Japanese future action unpredictable, but hostile action possible at any moment. If hostilities cannot be avoided, the United States desires that Japan commit the first overt act. It's crucial, this part.
Propaganda, right? You don't want to be the aggressor.
Yeah. This policy should not be construed as restricting you to a course of action that might jeopardize your defense. Should hostilities occur, you will carry out the tasks assigned in Rainbow Plan 5, so far as they pertain to Japan. Again, War Plan Orange 3 is in Rainbow Plan 5, so just think of them as the same thing. Now, Rainbow Plan 5 called for MacArthur to conduct air raids against enemy forces and installations within tactical operating range as soon as Japan committed the first act of aggression. This meant hitting Formosa. Sorry, I'm getting over a really bad cold. I keep coughing. I will try to mute myself as much as possible. Although I think there's an AI function now in Riverside, the software we're using, that will take out my coughs. So it'll be interesting to see if that works. Nevertheless,
Good time to experiment.
Yeah. Well, people won't know this, but as we are talking right now, I can hear cars in the background of Garab's mic, but no one in the audience will hear this because the AI takes them out really well. And probably my birds screaming from the living room.
Oh, that I definitely hear now. Never had that with Zoom.
Nevertheless, MacArthur continued to focus on his beach offensive plan, relying on the forces he thought he'd have in April of 1942. Now, what we're going to get into here, and we're getting close to the end of the episode, but I don't want to dabble too much into the invasion because the next episode will be strictly the invasion, what happens. But I wanted to talk about the Clark Field disaster. Within minutes of the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor at 2:30 a.m. on December the 8th, 1941, this is Manila time because remember the different time zones, headquarters in the Philippines received the news. and MacArthur was informed at about 3 a.m. with the news. Sorry. Lieutenant Colonel Richard Sutherland, MacArthur's chief of staff, relayed the information to Brereton, the leader of their air forces, at 4 a.m., prompting him to immediately place the Air Force on war alert. At 5 a.m., Brereton sought MacArthur's permission to bomb Formosa. So we're looking at a 2-hour delay already, but you have to get the aircraft ready and such, so Brereton's doing his job. He wants to bomb Formosa, which is part of Rainbow Plan 5. But he is denied access to MacArthur by Sutherland. Instead, Sutherland insists on conducting a preliminary photo reconnaissance mission to assess potential targets in Formosa before any bombing can take place. Very strange. They would already have intelligence on this. At 5:30 a.m., MacArthur received a cable from Washington instructing him to execute Rainbow Plan 5 without delay. However, it appears that MacArthur took no immediate action. Rainbow 5 amendment called for MacArthur to conduct air raids, like I said, against enemy forces installations within their tactile operating radius, so Formosa.
And this was also something he said that he thought would be important, like bombing Formosa's airfields.
Ironically, yeah, it's part of his plan. At 6:15 a.m., Admiral Hart informed MacArthur that Japanese carriers had just bombed the American seaplane tender William B. Preston in Davao Bay on Mindanao. So, not only has there been an attack on Pearl Harbor, but there's been an attack in the Philippines against a U.S. vessel. Brereton again requests permission to bomb Formosa at 7:15 a.m. Sutherland replied, MacArthur said no. We must not make the first overt act. Your role is defensive for the time being. Very strange.
I guess I can also just sympathize with them on that because Pearl Harbor would have just happened a few hours ago. Confusion is going to be reigning. It would take a little bit of time for, that dust to clear out so that you could at least see a bit better of what's going on.
You could give him that credit, but the Japanese had already attacked vessels within the Philippines. That changes things, I think, significantly. By 8 a.m.
Okay, I get fair enough.
Yeah. By 8 a.m., Hap Arnold called Brereton personally from Washington, urging him to make sure his planes were not attacked on the ground because of basically what happened at Pearl Harbor.
Pearl Harbor. I was about to say. The funny thing is, because the US believed it was going to be saboteurs, they had lined up the aircraft in like rows on the airfield. And the Zero pilots are like, oh, free targets.
Exactly. By 8:30 a.m., Brereton had begun ordering his aircraft to circle the airfields, so they're up in the air, going around. Not actually good, given what happens. At 9:25 a.m., Brereton learned that the Japanese bombers had just struck the Garorao field, with the United States Army Air Force's summer headquarters being there in Baguio. He called Sutherland to request permission to bomb Formosa because they were being attacked, but Sutherland denied the request again. At 9:40 a.m., Brereton received orders to perform a photo reconnaissance flight over Formosa, while the understanding was that if targets were identified, a bombing raid could be authorized in the afternoon.
So they're already 5 hours behind from Brereton's first request.
Yeah. Finally, at 10:14 a.m., MacArthur approved the bombing attack on Formosa. Excuse me. God, I'm coughing out a lung. By 10:30 a.m., aircraft began landing to refuel because they had been circling because they thought they were about to be attacked. And at 10:45 a.m., the B-17s were ordered to be armed with bombs in preparation for an attack raid that would be set for 2 p.m. to attack Formosa. At 2 p.m. at this point. A lot has happened by then. So, at 12:35 p.m., 26 Nells and 27 Bettys bombed Clark Field, escorted by 34 Zero fighters that would strafe the aircraft on the ground. About 7 minutes later, 53 Bettys attacked Iba Field with 51 Zero fighters strafing the ground targets. Here, I actually want to pull up a new map. One sec. Trying to see what the best map would be for this. This shows the excuse me. This shows the invasion. God, I'm not sure if I actually have a great map for this one. It's like, perhaps this one. It's maybe a little bit hard to see. I'll zoom in. But you can see here some of the various locations.
That's quite a detailed map.
Yeah, it's very detailed. So yeah, the aircraft are being strafed on the ground. They're being bombed. 7 minutes later, 53 Bettys attacked Eva Field with 51 Zero fighters strafing the ground targets as well. Most of Brereton's aircraft at Clark Field Air Base were on the airstrips when they came under attack. Of the 17 B-17 stationed there, 12 were destroyed and 4 were heavily damaged. Additionally, 34 P-40s were lost on the ground or in aerial combat. The initial 45-minute attack resulted in the destruction of half of the Far East Air Force's aircraft on the ground. Over the following week, ongoing Japanese air assaults further diminished Brereton's remaining aircraft, leaving them with only a few P-40s and a few B-17s. From December the 17th to December the 20th, recognizing the insufficient number of fighters to protect the B-17s, MacArthur ordered the remaining 14 B-17s to return to Australia. Excuse me. I really do apologize. I am coughing out a lung. So, the air forces have been basically obliterated. There was no formal investigation as to why this happened at the airfields. Many historians argue that MacArthur's long-standing friendship with President Cuzal, spanning more than 40 years, significantly shaped the circumstances leading up to the disaster. Excuse me. During a visit to Tokyo in 1938, Japanese officials had assured President Cuzal that Japan had no aggressive intentions towards the Philippines.
Of course.
Yeah. And that they were primarily interested in trade. As the Philippines moved closer to independence at that time, Cuzal, he probably naively believed that his country would be spared an invasion. This is something that he would have told MacArthur. Additionally, the Philippines had not been included in Japan, sorry. Additionally, the Philippines had been included in Japan's Greater East Asia Co-Prosperity Sphere. Without its consent, they actually just forced it on them, which is kind of funny. So Cuzal, he had a reason to believe that Japan just wanted him to be part of the team.
Okay, sorry. They put him in an alliance, or you could call it like a bloc. I guess that would be maybe the proper term.
Yeah.
Without really asking for the country's consent, and you feel optimistic for peace.
Exactly.
I feel like, okay, what's going on?
Going future for more evidence here, in 1962, MacArthur wrote to historians Paul Burtness and Warren Ober this quote: "It was hoped that the Japanese would not attempt an invasion of the Philippines in view of its approaching independent status." Just to indicate that MacArthur was at least under the belief that this was the situation, or at least he was trying to adhere to the wishes of the president of the Philippines. He wanted to prevent the loss of thousands of Filipino lives, absolutely, and extensive destruction, that the war would entail. Obviously, Quezon doesn't want his country to be invaded by the Japanese. Quezon recognized that if the United States initiated a bombing mission against, let's say, Formosa, this would heighten the chances Japan would not leave the Philippines alone. So, while all of that tussle was going on about whether they should be bombing Formosa or not, you have to keep it in your mind that the president of the Philippines, who is the rightful ruler of their military forces, it's not MacArthur technically, I mean, he's in charge of the American forces, of course, but not the Filipino forces by any measure. The president is telling him probably every single moment, please don't do this, please don't do this. They're going to hit us if you do. And, MacArthur adhered to it, I think. That would be my judgment. And I think he was quite naive. And he wanted Japan to, actually invade before he started anything. Fortunately. And as we know, the Japanese would be invading. So I don't want to go too deeply into it, but we will talk about the initial invasion just to look through what happened with War Plan Orange. On December the 8th of 1941, the 14th Army of Japan, led by Lieutenant General Homa Masaharu, began landing on Bataan Island, not to be confused with Bataan itself, located on the northeastern coast of Luzon. So they were already invading islands. 2 days later, additional landings occurred in the Camiguin Island, as well as Vigan, Apari, Gonzaga. By December the 12th, the Japanese had landed 2,500 troops from the 16th Division at Legazpi in southern Luzon. On that same day, MacArthur should have already implemented, War Plan Orange 3 to initiate the defensive withdrawal to the Bataan Peninsula, as, this would have allowed his forces as much time as possible to relocate the essential war materials, like food, medical supplies, equipment. But he did not follow this directive. Instead, he pursued the same strategy we've been talking about. Overestimating the capabilities of his Philippine forces, MacArthur chose to fight an offensive war at the beaches, despite the complete loss of his air forces. He was now relying solely upon Hart's Navy, that being mostly submarines, to target Japan's transport vessels. Consequently, the supplies intended for Bataan under War Plan Orange 3 were distributed to the forces across the entire archipelago, rather than being consolidated in Luzon. So, meanwhile, Hart withdrew most of his fleet from the Philippine waters at the onset, because that was his orders. MacArthur knew those orders, leaving only his submarines in accordance with Rainbow Plan 5. These submarines proved ineffective at disrupting the Japanese transports, much to MacArthur's dismay, leading him to ask Admiral Hart, what in the world is wrong with your submarines? I don't even think Hart would know at that point. The submarines were armed.
Is it because of the torpedoes, which would not be rectified for a couple of years?
Yeah, the Mark 14 torpedoes, notoriously malfunctioning for various reasons. The United States Navy would basically not think about this problem for the first half of the war and only fix it in 43. So these torpedoes were doing nothing. Now, another thing that MacArthur does is, rather than deploying his best troops, his elite troops, the Philippine Scouts, the 4th Marines, or the 31st Infantry, he sends the Filipino Army to the beaches. So these are undertrained, under-equipped guys, a lot of them quite young. And he just gives them orders with, hold the beaches at all cost. He kept about a third of his combat-trained regiments safely out of harm's way on Corregidor Island. Consequently, only 1 battalion out of 3 was able to even engage the Japanese before ultimately surrendering, largely due to poor layouts of their defenses. MacArthur's confidence in the Filipino troops diminished as the Japanese rapidly advanced following their landings at Ligayan Gulf on December the 21st. By nightfall on the 23rd, they had marched 10 miles into the interior. On the 24th, 7,000 men from the 16th Imperial Japanese Army Division landed at 3 points along the shore of Lamon Bay, encountering General Parker's forces, who were dispersed like the rest, and they lacked artillery. So the Japanese consolidated their positions, and they advanced on Manila. And yes, this is all going to be covered in future episodes. For the purpose of this episode, which isn't really to talk about the invasion, it's to talk about why things screwed up in the background. General Waywright and his poorly trained, ill-equipped 11th and 71st Philippine Divisions were unable to repel or even pin down the Japanese forces at the beaches, of course. If they had better trained troops equipped, such as any of the other elite divisions who should have been there, they might have been able to. But instead, his Wainwright's best group was the 26th Philippine Scout Cavalry. They moved to try and confront the Japanese at Rosario, and they do an admirable job. Actually, is it the last time? I don't think it's the last time in World War II history that there's a cavalry charge, technically, but I think in the Pacific War it is. Heavy casualties around Rosario. On the 24th, MacArthur finally invokes War Plan Orange 3, and he withdraws the Philippine government and his personal headquarters to the heavily fortified island of Corregidor, and he orders a general retreat of all the troops on Luzon to the Bataan Peninsula. So what should have been done on the 8th was done on the 24th. Most of the troops in Luzon managed to retreat, but they could not get most of their supplies. As you can imagine, they're literally fighting for their lives. Much is abandoned. Additionally, the U.S. and Philippine armies are scattered across all of the other islands, the archipelago, and there's no way that they can get their equipment to Bataan, let alone themselves. There is an enormous loss of the U.S. Army Air Forces in the region, and the U.S. Army, so the U.S. Navy, their submarines completely fail to stop any of these forces at the beaches. So it's a colossal failure. So MacArthur kind of just panicked and resorted to what his standing orders were in the first place. He didn't give any sufficient time to gather, the food, the water, the medical supplies, the weaponry, and such. And yeah, they had planned under War Plan Orange 3 to have about 43,000 men locked up in Bataan for about 6 months of battle, but they only stockpiled enough provisions to survive about 30 days of a siege. Ultimately, the forces would
Ouch.
succumb to disease, starvation, and a very bitter surrender. The loss, the Bataan Death March, for example. I think a lot of people are familiar with that. Now, is MacArthur responsible for the loss of the Philippines? No, by no means. This was an inevitability, but he dramatically screwed this up. This is kind of unforgivable, to be honest. This would have cost the Japanese a lot more time, a lot more prestige, and as we know, the timetable for Japan gets accelerated because of certain things. And
Yeah, I think, and if I'm not mistaken, they for all their offensives in Asia that launched after Pearl Harbor, I think they had like what 12 divisions earmarked in total. Like this is including
11,
invasions of
yeah,
Hong Kong. Yeah,
yeah,
sorry, 11. Hong Kong, Borneo, Malaysia, Singapore, the Dutch East Indies, which is the primary
yeah.
target of the entire offensive.
Hey guys, this is Craig from the Pacific War Channel. Please don't forget to check out my YouTube membership or my Patreon account over at www.patreon.com/the Pacific War Channel, where you can join the ranks and gain access to a hell of a lot of goodies. At the base minimum, you get access to the exclusive monthly podcast, early access to all of my content, voting rights for what subjects I will tackle next, and at higher tiers, I have much more goodies to come. So please click that link and check it out.
But today, we're jumping into the Japanese invasion of the Philippines, which is happening simultaneously with everything else that's going on in the Asia Pacific. So we're talking about the attack on Pearl Harbor, the invasion of Malaya, Thailand, you name it. This is all happening. The first few weeks of the Pacific War is absolutely insane from a planning point of view, from a logistical point of view. It's really incredible. So
I mean, you couldn't say that any better. You have like one major task force that attacked Pearl Harbor, forces going to the like Wake Island and several other smaller islands. Then you have multi-division attempt like invasions, like Philippines, and I think at this moment Malaysia. You have a fighting going on in Singapore. I mean, sorry, Hong Kong, and all of it is to lead to the ultimate objective.
absolutely. So, last episode, we specifically talked about how General Douglas MacArthur blundered two specific things: War Plan Orange 3 and the Clark Field disaster, as it became known. Now we're going to jump right into it. So, the Japanese invasion of the Philippines, which was going to begin with a significant airstrike aimed at neutralizing the American air power, and this is going to be at certain air bases. And at this point, I think I'm going to bring up our first photo. It's gonna be a little wonky because it's actually out of a book, but I assure you this is one of the best photos that is available to us because a lot of the photos don't really look well. I find this one's got just about everything. It looks pretty good. So there's quite a few airfields available to the Americans in the Philippines. There's one at Iba, Clark, Nielsen, Nichols, and Del Carmen. They're scattered about. A lot of them are on Luzon though. So, obviously, attaining air superiority was crucial for the success of the operation. And following the airstrikes, the Japanese planned several amphibious landings on around the northern airfields. So there's actually one on Bataan Island, and you actually can't see it on this map. But if you look all the way at the north, especially where it says December the 10th, 1941, Bataan Island is somewhere up there. It's I think it's the northernmost of the Philippines. It's followed by other islands like Vigan, Apari, Legazpi. There's airfields in all these areas. And there would also be air assaults against Del Monte. Once they've achieved dominance in the skies, the Japanese would then start their amphibious assault. And that's going to be launched primarily in Luzon and Mindanao, focusing around
I think
Davao.
one more. I think one thing we should also remember at this particular point of the war, the Japanese Air Force owns the American and British Air Forces in the region. It's not even close.
It's enormous and it's superior. I mean,
It's not overwhelmingly superior in scale of technology, but the Americans certainly are not going to have much to play with for quite a while. And they have a lot of issues. For example, the torpedoes from for their torpedo bombers are completely useless. 1 in 10 would actually explode. So you can consider all the Avengers kind of useless for about 3 years of the war.
I
The
remember from my Midway documentary, it was actually talking about how they don't want to be a torpedo bomber because you're just pretty much a meat shield.
Oh yeah, and they had very rudimentary ways that they would attack the ship. So they would go like at very slow, low altitude, very straightforward. Barely managing hammer and anvil tactics, which is something the Japanese were very proficient in, especially the Kurabutai.
Definitely, right now the experience is definitely in Japan's favor for their aviators.
Yeah, it's not going to be hard to get air superiority. And let's be honest, this is the Philippines. They have a formidable air force, but it couldn't compare to the Japanese. It's just too close to the backyard of Japan. But once they've achieved air supremacy, they're going to start landing in Luzon and Mindanao. And for Mindanao, they're going to be focusing on a place it's called Davao. After securing the beachheads, Japanese forces would then advance.
This is how you actually gain air supremacy on an enemy island.
Yes, that's something Goring wasn't able to do, even though he had arguably.
To be fair, the British did have a far superior defense system, but it's like this is the pot shot.
Yeah, you want to give credence to the radar system and everything for the Battle of Britain on the side of the British, but it's not as if Goring could not have won. Even with the advantage for the British, the reason why the British had the advantage was because the tactics the Germans were using allowed them to overcome using the radar. That's the problem.
I think it was at one point he was telling his Me 109s to slow down from their top speed to just escort the bombers, and then they're at a disadvantage. All right, I think I digress. I'm sorry.
Goring, as we famously put, is one of the worst air marshals of World War II. There you go. But after securing the beachheads, the Japanese forces were going to advance to strategic locations. This will include actually many places, but I guess you could say most crucially, it's going to be the capital, Manila. There's also San Fernando, Ligian, Davao, Cagayan de Oro, Yolo, Leyte, Corregidor Island will be the very last one. And to describe Corregidor Island, here, let me go to my little map. It's really, really small. Oh, I zoomed out. It's, I don't know if you can even see my cursor, but if you look at the Bataan Peninsula,
I guess you could just say where Kindley is written.
Where Kindley is, exactly. So you're going to imagine it's a tiny, tiny island, but it is absolutely formidable with defenses. It's got some anti-aircraft weapons as bunkers. It's got the works, full field hospital, everything. It's made to withstand a huge siege. So it's going to be a nightmare to take. You actually have to conquer Bataan.
Can we call it the Gibraltar of the Philippines?
Yeah, you can call it the Gibraltar of the Philippines. You actually need to set up your artillery at like the bottom of the Bataan Peninsula to start firing upon it to soften it up. And it probably won't soften up much because everyone will be underground. Now, the task of invading the Philippines has been assigned to the Imperial Japanese 14th Army, commanded by one Lieutenant General Homa Masaharu. An interesting character amongst the Japanese, because I would say he's one of the gentler generals, we'll call him.
That's a pretty subjective term.
Yeah. He was known amongst the Japanese, it's like, it's like saying, of the generals in the Mongol horde, he killed the least amount of people. But General Homa was known as the poet general. He was an amateur playwright. I know it's interesting. He's also a painter. And he led a pro-British American faction within the Imperial Japanese Army. Quite niche, to be part of that. He was considered a very esteemed and cultured individual by his peers. He had spent 8 years in Britain, so it's obviously where he becomes a bit of an Anglo lover, sorry, not phobe, where he even served in the British Expeditionary Force in France in 1918. He earned a military cross for his service. So he saw some action, on the Western Front. His deep respect and understanding of Western culture led to his appointment as a military attaché to Britain in the 30s, and he was quite proficient in English. Now, he demonstrated his capabilities as a commander during the Second Sino-Japanese War, and he famously cautioned against the violent aftermath of the Nanking Massacre, stating publicly this quote, Unless peace is achieved immediately, it will be disastrous. His stance resulted in his removal from the front lines and subsequent reassignment as the commander of the Taiwan Army District from 1940 to 1941. That's a huge demotion, by the way. Unlike many other of his counterparts, Homa garnered criticism from his superiors for being gentler towards the enemy, further solidifying this reputation as the poet general. So it's kind of a slight against him. You got to remember the Imperial Japanese Army in the Showa era is, I don't know how else to describe it, evil. They're brutal. They brutalize each other. There's an enormous issue with abuse, all the way from the top of the file going down. You want to be as cutthroat as possible to be in this military. They believe, yeah.
I think I would just say, compared to like interwar British generals and officers, which were expected to talk, about cricket, politics, everything else. This just feels like the complete polar opposite of like an atmosphere for an army commander.
Absolutely. Now, supporting Hama's 14th Army was going to be the 5th Army Air Force, headed by Lieutenant General Obata Hideyoshi, and he's going to have about 183 short-range aircraft. Additionally, the 3rd Fleet, under the command of Vice Admiral Takahashi Ibo, provided further support with 5 heavy cruisers, 5 light cruisers, 29 destroyers, and 358 long-range aircraft from the 11th Air Fleet. So that's a lot of it's a lot of aircraft. It's honestly a very impressive force. Takahashi's role in the Philippines was going to be pivotal because he was going to be focusing on hunting down and neutralizing what was known as the U.S. Asiatic Fleet, which would and he'd also, of course, provide support for the actual naval landings, something the Japanese were terrible at, by the way. Very, very not proficient amphibious assaults. They'd never had a proper doctrine for it. Even in the China theater, they did terribly when it came to this, but I desist. And he would be in charge of safeguarding troop convoys, something the Japanese were completely incapable of, but they're very lucky that the Americans are not capable of doing anything at this point. Now, the United States famously decrypted many Japanese codes prior to the outbreak of the war, allowing them to intercept significant amounts of, signal traffic. By November the 27th, the intercepted communications indicated that war was imminent. In response to the alarming intelligence, the U.S. Army Chief of Staff, General Marshall at the time, dispatched a message to all commands, including those in the Philippines, stating this quote: "Japanese future action unpredictable, but hostile action possible at any moment. If hostilities cannot be avoided, the United States desires that Japan commit the first overt act. This policy should not be construed as restricting you to a course of action that might jeopardize your defense. Should hostilities occur, you will carry out the tasks assigned in Rainbow Plan 5, so far as they pertain to Japan." So I will repeat to the audience, in the previous episode, we actually kind of scrutinized this quote for, we dug into it. It's very important. It has a lot to do with how Douglas MacArthur will be blundering up what his actual orders are to do. And Rainbow Plan 5 does include much of what is War Plan Orange 3. You can think of them as one and the same. They're not, but it's just easier to think of it that way for the general audience. Now, despite the Philippines being considered a primary target in the event of war with Japan, General Douglas MacArthur failed to take significant measures to place his command on full war alert. As MacArthur was preparing to leave for an overseas liaison mission, his general, or I guess you could, something like his little marshal for his Air Force there, General Brereton, warned him that the B-17 bombers stationed at Clark Field were within range of Japanese bombers from Formosa. For those who don't know, that's Taiwan today. Brereton suggested relocating the B-17s to a more southern airbase, perhaps on the island of Mindanao, a proposal which MacArthur concurred. Nevertheless, though, by December the 8th, 17 of the 35 B-17s currently at the Philippines remained on Clark Field. There was actually a lot more B-17s that were supposed to be coming in, but they never made it in time. Now, on December the 3rd, MacArthur positioned his forces in anticipation of a Japanese attack. However, he diverged from his standing orders, which were War Plan Orange 3. Before people start screaming, it is supposed to be Rainbow Plan 5, but more or less it's War Plan Orange 3 that he was adhering to. The still official policy, opting instead for his own strategy. MacArthur's approach, which he termed an active defense, aimed to defeat the Japanese forces on the beaches. Now, before I continue, I want to see if I have a map that might share
That's
a little bit
actually,
more.
I mean, I'm gonna in theory, that's definitely a much more sound strategy if you can execute it, obviously.
Of course, MacArthur's strategy was he did not want to give up the Philippines, but the United States orders were they were going to be giving up the Philippines. They had no illusions that they could hold them because it was simple math. The Japanese
No,
were
I
far
guess
too
what I
close.
meant was the best defense against an amphibious assault is obviously at the landing points.
Of course, yes.
From that angle.
I'm just gonna zoom out. Now I know the quality of this picture. This is why I'm not using this picture as much. It's not as good, but it kind of shows you the full scale of actions and how MacArthur has placed an enormous amount of units all over the place. And that's kind of the point, because he's not supposed to be doing this. But he wanted to go with his active defense, so aimed at defeating them at the beaches before they can establish a foothold. Something that absolutely is probable if he had the means of doing so, but he does not really have the means to do so. Yeah.
True, I guess it's not like, at least, even the Germans and Normandy, at least he still had some amounts of the Atlantic Wall there.
Yeah. I mean, given Rommel got to do what he wanted to do, you couldn't, there was no way they were stopping. There was no way they were actually going to stop Overlord from achieving its objectives. But
they would have just made them, they would have made them pay a lot more.
Absolutely, yeah. They could have provided a better defense. But anyways, MacArthur, he wanted to implement, obviously, his plan. So he established three main defensive forces. The Northern Luzon Force under General Jonathan Waywright. So for those who might not know their Philippines geography, the large island you're looking at directly in the middle, all of that is Luzon, and the northern part of it is Northern Luzon. Now, the Southern Luzon Force was under Major General George Parker. So that's the southern part of it. And then there's going to be the Visayan Mindanao Force under General Brigadier William Sharp. Can I zoom out a little bit more? So you can see Mindoro, you can see a little bit of these islands here in the south. So that makes up the Visayan and Mindanao parts. Do I have another map that kind of explains this? They're all kind of the same maps, unfortunately. But for those who are audio-only listeners, if you're not aware, the Philippines is an amalgamation of many, many islands. Some are quite large, like the largest being Luzon. It's the main island. And then there's some slightly bulkier islands like Visayan, Mindanao, and such, Mindoro, for example. And MacArthur has decided to place major units across all of the significantly large islands. Now, I'm going to actually switch back over to the map I like because it just looks better. Bear with me, audio listeners. Here we go. This beautiful map that's just, there's not too much going on. Oh, actually, excuse me. That was a map I will be showing in the future that presents the lines of defense. Here we are. This guy. Even though it's straight out of a textbook, I find this map is much better. Oh, and sorry, and this map actually shows Mindanao's clearly outlined here. Let's zoom in. So you got Mindanao, you got an island I'm not going to name. Oh man, every time I do the podcast. Panay, Mindoro, Cebu, Yol, Leyte, all these
Leyte.
places.
One day we're going to attempt the Battle of Leyte Gulf.
That's going to be a multi-episode series. After our Jutland episode, I'm like scared. It's going to be a difficult one.
I mean, Jutland was 2 and 3 episodes if you include the build-up.
Yeah, but I think the way the YouTube channel Operations Room did Leyte Gulf was actually one of the best ways to do it.
It was.
Not knocking on K&G. Our format was week by week, and we were constrained to that. And I didn't really like the way we did Leyte, but whatever.
I mean, the Operations Room, that was like, it was quite gripping.
It's great. I really like their channel. Yeah.
And not to mention the way they just described the death of the Musashi. Like, that ship took a beating.
Not to dwell too much into the future, but for those who are patrons or YouTube members, thank you very much. Every cent that goes into that goes to my new animator. It is no fault of the animator. This is just the way the field is. They're very expensive. My episodes can't even cover a tenth of the cost for the animator, but we're going to be tackling pretty soon the Marco Polo Bridge incident, and I'm simultaneously going to do Pearl Harbor, and I'm going to do the China Theater, the Second Sino-Japanese War, simultaneously with the Pacific War of 1941 to 1945, because I think my audience is frustrated and wants to get into the meat and potatoes of these campaigns. So some exciting stuff is happening, and the Battle of Leyte Gulf, whenever I do it, that's going to be interesting. From an animation point of view, madness, absolute madness.
Fair
Yeah.
enough.
So to execute his plan, MacArthur dispersed his troops, and especially their war equipment, thinly across the 9 major Philippine islands, violating a cardinal principle of military strategy. He mistakenly believed... Exactly. He mistakenly believed that the Japanese would not attack the Philippines before April of 1942, and he
Which
had
was
no real...
what you mentioned.
Yeah, in the previous episode, he had a rationale for that. It was, even in modern age, invasions typically don't take place, or wars for that matter, until a country is strategically firm. And he thought because of the weather, so how hot it would be, and given certain harvest times, because the Japanese would need to have their foodstuffs ready, it wouldn't happen for this time. And he actually had a decent rationale, but the Japanese attacked anyways in December. But he would have no viable strategy to defend all the islands should the attack occur sooner, let's say early December 1941. This extensive dispersion meant the vital war materials were scattered amongst all the various units, rendering a coordinated defense nearly impossible. If an attack occurred, War Plan Orange 3 stated that everybody had to move to the Bataan Peninsula. So I'm just going to go to my map now. Right over here where it says Lubiao is like kind of the entrance into this little foothold that goes here to where Corregidor is at the south. So that's Bataan Peninsula. For lack of better words, the entire American strategy is to prolong the conquest of the Philippines for as long as possible. So they were going to take all their units who were supposed to be just in central Luzon, do a little delaying action, and go into Bataan. And then they would hold up in Bataan for as long as they could. It's a decent strategy. It goes all the way back to 1908.
Just a question.
Hmm?
Was the hope that it would hold out till maybe the American forces would build themselves up in strength to come back, or
Yeah.
was it just meant to be a permanent delaying action and then eventually surrender?
So the original plan for War Plan Orange 3 was introduced literally by Teddy Roosevelt. He was kind of the guy that got to get the ball rolling after the Russo-Japanese War. By I think it was 1908, when there was concrete kind of plans coming out there, that what you said was the plan. Hold out for about 6 months, and then the U.S. Pacific Fleet would be assembled, probably with assets from the Atlantic, and they will go across the Pacific, do a decisive battle, defeat the Japanese, and rescue the Philippines, thus not even losing the Philippines.
So it is supposed to, in a theoretical sense, be a full-time holdout.
Yeah, but by the war plan obviously changed by 1941. By that point, they knew that it was an impossibility to hold the conquest back. It would be conquered. The plan was to just delay them, because obviously you want to hold the enemy for as long as possible, all the assets, because they envisioned they would be fighting possibly 2 different foes, Germany and Japan, for example, or the situation would be quite different. And they did not believe they would be able to mount a decisive naval battle until probably a year into the war. Sorry,
Yeah.
just getting a... Excuse me, audience. Whatever that might be. I was getting a call, but I'm not going to take that. I am not working today. I took the day off, so I'm not answering that.
And it's very good.
Yeah. If the attack occurred, moving the equipment to Bataan, as recommended by War Plan Orange 3, as I mentioned, it was basically a massive delaying action to get to Bataan. And the idea originally was all of the units would be stationed in central Luzon, so quite close to Bataan, arguably. Most of the war material, more than 50%, would already be stationed in Bataan, not even with them. So it's not necessary for them to carry it, but they would have a very comprehensive plan, short distance, concentrated forces, easy delaying action, easy to get all the war materials to Bataan. This is not what the case would be because of MacArthur. Due to his strategy, it's going to take quite a longer time to move the supplies. Additionally, MacArthur harbored a naive belief that Admiral Hart's fleet would be working in conjunction with the air forces, and they'd be capable of repelling the majority of the impending Japanese invasion force, the warships and the transports. This is pretty insane, because Hart didn't have anything significant to fight the Japanese with. He had submarines, but as we will find out, their torpedoes don't really work. Despite that, he would not have been able to do too much. And the air forces could have done some damage to Japan, but they were not able to because of another mess up by MacArthur. We'll get into that. Now, on December the 8th, as homeless forces are departing from Hamajima en route to Guam, because there's other places being attacked, by the way, and the Philippines for that matter, Japanese aircraft were sent off from Formosa at 2:30 a.m. on December the 8th to target the Philippine airfields. It's also important to note there's a time zone difference, from the Philippines to places like Hawaii and the United States. So this is all kind of happening simultaneously. So you should be assuming this is happening in conjunction with the attack on Pearl Harbor. Now, their scheduled departure time on Formosa's a little bit delayed because there's a large fog. Hours pass with no sign of improvement, leading senior Japanese commanders to start panicking because they have a very strict timetable to do all this, and they believe that the Americans can attack Formosa with an air raid. Meanwhile, the Americans, were likely figuring out what's going on given Pearl Harbor's being attacked. And so the Japanese are basically freaking out, thinking that their aircraft on Formosa are about to be bombed by B-17s. But this is not the case. Excuse me. At about 12:35 p.m., 27 Japanese high-level bombers spotted the large gleaming B-17s under the bright sun, followed by another 27 bombers and 35 Zero fighters at the edge of the airfield at Clark. Now, a New Mexico National Guardsman who was there, he was enjoying his lunch, was talking to one Sergeant Dwayne Davis when he remarked, "Oh, here comes the Navy." Another soldier looked up and said, "Why are they dropping tinfoil?" And a third man, who was probably also eating his lunch, yelled back, "That's not tinfoil. Those are goddamn Japs." So these men who are at Clark Field Airport are seeing what seems to be a Japanese airstrike upon their airfield. I'm actually going to switch pictures because I do have something that just kind of showcases a little bit of the attacks and gives a bit of numbers and times for the audience's sake. So the men at the airfield, they're scrambling their P-40 fighters, who are being attacked on the ground, by the way, and they're attempting to launch intercept as the air raid sirens are blaring. The high-level bombers begin to form V-shaped formations, unleashing a torrent of bombs. Many of the ground crews, this is their first experience with using their anti-aircraft guns, and they're watching in frustration as the flak and burst are falling below the intended targets. The bombs are cascading across the airfield and surrounding trenches. Suddenly, the bombers, having dropped their payloads, they soar away, leaving a jarring silence in their wake. One Corporal Durwood Brooks staggered towards the flight line in a daze. Bombs had just gone off. He's witnessing bodies and limbs strewn across the field. And amongst the carnage, he spots a Polish friend of his, a 19-year-old, in a slit trench. A freak accident had caused an explosive bullet to blow him up, leaving him looking almost transparent. Men began to emerge from the trenches. They look like dazed zombies, momentarily numb. They're hearing the groans of the wounded around them. The buildings are ablaze. There's a dark smoke churning from the oil dumps across the field. By the stroke of luck, a few B-17s do remain untouched. Then the thunder of engines fill the air again as 35 Zero fighters dive down, strafing the B-17s and all of the ground-level soldiers, who've been assured by their commanders that there was no such thing as a Japanese fighter plane. Got to remember, at this point, especially for the men at Pearl Harbor, they're under these racist, I'm going to call it racist beliefs that the Japanese just copy whatever the Americans or the British do. They can't really make warships that well. They certainly can't make aircraft that well. They're not good pilots. And they're very incapable.
And I think there was also the capable that they can execute like these complex military operations.
Yes. And there's actually there was also racial attitudes that they couldn't fly at dawn or dusk because they had problems with their eyesight. They're all myopic, is the term. I'm not going to get into it. It's a really crazy racist thing that goes into phrenology of all things. It's 19th century babble. But yeah, so the Americans are getting to witness that the Japanese are very well trained, especially the first few months of the war, very good at this, and they're going to do some havoc. Chaos erupts as one B-17 explodes when tracer fires start to ignite its gas tanks. This releases black clouds of smoke. Men are ripped apart by strafing gunfire. By the end of the assault, only 3 B-17s are left. Clark Field is in ruins. One fighter pilot named Don Steele described the devastation as such. There was a beautiful Clark Field. It was all in flames. Every building on the aerodrome was on fire. Large columns of smoke rising 18,000 feet, slick and shining B-17s, which we were all so proud of, had just received, we just received them from the States. We're all sitting on the ground, blazing, in a desperate dogfight over Clark Field because some actually managed to get up in the air. There were 6 P-40s, and they were trying to intercept the incoming Japanese, and they claimed 3 kills. However, the losses were devastating. 2 U.S. pilots were killed, including Lieutenant Herbert Ellis, who claimed 2 of his kills before being hit and set ablaze. He bailed out of his plane, but was gunned down as he was parachuting.
Damn,
So, war crime, by the way. Yeah.
That's extreme.
Yeah. The air war with Japan was proving to be anything but a gentleman's affair. It would not be. The Pacific War was a grueling and dirty war. Simultaneously, Emay Airfield was struck by 54 Betty bombers, and nearly all but 4 of the P-40 squadrons were caught while landing. At this time, they were destroyed. Similar to the attack on Clark, the buildings were ignited, the aircraft were obliterated on the ground or in the air by the Zero fighters. When the Zeros followed up their bombing by strafing the ground aircraft, they were met with about 12 P-40s, but the P-40 stood little chance. By the afternoon, half of the Far East Air Force had been destroyed, granting the Japanese air supremacy for their invasion. Back on Formosa, Japanese soldiers were bracing themselves with gas masks, anticipating B-17s were going to rain down chemical warfare on them, actually. However, those attacks never materialized. Douglas MacArthur's biographer, later on, described his demeanor upon receiving the news and stated that his, quote, mental condition at this time was verging on catatonic. He looked gray, ill, and exhausted. After the war, when accused of failing to obey orders pertaining to Rainbow Plan 5, MacArthur defended himself by stating this: the United States desired that Japan commit the first overt act. My orders were explicit not to initiate hostilities against the Japanese. However, this defense is it's bullshit. It's a complete lie, because the Japanese had not only attacked Pearl Harbor, they actually had attacked the Philippines prior. Yeah, but yeah.
Even if you take the wording of General Marshall's, they said that you have to also take into the consideration of what your command requires, and if needed, then be prepared to strike first, right? I mean, that's how I was also able to interpret it, the wording.
Exactly. So all of the blame was shifted away from MacArthur onto Barrington, because he was in charge of the Air Forces, who was screaming the whole time he wanted to lift them up. But again, for that whole story, the previous episode, we went into depth as to what actually happened. And
Poor guy waited for 5 hours for permission.
Yep. What was, it's very reminiscent of, it's almost considered like, I guess you could call it the Pearl Harbors of the Philippines. But you have to think about the context of all this. In a single day, 2 of the 3 most formidable deterrents to Japan were neutralized. The U.S. Pacific Fleet at Pearl Harbor, MacArthur's B-17 strike force in the Philippines, and then, of course, there was Britain's Force Z just outside of Singapore that had gone down all at the same time, basically.
That's actually pretty impressive timing.
Yep, and they all share a unique trait. They were all blunders in their own rights. They had massive blunders, but yeah.
And last thing, all were destroyed by air power.
Yes, yeah, all were destroyed by air power. And I mean, when it comes to Force Z, we're talking about larger bombers who no one thought could hit ships. But yeah, they did. So now the Japanese are going to start invading. So 2 troop ships landed about 490. And I know people hate hearing Japanese Marines. They're the SNLF, but for general audience sake, it's easier to call Marines. They're not really Marines. We're going to call Marines on Bataan
You can just say the naval infantry.
Naval infantry. And I'm going to open back up
because
the map that I
for
like.
me, Marines are the Astartes.
Yeah. Here's my map. And unfortunately, Bataan is not on this map. But at the very, very top, it's a very small island north of Luzon. That's the way you can think of it.
So they've just breached like the northern barriers of the Philippines, you can say.
Exactly. And they're just finding the weakest place to just position men, basically. They swiftly take control of its very small airfield. It's not very significant. And in response, Admiral Hart enacts Rainbow Plan 5 as pertaining to his naval force. And he issues for the Asiatic Fleet to withdraw and join the British and Dutch forces around Borneo. This is going to, as we actually spoke in some other episodes, the ABCOM command is going to be formed over there. Now, 13 dive bombers and 9 fighters commence bombing and strafing missions over Davao.
Meanwhile, 54 bombers unleashed devastation upon Cavite. And as Lieutenant John Buckley lamented, they flanked Cavite and her naval yard. There isn't any word. Here was the only American naval base in the Orient beyond Pearl Harbor, pounded into bloody rubbish.
Ouch.
So, everywhere's getting hit. In rapid succession, 27 bombers, 36 fighters also targeted Nielsen Field, while 18 fighters strafed Nichols Field. And additionally, some bombers also started to attack Manila, the capital of the Philippines, just to remind everyone. Over the next few days, the sole remaining aircraft were just a handful of P-40s and some B-17s that had survived, because they had been relocated south prior to the assault on Clark Field. Douglas MacArthur found himself, without a naval force, without an air force to protect the Philippines, and now all he could rely upon was his ground troops. That ain't a good situation. The Japanese had landed on Bataan. They took control of its airfield. Now they had about 6 transport ships that were capable of carrying about 2,000 Japanese soldiers each. They're going to be en route to designated landing targets in northern Luzon. Now, General Homa orchestrated a series of surprise landings across northern Luzon, fully aware that the American forces were dispersed across 9 major islands. His strategy aimed to encircle the American troops, cutting off their retreat to Manila. Because the Japanese I don't know if the Japanese were completely aware of War Plan Orange 3, but they were generally aware of how the Americans would defend the Philippines. I'm just going to move this map up to northern Luzon, all these areas here. All right. Once the landing...
Also, something that you attack the capital or like something very symbolic.
Mm-hmm.
It's something that would undermine the confidence of the local population.
Of course. One landing occurred at dawn near Apati. It's on the map. Okay. Over at the top northern part, I guess you could call it one of the most significant cities in the north, enabling a surprise attack upon the airfield. They weren't expecting to be attacked at Apati. It was captured completely unopposed. There was not significant forces there. Within hours, they also seized Gonzaga and Camiguan Island. Now, Gonzaga, it's not shown on the map. It's a little bit northeast of Apati, and Camiguan Island's a little bit north in those small little islands you see on the map. With Apati secured, the Japanese now had an airfield from which they could launch further strikes against the main island.
An actually usable airfield.
Yeah, exactly. Another landing force disembarked at Vigan, but this time they were met by some B-17s with P-40 escorts. In what would turn out to be the final coordinated actions of the Far East Air Force, they managed to damage 2 Japanese transports, the Ogawa Maru and the Takeo Maru, as well as the destroyer Murasame and the cruiser Naka. They managed to also sink a minesweeper, the W-10. Most importantly, they forced some of the landing troops to retreat back to the transports. However, the Japanese simply regrouped and they landed again the following day, just about 4 miles south of their targets. Those troops did not retreat successfully. Those troops that did not retreat successfully captured the airfield at Vigan. Douglas MacArthur was livid upon hearing these reports of the initial Japanese landings, and he blamed Major General Jonathan Waywright, which is something he's actually going to do a lot. And Waywright did not deserve any of this, for what he deemed incompetence in executing MacArthur's active defense plan, the hit them at the beaches plan there. Consequently, Waywright became a significant scapegoat for MacArthur's shortcomings. Yeah. Compounding the situation...
Not to mention, a certain admiral is going to get a lot of stick now.
Oh, of course. It's never MacArthur's fault. It's everyone else. And MacArthur loved to blame the Navy, eh? So...
Yeah. I guess it's a miracle Halsey and him got along for so long.
That is one of the craziest stories, that Halsey and MacArthur liked each other, it seems, and that's wild, because MacArthur treated the United States Navy as if they were more of his enemy than the Japanese. So it goes without saying, it's an interesting relationship. But yeah, compounding the situation, which is bad, there's questions regarding MacArthur's mental state. Historian John Gordon would characterize MacArthur's reaction to the unfolding disaster as delusional in scope. In a radio communication to General Marshall in Washington on December the 10th, MacArthur urged for a, quote, immediate attack on Japan from the north. A golden opportunity exists for a masterstroke while the enemy is engaged and is overextended in their air efforts against us. Just like
what ships?
Yeah, I know.
Ships, man.
Exactly. So on December the 12th, another Japanese landing, which is departing from Palau Island, disembarks at Legazpi. Where is that? Right here. So south.
Yeah.
Legazpi. I probably mispronounced the one. I apologize, Legazpi. This attack was intended as a diversion to draw out MacArthur's forces, which actually is going to succeed, but none would respond at this time. The Japanese took the city and the airfield unopposed. The Tuguero airfield, just south of Apari, was quickly captured, placing the last major U.S. airfield at Del Monte, and now they're going to be in jeopardy. So Barrington requested permission to relocate the remaining 14 B-17s to Darwin in Australia, and MacArthur agreed to this. During this time, Clark Lee of the Associated Press, who was in Manila, began reporting for the public, and he declared, the Japanese army is as ill-uniformed, the Japanese army is an ill-uniformed, untrained mass of young boys between the ages of 15 and 18, equipped with small caliber guns and driven forward by desperate determination to advance or die. Their .25 caliber rifles and machine gun bullets could not even kill a man. They're no damned good on the ground. This is the dumbest shit I've ever heard, but yeah. So they're like kids with hunting rifles, basically.
They're like, oh yeah, this is not even a bother.
By the way, just to press something, the Japanese, being one of the smallest combatants of World War II in physicality, had the heaviest rifles and the largest bayonets, and it's kind of like the opposite. I mean, I wouldn't say the Japanese had great guns per se, but no, they're not .25. They're not going out there with
If I'm
riggers.
not mistaken, standard rifles in the world at this time were like at least .3.
Of course, absolutely. You're not going around with a .25.
And I'm talking about like the mass-produced ones.
Yeah, of course. Even China would. This is a ridiculous claim by this, I don't know, quasi-journalist. But the Americans had yet to experience genuine ground combat against the Japanese. But they did see it in, I will mention here, the China Marines, as they've been known, people who were stationed in Beijing, as specifically in Shanghai, going back to 1931, but as early as going back to just to 1937, would have had a good understanding of what the Japanese were using, what they were capable of. And intelligence not so good here. Soon Homa would order his forces in northern Luzon to concentrate on the Ligian Gulf. So as you can see here in the northwest part here, that little landing area, where the main attack force was going to commence. And that's going to be for the full invasion of Luzon. The Japanese launched an assault on the economic center of southern Mindanao Island, that being Davao. So do I have to come over here? Is this shown on the map properly? Not so well on this map, unfortunately. Let me just check if I have a better map for this. I don't have a great map for this. Anyway, I'll keep this map up, but it's southeast for those who are wondering. And the city was of particular concern to the Imperial Japanese Navy due to the presence of a U.S. naval base there. And it's pretty close to the Japanese home islands if you think about it. And it's also close to another Japanese stronghold, which is in the island of Palau. Additionally, securing the southern islands of the Philippines would be strategic because they're like launching pads against the next objectives, which would be the Dutch parts of Borneo. Now, the seaplane tender USS William Preston was attacked on December the 8th by 13 dive bombers, escorted by 9 fighters from the Japanese Navy's carrier Ryujo. And in a calculated move, Major General Shizo Sakaguchi and Lieutenant Colonel Toshio Miura led the respective detachments of approximately 5,000 men to land under the cover of darkness, aiming to do a surprise attack on Davao. Davao was guarded by a single regiment of 2,000 Philippine Commonwealth Army soldiers, specifically the 101st Infantry Regiment, led by Lieutenant Colonel Roger Hilsman. Like much of the Philippine Army, this regiment was only partially trained by this time, and they suffered a lot of equipment shortages. At around midnight on the 19th of December, the Japanese naval transports started to arrive, and by about 4 a.m., the Miura detachment landed to the north, while the Sakaguchi detachment made their landing southwest of the city. The Miura detachment encountered a lone machine gun squad that opened fire upon landing, but the Imperial Japanese destroyer quickly silenced them with a shell, eradicating the threat. Despite this, the Miura detachment sustained some casualties. As the defenders resisted tenaciously, Major General Sakaguchi made the decision to commit some of his reserve forces
initially intended for the attack on Yolo to assault Davao. By midday, both detachments had stormed the city, pushing the Philippine defenders back behind the Davao River. And upon entering Davao, the Japanese soldiers were greeted with cheers from a significant portion of the population who happened to be Japanese, because they happened to be living in the city. Many had already been detained in warehouses since the offset of hostilities. Though battered by the invasion, the Muda detachment would remain in Davao to garrison the area and continue the liberation of Japanese citizens. Meanwhile, the Sakaguchi detachment prepared to launch operations against Yolo, the capital of the Sulu Islands. Just want to check my map. So, Yolo is not highlighted. Oh, sorry. I only had to go south a little bit more to show Davao over here. That's my bad. But Yolo is, it's not marked here, is it? Let me grab another map, one sec. I have, none of my maps actually have it marked. Anyways, it's in the midpoint here of this grouping of islands in the south.
That's, I remember the Philippines is supposed to have like so many islands. Like
There's many islands, yeah. But nine of the predominant islands are what people kind of like think of. Now, once Yolo was captured, they could divert their efforts towards an attack on Tarakan and Dutch Borneo. So this is much further south of the Philippines. Douglas MacArthur's headquarters at this time is in Manila, and he finally regained, equilibrium after the chaotic initial days of the war, during which Luzon's sea and air bases were completely just obliterated by the Japanese. With the imminent threat of a Japanese landing looming, MacArthur began to prepare his forces. The most likely site the Japanese would choose was the Ligian Gulf, located northwest on the main island of Luzon. So I'll just keep going back up here. As we discussed in the previous episode, War Plan Orange 3, under War Plan 5, outlined strategies for defending the Philippines. And this was extensive. It's like 40 years of military planning. The expectation was that the defenders would retreat behind fortified lines that bisected the Bataan Peninsula, a vantage point commanding the sea approaches to Manila Bay. There, they're going to dig in and they're going to wait for rescue, an event that realistically was never going to happen, but they were expected to hold out for as long as possible at this focal point. MacArthur envisioned a different approach, as we already said, and he basically screwed everything up with his attack at the beaches idea, and he was going to do this. So his attack at the beaches idea would require superior air power to be pulled off. He would need highly mobile infantry divisions and a naval fleet for a rescue. None of these variables are at play. Historian John Costello.
They were not there.
Yeah. Historian John Costello, kind of one of the behemoths of the Pacific War literature out there. He argued, and this is a quote from him, War Plan Orange 3 remained the cornerstone of U.S. military strategy because there simply was no acceptable alternative. Now, with the forces MacArthur had at his disposal, War Plan Orange 3 would have offered the most sensible defensive plan if it had been implemented on time, which should have been at the offset of hostilities. Unfortunately, MacArthur did not execute the plan when he should have. By December the 21st, and we're talking, this is a long time now, MacArthur commanded about 32,000 American troops alongside an estimated 120,000 Filipinos of the Philippine Army. Although the defenders significantly outnumbered the Japanese attackers, most of these forces were undertrained, ill-equipped. The first Japanese troops landing would occur in northern Luzon on December the 10th, where several airfields we already mentioned were taken. Now, the invasion force of the Japanese, it exceeds about 50,000 men. They're very well equipped. They do have light tanks and some heavy artillery, and they're sailing from, Formosa with a formidable fleet of about 48 freighters. And they have camouflage troop ships, and now they're set to land at Ligian Gulf. The estimated arrival dates could be December the 22nd for them. Iiji Masuda, a merchant marine officer on the freighter Arizona Maru, recalled that the invasion convoy, quote, sailed in two long lines extending beyond the horizon in both directions. Now, our American counterpart to this, the Admiral Hart, he's got his American submarine force, as all the other ships have now left the area, and he's expected to deliver heavy punishment upon the Japanese troop transports. But his performance is disappointing to say the least. Although the 29 submarines constituted the largest submarine force ever assembled by the United States, They inflicted little to no damage, and they did not understand what was going on, but there was actually a lot of issues at play. Obviously, faulty torpedoes is kind of the large one. I mean, we can all agree that the Mark 14-15 issue with the American torpedoes, 1/10 of them actually worked. That's going to result in poor performance. But there's actually another issue for the submarines: poor training, inept commanding officers, and bad luck. Compounding their difficulties was the loss of adequate communications, because the low-frequency radio tower at Sangley Point, which is nearby, was taken out by the Japanese. Additionally, the submarine commanders were conditioned to a pre-war doctrine, and this told them that fleet submarines were actually to be used as scouting vessels, and that they were extremely vulnerable to air attacks and anti-submarine attacks. This is quite false, and it's a very peculiar thing to believe at the time. The shallow inland waters around Ligian Gulf also hampered maneuverability for the submarines, but to be honest, you would kind of assume you line up your submarines in the area, you should be quite able to hit the stationary targets when they're doing their landings, but it didn't happen. A few B-17s and PBYs flying from Australia tried to inflict damage on the convoy, but they managed to do very minimal damage. Remarkably, the Japanese actually faced greater losses due to choppy seas and high winds, which caused, quite a few of the boats to overturn. Matsuda would recall...
In fairness, we've seen in the Punic Wars, the Romans lost entire fleets at sea.
And the Mongolians lost their entire 2 invasion fleets against Japan during the Kamikaze win. So, yeah. The primary source...
Don't underestimate the oceans, man.
Yeah. The primary source, Matsuda, he actually recalled this. It was terribly difficult to load soldiers and supplies on the bobbing boats. Enemy planes struck us at dawn, aiming primarily at the beachheads. Bullets from the strafing planes chased our boats to the shore. Arizona Mato poured fire into the sky. We saw enemy planes spiraling down, trailing smoke. Our ship was rocked by the concussions of exploding bombs, and the force of walls of water striking our sides. Excuse me. Nonetheless, most of the ships unloaded successfully, and the landing force began its advance upon Manila. So if you're looking at the map with us, they're landing at this little place that has the Ago written over here, and they're going all the way down to this bay area where Manila is just east of the bay. Is Manila not marked on this map? Wow.
I'm going to the airfields.
Yeah, I'm going to open up another map that has it. One sec. Where is this? I believe this is the one. Yeah, this one has it marked down. And you can see...
One thing I'm going to say. The fact that when MacArthur invades the Philippines back in 44, the invasion of Luzon pretty much goes the same way. What is the priorities?
Exactly. MacArthur, upon, discovering that nothing's going well, especially with the submarines, led him to question Admiral Hart. He actually said this quote, "What in the world is the matter with your submarines?" Hart recalled telling him back, Hart recalled that MacArthur is inclined to cut my throat and perhaps the Navy in general, given, how much criticism he was getting from MacArthur at the time. With both the submarine force and the Air Force failing to perform as hoped against the convoys, one would expect MacArthur would now implement War Plan Orange 3 and prepare for, a defensive position. Instead, he placed the North Luzon force under the command of General Waywright due to the landings in the north, and he told them to send some of his best troops, the Philippine Scouts of the 4th Marines and 31st Infantry, to the south. So, just to repeat that, he ordered his best forces to not meet the enemy at the beaches, but to go south, and instead he will send the ill-trained and under-equipped Filipino forces of the Philippine Army to meet the enemy at the beaches. Not a great strategy. 2 Philippine Commonwealth Army divisions were tasked with protecting a 120-mile coastline. With one had artillery, the other one didn't even have any artillery. So it's not a good strategy. Anticipating a landing at the southern end of the Gulf, the Americans positioned the 21st Philippine Division there with artillery batteries. In the northern section was the Philippine 11th Division, supplemented by the 71st Division, which only had 10 weeks of training and a few soldiers who knew how to operate their outdated Enfield rifles. The 26th Cavalry Regiment was stationed on Route 3, 12 miles south of Rosario. Meanwhile, MacArthur's crack troops would remain at Layak Junction as a rearguard. Harold K. Johnson of the 57th Infantry on Luzon, who would later become chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, characterized Arthur's decision to confront the Japanese at Ligian Gulf as a tragic error. Now, the Japanese army easily brushed aside the inexperienced, poorly equipped conscripts of the Philippine army, not their fault at all, who broke ranks and they would flee. And you simply can't blame them. Artillery units manned by American troops around them were left completely exposed to banzai charges. MacArthur was besieged with requests from field commanders for permission to withdraw at the onset of the engagements. Waywright dispatched the 11th Division and the 26th Cavalry Regiment to defend the Gulf north of Desertions, and he also sent a regiment of the 71st Division to San Fernando to prevent the Japanese from advancing from Vigan. Simultaneously, the Japanese 9th Regiment at Bang launched an attack an attack to the north on San Fernando and advanced towards Baguio. Acting swiftly, the Japanese managed to converge around San Fernando, leaving the 71st Regiment in a precarious position, which would force them to retreat back to Baguio. Just making sure my map is showcasing everything I want. It doesn't have all of the points written on it, but this is the best map I got for this one. Excuse me. The speed of the Japanese advance meant that the 71st could neither flank nor prepare their positions in time. By midnight, they were in a full retreat. To the south, forces had landed north of Desertions, and they were now en route to Rosario, where the Philippine 11th Division met them head-on. Turned into a minor skirmish as the Japanese utilized a tank regiment. The Philippine 11th Division was completely routed by this. Waywright received reports of the Japanese advancing with light motor vehicles, bicycles, and tanks along the coastal road to Rosario. Now, General Waywright conducted a commendable defensive campaign amidst all this chaos. I really think he should be commended for it. During all this, he enabled Major General Parker, who's in the south, to, in control of the South Luzon forces, to extricate about 15,000 troops to Bataan. Waywright requested tank reinforcements to help him halt the Japanese advance towards Manila, but General Sutherland, this is MacArthur's chief of staff and a complete idiot, I would say. I think Sutherland was a moron. Sutherland would just tell him to ask MacArthur and then proceed to block conversations to said MacArthur. Ultimately, MacArthur only dispatched about 5 tanks. These tanks engaged the Japanese on the coastal road to Rosario, pushing the enemy back to Desertions. However, they were severely damaged by Japanese 47mm anti-tank guns. Alongside this, the 26th Cavalry had to be withdrawn. Consequently, Rosario became a focal point of a lot of the fighting, where the Japanese tanks would eventually break through the cavalry's rear guard, and they inflicted heavy casualties upon them. Following the destruction of about 5 U.S. tanks, by nightfall, Homa had secured Rosario and the immediate area of the Ligian Gulf. So, within a single day, the Japanese had established a significant beachhead along the Ligian Gulf coastline, and they would advance north, south, and east from this point. MacArthur's plan for an active defense strategy to thwart the Japanese at the beaches collapsed within a day. Major Le Grande Diller, MacArthur's press officer, you gotta love the fact
It's a
that
code, as you said. It's a code.
Yeah, very important to have a press officer, issued a statement regarding the Japanese landings at Ligian Gulf. So, the New York Times reported this, based off of what he was saying. Japanese forces wiped out in western Luzon. Now, the United Press made this claim. There has been a 3-day battle with 154 enemy boats sunk. Not a single Japanese soldier had reached the shores. So yeah, as one might expect, MacArthur's press released a lot of false reports that went to the press. And this would not be covered up later, but anyways. So, MacArthur then sees everything's unfolding terribly. It looks really bad on him, so he starts to assign blame to Admiral Thomas Hart, overstating, and while he's putting blame on also Brereton, by the way, he's blaming Brereton, he's blaming Hart. He's also stating that he thinks the Japanese are perhaps up to 100,000 men. It's double the number that's actually attacking him. So he's looking to make himself look less like an idiot.
But him.
Yeah. So Waywright is compelled to withdraw to the Agno River, and he appeals to MacArthur for his well-trained Philippine division to launch a coordinated attack, to which MacArthur refuses, choosing to hold them in reserve. Despite the chaos, Wainwright managed to delay the Japanese advance by leading his troops in a spirited defense, where he's destroying like all the bridges along the way to Manila and also to Bataan. It's like over almost 200 bridges are destroyed. Excuse me. By December the 24th, a second Japanese force of 7,000 disembarked at Lamombe, 60 miles southeast of Manila, on Luzon's eastern coast. And I don't think I have from the Ryukyu Islands. I think that's, where that is on my map. This surprise reinforced the peril facing the capital, as two Japanese armies were now advancing on Manila. MacArthur dispersed and overstretched his forces, and now they're finding themselves trapped in a pincer movement, while the Japanese consolidated their hold on Luzon, marching towards Manila. From his headquarters in Manila, MacArthur began to radio General Marshall, asking if U.S. carriers could begin, sending pursuit planes within range. Yeah, within range of the Philippines. So here's a quote. "Can I expect anything along that line?" Marshall responded, a blunt response. "According to the Navy, this is impossible. And MacArthur, you'll have to rely on the planes that you have." So the planes that he had just sent to Australia by this point. Excuse me. Realizing that holding off the Japanese without deploying his 3 properly trained combat regiments and, still refusing to commit them was proving ineffective, MacArthur ultimately declared the capital city of Manila an open city after 40 hours of colossal setbacks. So for those who don't know, when you claim a city is open, you're hoping the enemy will not use artillery or air attacks upon it. And he did so while he...
The intention is also that you're not also going to be using it as a military base, because it's supposed to be like,
you're giving it up.
It's freeing itself from the conflict, right?
So, in the Italian campaign of World War II, this was a huge part of kind of this thing. It's a much more delicate situation because you have Rome, but you also have the Vatican. And technically, both the Axis and the Allies agreed not to hit the Vatican. So both sides were also like, oh, we should probably not fight in Rome. And they kind of both agreed to this. It is a rather weird story, but Rome was declared an open city eventually too. So it's a similar situation, a little bit more complex, mind you. But MacArthur also instructed Brereton to send the remaining B-17s out of harm's way. He said, just go south. You can do me much more good with the bombers you have left if you just go south. So he does that. And as he did so, he finally said, let's put War Plan Orange 3 into effect. Something that should have been put into effect like December the 8th. But anyways. 75,000 troops comprising 15,000. Exactly. So you got 75,000 troops, 15,000 of them Americans, 60,000 Filipinos, along with what was 26,000 refugees. All are fleeing to Bataan now. It's a logistical nightmare. So if you look at the Philippines, let me zoom out. This is just showing like Luzon and a little bit of the south here, but you have to imagine all the other islands, they're screwed. There's no moving outside of Luzon. The main chunk of this island is where there's actually retreating. But all of across this island are units with war materials. It's a logistical nightmare. Should have never happened because War Plan Orange 3 should have been implemented at the start. Situation was quite dire. Caught all the forces in massive pincers everywhere. Brigadier General Charles Drake's supply units, because this poor individual's in charge of the logistics here, he's desperately scrambling to move tons of food, ammunition, fuel, medical supplies, everything he can to the Bataan Peninsula. And he's being attacked by air, by Japanese forces, by armored forces. He himself lacks vehicles to do this. He has insufficient personnel to be able to move all this. And he has the worst thing of all, a lack of time. So, Wainwright's North Luzon force, the main one at this point, trying to delay the enemy, fought wherever they could to delay the Japanese advances. And they established 5 delaying positions in central Luzon. So if you look over here on the map, D1 to D5 are those delaying positions where he's trying to hold them back. But the Japanese are also coming from the south, and that's where Parker's men are running for their lives. As a result of all the chaos, only a fraction of the much-needed war materials would actually reach the peninsula. The pre-invasion construed plan for the fortified defenses of Bataan was, pretty much neglected through all this. MacArthur and his staff ultimately abandoned their headquarters and they sailed across the bay to Corregidor Island, where there's a much more formidable HQ. The Filipino president, Manuel Quezon, who was suffering from tuberculosis at the time, made the painful decision to accompany MacArthur, fearing for the fate of his people. Because now he looks like a collaborator. He could have maybe pitched this as, we'll just throw our lot in with the Japanese. The Japanese were actually grooming Quezon by just stipulating, they're like, you're going to be part of the greater East Asia co-prosperity sphere. To which Quezon said, I never knew this was a thing. I didn't agree to be part of this. The Japanese are like, well, you are. You're part of this. As they did.
It kind of like, he's like, that rogue one where Gina was like, congratulations, you have been liberated, even though she had no idea she was being liberated.
It's exactly that meme, yeah. Allied forces, they're traveling north on Route 3 in long, disorganized convoys, trucks, buses, jeeps, and ox carts and stuff. They're sharing the road with thousands of civilians who are fleeing for their lives on foot. War Plan Orange 3 required that the Bataan Peninsula be stocked with sufficient food and supplies to enable 43,000 troops to endure a Japanese siege estimated for about 6 months. However, they would have enough provisions for about a 30-day siege because of MacArthur. One thing in favor of the Americans was the Japanese were actually caught very much off guard by this retreat. Coordinated strafing attacks by the Japanese air forces on the densely packed roads to Bataan could have been an absolute massacre, but they weren't. For the first time throughout the entire campaign, there was actually not many enemy planes overhead, for the most part. Moreover, the Japanese had opportunities to destroy key bridges along the way to Bataan, potentially trapping most of the American forces fleeing for their lives, but they failed to do so. To complicate matters, MacArthur assigned Major General Parker, the commander of the Southern Luzon Force, to lead the Bataan defenses, and he allocated the Southern Luzon Force to Brigadier General Albert Jones. Jones immediately devised a plan to delay a potential Japanese advance through the mountains towards Manila, while concurrently conducting an aggressive withdrawal into Bataan. But before this consolidation, the Japanese, under Commander Mayoka, had disembarked at 3 different locations in southern Luzon. Major General Parker had ordered the 1st and 51st Divisions to move to Legazpi to counter the invasion, but he now had to watch commands to coordinate the retreat to Bataan. So you have to imagine he is trying to delay the Japanese and attack them with counterattacks, but he's also trying to do a fighting withdrawal, for that matter, all of his men to Bataan. And if you look at the map, and you look where he's going, it's kind of a nightmare, because you can easily get trapped. Now, in southern Luzon, the 3 Japanese military groups were invading, consolidating their positions to advance on Manila, because that's their objective. With War Plan Orange 3 now suddenly initiated, MacArthur ordered Jones to collaborate effectively with Waywright for both of them to retreat to Bataan. If one retreated too quickly, you basically screwed over the other, as you can imagine. Jones established his main defensive line in the town of Los Banos, as his Filipino forces were heavily pressed back by the Japanese at the Legazpi area. Meanwhile, Waywright began his retreat to his second line of defense, so that would be D2, stretching from Zambales, which has some mountains, to the town of San Jose. On the 25th of December, supporters from the Sulu Islands were also invaded, as General Sakaguchi departed Davao back on the 23rd of December. He captures the city and its crucial airfield with little to no resistance. Now, Sakaguchi could use this location as a base of operations against the Dutch East Indies. From about December the 25th to the 28th, Manila was bombed despite it being declared an open city. Homeless forces would capture the towns of Carman, Tayug, San Manuel, and San Quintin, but they were unable to root out the retreating Allied forces, so they're unable to capture many. On the 27th, Waywright had successfully established his second line of defense. Even in the complete disarray, the South Luzon force managed to withdraw and implemented some leapfrogging tactics to cross some bridges to reach Bataan. Now, I want to just mention one little thing here because it's an interesting tidbit of information, and it is alleged. I can't prove much of this because the way I found this information seemed to be from someone who had a bone to pick with MacArthur, by the way. Allegedly, on December the 28th, as the Japanese were closing in on Manila, MacArthur telephoned the mayor of Manila, Yoris Vargas, from Corregidor, and he asked him to purchase $35,000 worth of shares in the Lepanto Mining Company on his behalf. Vargas executed the transaction.
Mining.
Yeah. Vargas executed the transaction the next day and would later recall that this single decision during the critical stages of the Japanese invasion of the Philippines would make MacArthur a millionaire by the war's end. Just saying, it's alleged information. People might be screaming at me that this is slanderous. Alleged information again. On December the 28th, the situation was deteriorating rapidly for the defenders of the Philippines. The implementation of War Plan Orange 3 had come far too late, leading to a disastrous withdrawal to Bataan. 75,000 troops, comprising, as I said, 15,000 Americans, 60,000 Filipinos, along with all the refugees. They were lucky if the majority of them got there, but certainly their war materials were not going to all get there. And it's quite disorderly. Yeah.
I mean, what's the point of being besieged if you don't have food?
Exactly.
Just say.
Now, by December the 29th, the Japanese had now secured the towns of Tarlac and Bagobon. On the 30th, General Homa began to comprehend MacArthur's strategic movements. And he's starting to understand what they were doing, that they're running to Bataan. So he dispatched the 7th Tank Regiment as a vanguard to try and swiftly capture critical bridges and junctions leading into Bataan, thus aiming to cut off the retreating American troops and the civilians. The 7th Tank Regiment was directed towards the vital road junction at Paredel, just due north of Manila, where the twin steel bridges of Calumpit, which is over the Pampanga River, could be attacked. It was essential, actually, for the Southern Luzon forces' passage to get to Bataan. So Parker's forces needed to cross over from this bridge. A couple of well-placed bombs on these bridges would sever the lines of communications for the Northern and Southern Luzon forces. Wainwright's third line of defenses eventually fell, leading the Japanese to capture San Miguel. Now Wainwright was compelled to establish a final line of defenses stretching from Fort Stotzenburg to Sibyl Springs. If the Japanese breached this last line, San Fernando would be exposed to an attack where countless civilians were actually still fleeing for their lives. Yeah. The 7th Tank Regiment approached Gaipan, merely a short distance from this last line of American defenses. By the 31st of December, the 7th Tank Regiment broke through this final defensive line, getting within proximity to Balang, situated just before Parendel. Concurrently, the Japanese forces were pushing past the breach defenses towards San Fernando. Now, Wainwright was forced to make kind of a stand in San Fernando, or else he risked the Japanese cutting off Bataan from the remaining fleeing forces. 1 second. Now, the Southern Luzon force under General Jones, because let's remember he was actually tagging in for Parker, they reached the Calumpit steel bridges, and while his forces were crossing them, he dispatched 2 tank platoons to engage the Japanese tanks at Balang, hoping to provide enough time for his defenders to get over. The American tanks managed to destroy 7 Japanese tanks without sustaining any casualties, successfully delaying their advance. Because, let's be honest, despite the fact the Japanese have many tanks, they're not quite good tanks when compared to other tanks, such as the Americans. At this moment, if the Japanese air forces had struck any of these bridges...
Maybe they're better than the Italian tanks.
Actually, that would be a great episode. If Japan and Italy did fight during World War II, and that is going to be a future episode I'm going to do. It's a weird story. But anyways, if their Fiats attacked the Honda tanks, it's a battle of whose tanks are shittier. I think the Japanese would still win, but I would have to look into it. But it'd be a fun episode.
Yep. I don't think the cappuccino machines are still winning.
They're not going to probably pull through that one. The U.S. tanks, as I said, they managed to destroy a lot of these Japanese tanks. They kind of push them back a little bit. But during all of this, if the Japanese Air Forces had destroyed any of these bridges, it would have cut off an enormous amount of retreating American forces and Filipinos. By January the 1st, the IGA 48th Division, leading the advance, understood the urgency, and they appealed to Japanese air commanders to start bombarding the bridges. However, this request was dismissed, possibly because the air commanders knew most forces had already crossed at this point. On that same day, the Southern Luzon force, having successfully moved everyone across the bridges, detonated the structures behind them, thus avoiding what could have been, a catastrophic entrapment of their entire force. By the 2nd of January, Japanese troops entered Manila unopposed. Storefronts were boarded up, gangs of local looters exploited the chaos, as crowds of civilians stood by silently. At the home of the American High Commissioner, the Japanese lowered the American flag, and a Japanese sailor ground his feet into it, replacing it with the rising sun,
as the band played Kimi Gayo. General Homa erroneously believed that once his forces occupied Manila, the capital of the Philippines, the battle would be over. That's what he thought. And he was quite slow to recognize that his true prize had just escaped to Bataan, and that victory was not secured. So after capturing Manila, Homa faced an unexpected dilemma. Japanese High Command ordered the 48th Division, his very best soldiers, to leave the Philippines to assist in the invasion of Java. However, Homa felt he still needed them for mopping up operations. The 48th Division had been commanded on December the 30th to advance and seal off Bataan from anyone attempting to escape. So between January the 2nd and the 4th, American forces scrambled to open a road from San Fernando to Dinalfian, excuse me for mispronouncing that one, which lays at the neck of the peninsula, just as the Southern Luzon force was pushing through to reach Bataan as well. It took an incredible effort to keep this narrow road open, allowing the Southern Luzon force to make it into Bataan safely. An incredible achievement. The 48th Division reached the defensive lines just in front of Bataan, where Homa requested to retain the division for at least an additional month, but he would be denied. Consequently, the 48th was replaced by the 65th Summer Brigade from Formosa, a unit comprising 7,700 men.
Summer Brigade?
Oh, that's why they're called the Summer Brigade. They're mostly older, undertrained, and ill-equipped, frontline, not frontline duty kind of guys. This is like the reserve. This is like the National Guard, basically, kind of troops. Their commander was Lieutenant General Akira Nara, who was very unprepared for the circumstances that he was going to be presented. On the night of January the 5th, Nara led his troops towards the front on foot, with exhausted men struggling after crossing over 184 destroyed bridges. They approached Bataan, now filled with 15,000 Americans and 65,000 Filipino troops. The defenders were
a lot of civilians.
Yes. The defenders faced a catastrophic food situation. Starting on the 5th, MacArthur placed his troops on half rations, but in reality, they received much less than this. His mismanagement of War Plan Orange 3 resulted in severe logistical failures in supplying Bataan. Troops were going to be surviving on about 1,000 to 1,500 calories per day, and this is at the beginning. By the end of the January, they would only have about 11 days worth of meat and fish, 6 days of flour, 4 days of vegetables. Over 50 million bushels of rice stored in central Luzon had not been moved to Bataan due to his blunder. Could have sustained MacArthur's forces for up to 4 years if they somehow could defend. Waywright confided in one Major Chapnell of the 26th Cavalry, saying this quote, "I don't worry about the Japs. I worry about the Chows." So, if you think about it,
Now maybe on its stomach, so
yeah, these American troops are not going to have food, so they're going to be in unhealthy states, more open to getting diseases, and like 80% of them are going to succumb to malaria and other tropical diseases. So yeah, it's not a good situation by any means.
I think Greg, you would attest to that in a lot of your other videos, right? Like the Aleutian Islands campaign, for example, like the state of nutrition the Japs were getting, that ensure that their combat effectiveness is reducing rapidly.
Exactly.
It's the same logic.
Alongside the food and the disease issues, there was another problem, that of resentment. MacArthur ordered larger rations for the American troops in Bataan, and that wouldn't sit very well with the Filipino forces, as you can imagine. One Antonio Aquino, the son of sugar baron Benigno Aquino, risked his life swimming 1.5 miles from Bataan to Corregidor to warn President Quezon of the growing rift between the American and Filipino forces. This is what he reported. "We feel we should have the same rations as the Americans." As you would imagine, Antonio noted that the rift was not only between Americans and Filipinos, but amongst American units. MacArthur had ordered his chief of staff, our brilliant friend General Sutherland, to remove the 4th Marines from general recommendations for presidential unit citations, arguing, "The Marines have had enough glory in World War I."
Just because they're Navy units.
Yeah, MacArthur hated the Navy.
Reason.
Yeah.
To be fair, the Navy also hated him back, so all right. Yeah. It's an equal relation.
So, MacArthur's
they are his greatest enemy.
Yeah. MacArthur's forces dug in with what's going to be called the Abuque-Malbin Line, which cuts across the very northern end of the peninsula, across the flank of the dormant volcano Mount Netib.
MacArthur was receiving clear signals from Washington that he should not expect much in the way of any timely rescue. And he told his troops on January the 15th this quote: "Help is on the way from the United States. Thousands of troops and hundreds of planes are being dispatched. No further retreat is possible. We have more troops in Bataan than the Japanese have thrown against us. Our supplies are ample. A determined defense will defeat the enemy's attack. I call upon every soldier in Bataan to fight in his assigned position, resisting every attack. This is the only road to salvation. If we fight, we will win. If we retreat, we will be destroyed."
I
And
get why he would make such a speech. You got to keep the morale up to you for your men. But
yeah,
oh man,
so MacArthur, who's supposed to be sitting on about 6 months of war provisions for 45,000 men or so in Bataan, he's sitting on about 30 days worth. And I mean, he's going to be rationing the hell out of that. They call the guys who fight in this the battling bastards of Bataan for good reason. It was horrendous, but they did exceedingly well. We're going to be covering the battle for Bataan, which is going to take some time. That's the meat and potatoes of this campaign. That's why I've kind of rushed we're calling this the invasion, but a lot of people would break this into the initial invasions of the coastline, and then the attack on Manila and the retreat to Bataan should have been their own things. But I thought the meat and potatoes is going to be the battle for Bataan, and the next few episodes we're going to look at that. The last episode will be the fall of Corregidor.
I think it's quite evident, right? Because like most of the campaign is focused on the defense of the Bataan Peninsula.
Exactly.
And it was just like kind of, in a way, almost I would say relatively anticlimactic the way the rest of Luzon fell.
Hey guys, this is Craig from the Pacific War Channel. Please don't forget to check out my YouTube membership or my Patreon account over at www.patreon.com/PacificWarChannel, where you can join the ranks and gain access to a hell of a lot of goodies. At the base minimum, you get access to the exclusive monthly podcast, early access to all of my content, voting rights for what subjects I will tackle next, and at higher tiers, I have much more goodies to come. So please click that link and check it out. We're jumping into the meat and potatoes of what is the Battle for Bataan, which is actually, apparently it's supposed to be pronounced Bataan, but my whole life it's been Bataan, so I have to pronounce it like that. I just can't get myself to do it, but I acknowledge that we're mispronouncing it, as the narrator for Kings and Generals was told a few weeks into the series, amongst other things. And I think we're going to start off by pulling up our first map. Okay, let's pull up this guy right here. Is the most well-defined. Garab, you can see it?
Yep. That's
and we're
quite a lot of unit movements.
Yeah, as you can see, this is a pretty complicated one. We're going to start up north, and we're picking off from the last episode. So basically, the last episode was the initial defense of the Philippines, how it kind of just crumbled. They made delaying actions running to what is Bataan, this part of the peninsula. And now they are stuck there, and they have to fight for as long as possible against the enemy. So the defenders who had made it there were supposed to have enough supplies to sustain them for 6 months. But due to our dear friend of the channel, General Douglas MacArthur, and his mishandling of the initiation of War Plan Orange 3, they had about enough supplies for 30 days.
And with more people.
Yeah, and a lot more people. About 27,000 more civilians on top of everything, too. MacArthur's forces were digging in behind what is the Abuque-Malben line. So if you're looking at the map right now, you can see this. Maybe I'm going to have to... Where is it? Go down a little bit. You can see that these top lines over here are the initial defensive lines. So that's the blue, whereas the red is the Japanese, where they're going to be going. And there's actually a few formidable lines. So if you go all the way down here, the second line of defense is the Bagac-Orian line. But we'll get to that soon. But we're over here at the top of the main defensive line. Now, this line cuts across the northern end of the peninsula, as you can see. And it's flanked on either side in the middle by an extinct volcano known as Mount Netib. Now, actually, I am going to share one other map briefly because I think it doesn't look as good, but it gives you an idea of why this feature was important. So if you're looking at this map here, it shows the large mountain range. So up north, it has this big long crest over here is Mount Netib. So basically, it's a complete natural obstacle that forces the Japanese to be diverted to either the right or the left-hand side. And then there's another mountain in the south that does basically the same thing. So this natural defense allows MacArthur and the forces to pretty much put all of their eggs in one basket that's on the right-hand side.
And also, not to mention, you can reduce your front.
Exactly. It's a very important feature. I don't want to use this map because, as everyone can see, it's a little old and not very distinctive. But we're going to go back to my other map here. So this one has all the units. So yeah, that natural feature is going to do a lot of work for them. Now we have General Homa, who's coming into this. He's going to be approaching the mouth of the Bataan Peninsula, marking the beginning of the Battle of Bataan. MacArthur assigned our other dear friend, who gets really screwed in this, Waywright, to command the western half of the Bataan defenses. Following their chaotic and heroic battles over the Aegean Gulf, Wainwright's men were not in any condition for immediate action. Regardless, he was given command of the 1st Corps, which comprised 4 divisions and a regiment of the Philippine Scouts. His defensive line stretched from Maban on the coast to Mount Silanganan, which is a range. Now, it seemed likely that the Japanese would begin their assault from the eastern side, along the coastal highway, a sector that MacArthur assigned to Major General George Parker. Parker was commanding 25,000 men of the 2nd Corps, consisting of 4 divisions, and also a regiment of Philippine Scouts. These units had just escaped from the southern part of the Philippines on Luzon with relative ease, and they were, much more fresh for combat. His defensive line extended from the foothills of Mount Natib all the way to Mabatang on the part of Manila Bay, just in front of Abuque. The eastern coast was terrain-wise really flat and swampy. There's rice paddies and such, little ponds everywhere. And this extends for about 2 miles. Many of the frontline troops were elite Filipino units determined to redeem their earlier poor performance during the fight for the Aegean Gulf. MacArthur's strategy aimed for a defense in depth, taking full advantage of the rugged terrain. He established entrenched defensive positions in the jungles and the mountains. However, a significant oversight on his part was the large gap at the center of the defensive line, that being on Mount Natib. So if we're looking over here, you can see right in the middle, Mount Natib, and it encompasses quite a large area, but it only gets, as steep as you get to the middle part of it. So there are parts that you can kind of cross. And this is a big oversight, actually, for the Allies. He had established entrenched defensive positions in the jungles and mountains, as I said. However, he assumed Mount Natib was impassable. So he made the error of not really putting too much defenses in that area on either side of it. So this forms these gaps, you see. If any Japanese forces managed to traverse said gaps, the consequences would be disastrous to his defensive line. It was actually a scenario reminiscent, if you think back to the Battle for France, so the battle for the Maginot Line, when the French believed their fortifications would repel any attacks, but the Germans circumvented the Maginot Line by going through, the Ardennes Forest, which was deemed impassable, of course.
And the column was detected.
Yep. MacArthur also formed a rear battle position stretching from Bagac to Oriane. So I'm just going to go south here. So you can see this large blue line going back and forth. That's going to be their fallback position. Sorry for moving this so much. And by this stage of the campaign, MacArthur had already lost around 13,000 men, whereas Homa had incurred about 2,000 casualties. However, Homa encountered a significant setback due to a decision made by his own command. As we mentioned in the previous episode, his most elite division, the 48th, had been redirected for the incoming attack on the Dutch East Indies. This maneuver had been interpreted as a miscalculation on part of the Japanese commanders, as they were underestimating the strength of the defenses in Bataan and Corregidor. Yet, it may have also been a tactical choice. The Japanese senior commanders likely believed that they could afford to disregard MacArthur's forces held up in Bataan and, just let them wither on the vine. It's basically a siege situation. The Dutch East Indies, with their vast oil reserves, was the literal strategic objective of pretty much this entire war. So it was much more prudent to go and attack that. So the 48th Division is replaced by the 65th Summer Brigade, a brigade from Formosa, which was basically just like a garrison force of 7,700 men, comprised of older soldiers, pretty under-equipped, pretty unprepared, not front-line of duty guys. And they're about to hit the front lines. So an interesting development occurs in the background. On January the 13th, Emperor Hirohito was closely monitoring the campaign from a war room situated beneath his imperial palace, he made his first direct intervention into the Pacific War's management, urging General Sugiyama, who was at that time the Army Chief of Staff, to reinforce the troops in the Philippines and to expedite the capture of Bataan. A week later, Hirohito reiterated his request for additional reinforcements, although Sugiyama pointed out that with the American forces balled up in Bataan, there really was no immediate danger. Nonetheless, Sugiyama assured the emperor that fresh troops would be sought out. Hirohito followed up again on February the 9th and the 26th, and I just wanted to bring this up to illustrate a point that prior to what a lot of people believe about the emperor, he was very involved into even the day-to-day basis on the war, and he was making decisions. Now, on January the 9th, Japanese forces under Lieutenant General Susumu Moriaka began probing attacks on the eastern end of the Abuke line. This would escalate into heavier fighting. The defenders fought tenaciously, repelling the initial assaults, showcasing remarkable valor, particularly amongst the Filipino troops. However, over on the western Malban line, despite the ferocious counterattacks from the 51st Philippine Division, the Japanese managed to breach the defensive positions. On January the 12th, amidst intense fighting, 2nd Lieutenant Alexander Ninger, a platoon leader in the 57th Infantry, made the ultimate sacrifice, armed only with his rifle and hand grenades, as he charged into the Japanese foxholes, engaging in brutal hand-to-hand combat. And he led his units to reclaim the Abuke Hacienda, a fortified position on the Abuke line, and was posthumously awarded the Medal of Honor for his courageous actions. Now, another outstanding act of valor came from a Filipino soldier named Narcisco Orteliano. During a banzai charge, he used a water-cooled heavy machine gun to fend off dozens of Japanese soldiers after his machine gun jammed. Then he switched to his Colt .45 revolver, and he managed to shoot 5 more attackers. When one tried to bayonet him, he frantically grabbed the soldier's rifle, losing his thumb in the process. But he managed to turn the weapon back on him, and he stabbed him in the chest with said bayonet. Another soldier attempted to bayonet him as well.
That's quite a counterattack.
Yeah, exactly. And he adeptly turned the soldier's rifle back on him, and he shot him dead. Narcisco received the Distinguished Service Cross for his gallant actions, earning him the nickname the Rambo of Bataan. Beginning on January the 5th, MacArthur placed his troops in Bataan on half rations. In reality, they were subsisting on about 1,000 to 1,500 calories per day. By contrast, MacArthur and his contingent on Corregidor Island had far more adequate food supplies, sufficient to sustain 7,000 men for 6 months within the Malinta tunnels that they were hiding in. While life in these tunnels had been safer, it was far from pleasant. On January the 9th, one officer known as Pick Diller noted, "Suddenly the lights went out. The tunnel wall began to shake. Japs were dropping 1,000-pound bombs. The air inside the tunnel pressed against our lungs. More bombs fell, and the detonations reverberated louder in the tunnel than outside. Nurses began mumbling prayers." Afterwards, Diller and the other officers discussed when the expected convoy might arrive, as MacArthur was telling them that, rescue was on the way. One officer named Romulo quietly informed those around him that he had insider knowledge. He said this, "But keep that under your hat." The sentiment was largely due to MacArthur's empty promises about relief forces being on way, despite the fact, as we have already mentioned, Rainbow Plan 5, thankfully, it was a Europe first strategy. There was going to be no rescue effort for the Philippines until late 1944, 1945. On January the 15th.
If I'm not mistaken, they wanted to deploy all the assets to Europe, and it was only folks like Admiral King who were trying to push back, saying if we have idle assets in the European theater, we deploy them in the Pacific.
What's funny is a lot of people hate Admiral King, yet he was one of the guys champion getting, resources to the Pacific. It's very bizarre how authors treated Ernest King. Yeah. On January the 15th, MacArthur addressed his troops. He had this to say: "Help is on the way from the United States. Thousands of troops and hundreds of planes are being dispatched. No further retreat is possible. We have more troops in Bataan than the Japanese have thrown against us. Our supplies are ample. A determined defense will defeat the enemy's attack. I call upon every soldier in Bataan to fight in his assigned position, resisting every attack. This is the only road to salvation. If we fight, we will win. If we retreat, we will be destroyed." So, it's a little saber rattling.
Well, they literally don't have anywhere else to go.
Yeah,
and
it's not as if they have
correct.
a choice.
There are thousands of troops and aircrafts on their way from the United States, just not in his direction.
Yeah. Even President Quezon appeared unaware of the reality of the situation. When it finally dawned on him that the Philippines might be completely abandoned, the furious president and his cabinet demanded, an immediate, he demanded immediate independence from the United States, which he thought, might see his country spared if he declared neutrality, but there was just no chance of that at this point. MacArthur offered some support to Quezon's demands, which were forwarded to Washington, but they were rejected. Disheartened, Quezon was approached by the vice president, Sergio Osmeña, who warned him that if they returned to Manila, Quezon's daughter could be at risk of being raped by Japanese soldiers. Quezon responded, "Compadre, perhaps you are right. I shall think it over." And he never raised the issue of neutrality again. I mean, I think he understood that they were in it no matter what at this point. There was no salvation to be had. Around the same time, MacArthur
I mean,
retrieved...
they are friends, right? Of the Japanese Empire.
Yeah, the Japanese Empire, who's like, hey, you're part of the greater prosperity sphere. And then the leadership in the Philippines is like, we didn't know that.
It almost feels like how ancient Rome considered friends.
Yeah, that's a good way to look at it. Around the same time, MacArthur retrieved an old double-barreled Remington Derringer pistol from his belongings, and he strapped it to his side, telling his naval advisor, Colonel Sidney Huff, "Sid, they will never take me alive." Okay. Man, MacArthur and the dramatics.
Sorry, it's just like pistols and an American general. There's only one answer: Patton.
And again, I've said this multiple times. I shit on MacArthur a lot, but I would never question him being brave or not. He was a brave guy. He definitely did a lot of shit in his day, especially during like World War I. And even during this time, he put himself in harm's way. He would go outside all the time during bombings and stuff. He was undeniably a brave guy. And, I think he would fight to the end if he was put in that situation, but he was not going to be. We'll say that much. I'll also bring up a rather famous instance. Many people who know about the story of the Battle of Bataan probably have heard the infamous Dugout Doug song. And here, I actually have a tab opened with it of the song itself. Here we go. Let's leave it in the background. So, the song's premise was that the forces defending Bataan had recalled only a single instant when MacArthur actually visited the front lines. So, because of this, he had earned amongst them the nickname Dugout Doug, because he was being perceived to spend his entire time hiding in La Malinta tunnels over in Corregidor, while the troops at the front were facing sheer death. However, as I had mentioned, even other historians have written, Corregidor was bombed to shit most of his campaign. And MacArthur would often go outside and expose himself to the enemy bombings, and people said it was to the point of recklessness. So I wouldn't say he wasn't brave. I just think as a commander, I don't know why he chose not to visit the front lines more often. He should have, but...
It's kind of like how General Savage of the Australian Army was.
Yeah.
He went to the front. At least MacArthur is more willing to go to the front than Admiral Gormley.
Yes, definitely. But Admiral, that on a spectrum, Admiral Gormley is never getting out of that office. He's too much paperwork he has to do. But, MacArthur's, promises of relief forces never convinced the American troops. They understood the logistics and the forces that would be needed to rescue Bataan. They knew it was impossible. So they felt that MacArthur was basically trying to deceive them. So as you can see here, if you're watching this on YouTube, it's a jab at MacArthur, this song. Here, I'm just going to pull back up the map from before. There we go. Okay. Now, meanwhile, on the Japanese side, General Nada's underarmed troops, that 65th Summer Brigade, who were intended to garrison the Philippines after everything was done, they had to replace the crack 48th Division, and who had just been redirected to the Dutch East Indies. Now, at the War College, Nara had cautioned against attacking without accurate maps. Although he possessed a roadmap and several large-scale maps, now he lacked a cohesive attack plan. He received orders from the 14th Army that simply stated, pursue the enemy in a column down the highway, over on the eastern side here. And he would be supported by 2 artillery regiments, the 9th and 16th Divisions. Nara had been informed that there would be no more than 25,000 disorganized enemy troops in Bataan. Likely, we're going to just retreat to the small town of Medivales at the first sign of gunfire. They were expected to make a brief stand, to show that they were defending themselves and then try to escape to Corregidor. Nonetheless, Nara requested a preliminary survey to know what he was attacking, because he's a responsible commander. Nara hastily devised a plan, taking only 1 day to organize. Very fast. He instructed his 141st Infantry under Colonel Takeo Emay to advance straight down the coastal highway, while the 9th Division, commanded by his trusted friend Colonel Suzumu Tagichi, was to march down the peninsula towards the slopes of Mount Natib. I just want to make sure I have this over here. So I don't know if you can see my cursors, but you were looking at the northeastern part of the map, and you can see these 2 red lines going down. This is his forces. Now, Nara directed Takichi to cross what was believed to be an impassable mountain, and then to cut back to the coastal highway, effectively surrounding the enemy. After an hour-long artillery bombardment, Emay and the 141st began their advance down the highway, while Takichi and the 9th entered the dense jungle. Emay's forces had scarcely covered 100 yards when the road erupted with thunderous roars. General Parker's 41st and 51st Divisions, along with the elite 57th Philippine Scouts, unleashed a devastating artillery barrage upon them. The defenders, both American and Filipino, were exhibiting unwavering determination to hold them back. For nearly 48 hours, the defenders' artillery decimated Emay's regiment, reducing their strength to about a third. Nara had to replace them with remnants of his reserve units, and, well, his troubles were just beginning. Nara received no communications from Takechi, who should have already crossed Mount Natib and encircled the enemy by that point. It seemed as if the jungle had just swallowed him up. So Nara refrained from reporting this back to Homa or documenting it in his war diary, opting instead to protect his old comrade. Nara's ambitious plan looked like it was collapsing, compelling him to redirect efforts towards rebuilding his defensive lines. By January the 13th, he had repositioned Emay's battered forces westward to fill in the gap created by Takechi's absence. Then he resumed probing attacks to identify weaknesses along the Apake line. Now, on that same day, Quezon had sent a radiogram to Roosevelt through MacArthur expressing dissatisfaction with the president's failure to fulfill his pledge to send aid to the Philippines, which, I mean, come on, I don't know what FDR could possibly do at this point. He urged FDR to direct the full force of the U.S. military power against the Japanese immediately. His indignation was conveyed in a note to MacArthur, which stated this: "Has it already been decided in Washington that the Philippine front holds no significance for the final results of the war, and therefore no help can be expected here in the immediate future, or at least until our capacity to resist is fully exhausted? If so, I need to know, as I have a responsibility to my countrymen. I wish to determine whether it's justifiable to allow these men to be killed when their bloody may be shed unnecessarily for the ultimate outcome of the war. It appears Washington does not fully grasp our situation or the feelings of neglect regarding our safety and welfare that are brewing amongst our people here." To this, MacArthur reiterated his earlier statements, such as the ones on January the 15th, promising that U.S. aid was on its way indeed, although he was just lying. The Filipino troops, however...
I guess I'm pretty sure he was not aware of the conferences that are going on between the British and American High Command.
I mean, he doesn't need to be made aware because he's been part of the war planning for a long time at this point. So he knew full well what was going down. He was just lying. And he wasn't pulling the wool over the eyes of the American soldiers, but the Filipino troops found some inspiration and, maybe some belief that there was salvation to be had. On the morning of January the 16th, the 51st Philippine Division launched a counterattack, and they were so eager that one regiment outpaced the flanking units. This presented Colonel Emay with an opportunity that he needed. He launched an attack on the eastern end of the bulge formed by the Filipino defenders. Simultaneously, Colonel Takichi's lost regiment suddenly emerged from the jungle slopes, striking from the opposite side of the bulge. Caught in a vice, the Filipino defenders were overwhelmed and they collapsed by noon, leaving a 2-mile gap in the Abuque line. Now, later in the afternoon, Takechi was very exhausted after his trek through the jungle. Found with his uniform in complete tatters, reported to Nara about how his force had become hopelessly lost while attempting to navigate around Mount Natib. Nara ordered him to shift into the reserves, attempting to support his friend again by providing him rest and recovery. Takechi saluted and without delay led his forces back into the jungle, viewing Nara's suggestion as punishment for losing his way. So he was determined to take his men over Mount Natib or die trying. Very Japanese. Pretty stereotypical.
I was like, all right, you guys, it's fine. I understand you had a hard time. Just go recover. They're like, nope, we're going to fight
Yeah.
and die.
And on the opposite side of Mount Natib, towards the South China Sea, the terrain was impenetrable, so much so that Homa had struggled to mount a meaningful offensive there. Yet late on January the 16th, 5,000 Japanese troops under Major General Naoki Kimura, positioned opposite a Wainwright's defensive line, discovered that the U.S. defenses reached only halfway up the western slope of Mount Silaganan. This is about 2 miles west of Mount Natib. Just trying to see on our map, does it show? Doesn't really show it, but you just have to imagine it's a little bit further to the west there.
So it's kind of like, I guess, closer to where it's written Bataan Peak.
Yeah, exactly. Kimura resolved to achieve what Takeshi had failed to do, approaching the western flank. He dispatched Lieutenant Colonel Hiroshi Nakanishi with 700 infantry to secretly maneuver around Wainwright's right flank and then turf sharply west. It went all according to plan. If it all went according to plan, they could reach the South China Sea, thereby cutting off Wainwright. By January the 16th, the 122nd Regiment moved south towards Marong, where their advance was halted by the 26th Cavalry Regiment, largely composed of Philippine scouts. One Lieutenant Edwin P. Ramsey eagerly joined the 26th Cavalry Regiment in the Philippines back in 1941, and he recalled, "I didn't even know where it was, except that it was a warm country, tropical, that they had a good polo team over there." Sounds like the average soldier. On January the 16th, Lieutenant Ramsey ordered the last cavalry charge in American history at the village of Marong. Despite being heavily outnumbered, outmatched by infantry supported by tanks, the cavalry charge surprised the Japanese, causing them to break and flee. Ramsey and his men maintained their position under fire for about 5 hours until reinforcements arrived. For his bravery, Ramsey received a Silver Star and a Purple Heart. Despite the success of the cavalry charge, General Wainwright had no option but to withdraw his forces on the 17th. As he noted, due to a lack of food, they would end up butchering their mounts to survive, converting them into 2 squadrons, one motorized rifle squadron and one mechanized squadron. Now, back over in the east on the Abuke line, MacArthur dispatched the Philippine Division and his remaining reserves to plug the gap caused by the 51st Division's blunder. If this position fell, the entire main battle line would collapse in an instant. And I think at this point I'm just going to slightly go a bit down on the map. There we go. The 51st Philippine Division launched a counterattack, but in their eagerness, many troops advanced far ahead of their supporting units, creating vulnerabilities on their flanks. Colonel Emay capitalized on this opportunity, breaking through and creating a 2-mile gap, and that's in the Salian River Valley, which is part of the Abuke line. Now, in response to the devastation of the 51st Division, General MacArthur was forced to deploy his last Philippine reserves to try and halt the Japanese advance before it was too late. As they moved towards the Salian River Valley, the 21st Division managed to rush to the scene and repel the invaders before they could gain a foothold. Meanwhile, to the west, another Japanese force, the 65th Division under General Nara, comprised of understrength troops intended for just garrison duties, penetrated the Abuke line, advancing into what is known as the Abu Abu Valley. I want to see, is that on this map? Yeah, the Abu Abu Valley is right there. Okay. Though the Philippine scouts attempted to halt their progress, the 65th Division soon received reinforcements from the Japanese 9th Regiment. Eventually, General Parker's efforts to deploy parts of the 12th, 51st, and 31st Divisions began to pay off, as a series of attacks and counterattacks helped stabilize the front somewhat. However, holding back the enemy was one thing. Successfully repulsing them was quite another. After evaluating the deteriorating conditions along the line, Lieutenant General Sutherland recommended a withdrawal to the Bagak-Orian line, which stretches between the towns of Bagak and Orian. So if we're going back to this map, we're just going to go a little bit south. You can see the definitive blue line. And here is going to be, again, kind of the meat and potatoes of the Battle of Bataan is this line right here. It's going to stand pretty long. So this brings us to what is called the Battle of the Bagak-Orian line. The withdrawal came just in time, as one of Major General Nakioka Kimura's detachments managed to outflank General Wainwright's western lines along the slopes of Mount Natib. Wainwright attempted a personal tank assault to breach the Japanese road blockade, but he was unsuccessful. By the 21st, the Maban line had been breached, and Waywright's 1st Division found itself rapidly being encircled. Consequently, he and his men were forced to abandon their vehicles and artillery pieces, retreating south via the beach. The Maban line was left behind, and a general retreat began southwards. Meanwhile, MacArthur started sending some messages to Washington regarding the defeats and the withdrawals, characterizing them as a coordinated amount of maneuvers. He stated, "Under the cover of darkness, I broke contact with the enemy, and without a loss of a man or an ounce of material, I am now firmly established on my main battle position. The execution of the movement would have done credit to the best troops in the world."
So great propaganda from the PR team.
Yeah, it's basically like what looks like a loss of my 1st defensive line is actually, I planned this all along, of course. But, generals will be generals. And at the same time, an intelligence officer of the 16th Naval District, Lieutenant Commander Cheek, sent a different report to Washington, and this is what it said. "Panic spread through the 53rd Regiment and even to the reserve 52nd Regiment, a mile behind the front. Machine guns, rifles, ammunition, and equipment were abandoned, with some turning their weapons on the disorganized 51st Division." So we got 2 very different reports coming in.
I'm pretty sure this is just going to fuel MacArthur's distrust of the United States Navy.
Yeah, the Navy is his real enemy. Despite MacArthur's, we'll call it optimistic narrative, Commander Cheek met with the U.S. Army colonel, confirming that about 40% of the Philippine Army divisions had been lost to desertion at this point. Many had abandoned artillery pieces, scores of machine guns, thousands of rifles, vast amounts of munitions and supplies, which they didn't have a lot of, by the way. For the retreating soldiers, chaos did reign. Thousands were separated from their units, and they arrived haphazardly behind the new defensive lines. Fortunately, there was little activity from the enemy in terms of aircraft, which could have really done a lot of damage to them as they were all exposed running across the roads. By January the 26th, all the forces were safely positioned behind pillboxes, trenches, and bunkers along the Bagak-Orian line, with supplies effectively being resupplied via footpaths through the jungle. Both American and Filipino forces were acutely aware that they retreated into a peninsula that might become their tomb. Now, just to reiterate, MacArthur's insistence on stopping the invaders at the beaches back at the beginning of this cost them valuable time. In the rushed efforts to enact War Plan Orange 3, the Army had failed to transport all the available ammunition, your medical supplies, all your food, war materials to Bataan. They were already on half rations. And those witnessing the retreat described their comrades as, quote, "the walking dead, unwashed and unshaven for 9 days, with gaunt faces blank." They were now in the same precarious position as before, further south, with both the eastern and western flanks separated by Mount Natib. It's like kind of rinse and repeat. Wainwright would command the western sector again, while Parker retained command of the eastern sector. The troops resisting in their foxholes and dugouts thanked their lucky stars that they had survived the intense retreat from the Abucay-Maban lines. They probably should have held it longer, though. Lieutenant General G. Lee of the Philippine Division composed a poem about the withdrawal. And it goes something like this. "Saved for another day, saved for hunger and wounds and heat, for slow exhaustion and grim retreat, for a wasted hope and sure defeat." It's pretty dark and gloomy to write that while defending, but yeah. Some of the Japanese forces were also in quite a difficult position. Nara's 65th Summer Brigade, again supposed to be just garrison units, suffered over 2,000 casualties, and the survivors were quite exhausted, pretty shell-shocked from their first taste of real battle. Now, before we continue, I do have another map, but I think I'm going to leave it for a while. It's not as well detailed as this one. This one simply is one of the best maps I found. On the night of January the 22nd, Generals Wainwright and Parker initiated a hazardous withdrawal from the Abucay-Maban lines, as we described. Meanwhile, Douglas MacArthur was trying to assure Washington, that everything was hunky-dory, but it wasn't. It was anything but. Just to give you an idea, some sailors during this were asking when being handed weapons, "Hey, Sarge, how do you get bullets into these things?" Basically, the Navy men were being thrown onto the front lines, and it's actually a funny part about this. Some of the untrained sailors, when they were given guns, because of their lack of appropriate uniforms, they took coffee and they rubbed it against to kind of like blacken it up a bit, because it wouldn't make much sense to be out in white. But so now sailors are getting thrown onto the front lines.
Honestly, it just kind of sounds like how the Russian Second Pacific Squadron sailors were in their training.
Yeah. So after about just 4 days, a new defensive line was, of course, established between the coastal towns of Orion and Bagak. On the 26th, the line was, fully in preparation, had all the things they needed: the fill boxes, trenches, resupply routes that go through the jungles. And, the men were ready to face the Japanese again. Now, General Naro's 65th Brigade advanced eastward, and General Kimura's forces moved along the western flank. However, General Homa had a hidden advantage. He planned an amphibious landing to bypass the defensive lines. Barge landings on the rugged western coast, well behind the Begak-Orion line, aimed to capture the southern naval base at Marivel, effectively cutting supplies from Corregidor. So if we're going over here to the line, you can look up all the way on the western side. You can see these amphibious landings coming over here. And we're going to get to that in a little bit. Now, over the next 2 weeks, 5 separate landings would be attempted. The first one took place on the evening of January the 22nd, with landing craft departing from Morong, heading towards Kaibobo Point, just south of Bagak. I'm trying to see if that... Yeah, okay, that's on the map. Good. Homa may have acted a little prematurely. Lieutenant General Masami Maeda, Homa's chief of staff, cautioned that if MacArthur discovered any of these landings, he could potentially break through the Japanese lines. Maeda recommended they simply blockade Bataan while the rest of the archipelago was occupied, reasoning that by that time MacArthur's men would have probably been starved out and they would be ready to surrender. While Maeda presented a compelling case, Homa deemed this unacceptable to, forego what could be a faster victory. To Homa, Tokyo could not allow such a perceived loss of face. Nevertheless, to execute the plans, Homa swallowed his pride.
But if I'm not mistaken, he's already lost a lot of face to Tokyo.
Oh yeah, he's being dramatically shit on. He's taking too long in their view because they had a strict timetable, but they also took away the units he needed to do the job, which is kind of sad. And no one likes him in Tokyo. And I think in the previous episode I mentioned he was called, or his nickname was the Poet General. He was, I don't know what you want to call him, an Anglophile. He liked Anglos, and he had a lot of experience overseas, and he was seen to be a little bit too gentle.
Too nice.
Yeah, he wanted to fight a gentleman's war, and this was not happening. Like, none of the Japanese commanders wanted to fight a gentleman's war in the Pacific. It was not like that.
I think you're probably aware, Craig, but maybe for the audience, quite a few of his command staff were under the influence of how you call the most hated man of World War II.
Yep.
Suji Masanobu.
Yeah. It's surprising how a guy who wasn't a very high-ranking figure had such a massive impact on the overall war. Like, yeah, he's a terrible human being. And yeah, Homa, much like General Yamashita, but I think more so because General Yamashita, I would say he wasn't guilty of a lot of things that he did, but he was a cutthroat. He was a brutal guy too.
He was, but I guess maybe at least Yamashita was already very well known in comparison to General.
Yes. And Yamashita was hated for a completely different reason. He went against Tojo. So Tojo basically used the entire Tosa faction to just shit on him. That's actually something I'm writing about right now too in the background. So interesting. Politics in the Japanese military this time is very interesting stuff.
I mean, I'll just say this. Both technically commanded armies at this time, but Yamashita at least would get an area army by the end of the war.
Yeah. Yamashita got dealt a bad hand of cards at the end, though. It's funny. He was like the guy that everyone hated, yet he was given like one of the most important missions. But yeah. A telegram actually arrived to Homa from Tokyo, prompting some tears to fill in his eyes as he read it. Tojo expressed disappointment. Victories have been recorded throughout the war in all of the other theaters, except for the Philippines. Homa apparently fainted upon reading this news, and he had to be carried out of the room. And I would believe that quote, he was known to be pretty... I mean, he was a drama guy, too. He did drama, but he was a pretty emotional guy. Now, back on Corregidor, President Quezon listened furiously to Roosevelt on the radio, who stated that thousands of aircraft would soon be dispatched to the battlefield, Europe. That must have really sucked.
It's kind of like saying I'm dispatching the battle like assets, but how you have the investment documents with the asterisks that terms and conditions apply.
Yeah,
It's pretty
exactly.
much that.
Quezon actually was seen to exclaim, "For 30 years I have worked and hoped for my people. Now they burn and die for a flag that could not protect them. Por Dios y a todos los santos." I apologize for my Spanish. "I cannot stand this constant reference to England, to Europe. Where are the planes this civigenza," scoundrel in English, "is boasting about? How American is this writhe in anguish for a distant cousin while a daughter is being raped in the back room?" That's a big quote. Jeez. Yeah. Quezon, he summoned his cabinet and he expressed his intention to request from Roosevelt that the Philippines become independent again, allowing, for neutrality and leaving the Americas. But again, as we discussed, this was not going to do anything. The Japanese were.
It's past the point that it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, and MacArthur, he was in a rock and hard place because he's very good personal friends with Quezon, and he's kind of trying to defend him as well. And he sends his own requests, to Washington, but FDR, rejects a lot of these requests and says, we can't possibly do this. So yeah, it's not looking good, to say the least. But at one point, in kind of a masterful diplomatic move, he writes to Quezon, "So long as the flag of the United States flies on Filipino soil, it will be defended by our own men to the death. Whatever happens to the present American garrison, we shall not relax our efforts until the forces which are now marshaling outside the Philippines return to the Philippines and drive out the last remnants of the invaders from your soil." So FDR is trying to, put a little saving grace on this. And apparently Quezon was a little bit overwhelmed by the words, and, he swore to himself that he would stand by America regardless of the consequences for his people or himself. And I mean, he doesn't really have a choice. The Japanese are going to conquer the Philippines, and it's going to be brutal. Absolutely brutal on the Filipino people. It's a horrible time for them. And mind you, I'm going to just say this for anybody who's, a Filipino member of the audience. Let's acknowledge the Americans were also very bad to the Filipino people well before this. I think the Japanese were worse, but, it's not good for them nonetheless. But this account comes from, I have some notes here from a book it's an older one. It's a little bit it's pretty famous. It's The Rising Sun by John Toland. It's a staple amongst Pacific War literature, where he followed up a message that went to MacArthur. "The duty and necessity of resisting the Japanese aggression to the last transcends in importance any other obligation now facing us in the Philippines. I particularly request that you proceed rapidly to the organization of your forces and your defenses to make your resistance as effective as circumstances will permit and as prolonged as humanly possible." So MacArthur's been given some pretty bombastic orders. The Philippines is basically a lost cause, and MacArthur is now he's being seen as a symbol of resistance, because you have to most of the places where Americans are in the Pacific are already defeated. We're looking at places like Wake, Guam and such, but MacArthur's still in the fight, and this is the only real fight that's going on right now between America and Japan.
And
So
I guess this, since it's also reaching the time where APTACOM was formed among land force generals, he's literally by rank the senior most active, right?
yeah, after him is De Potten over in the Dutch East Indies, who's about to get the shit kicked out of him. But yeah, it's MacArthur for now, and MacArthur is the only face of the American military in the Pacific at that time. And this is another reason, alongside this council he's made to do press releases for him, that it bombasts him to be like the face of the Pacific War in many ways. Kind of just got thrusted upon him in many ways. MacArthur actually responded to FDR of this quote: "I have not the slightest intention in the world of surrendering or capitulating the Philippine element of my command. There has never been the slightest wavering amongst the troops." So, in the typical fashion, he's exaggerating. The reality is that his men are riddled with dysentery and malaria. They're starving on half rations. Some of them don't have proper uniforms, like the sailors. And they're still there holding the line. So they're earning the nickname they get, which is the Battling Bastards of Bataan. Unfortunately, as we had mentioned just a bit previously before this, the Japanese are now going to be conducting some amphibious assaults. And things are going to change. They are going to... It's not going to go as well for the Japanese, but yeah, it's going to be pretty fun. So on the morning of January the 23rd, 300 Japanese soldiers landed, began advancing towards what is known as Logoshokan Point. Now, if you look at the map, sorry, I have to pull up the map down here. They landed far too south of where they were supposed to be. So we're looking at what it says Luzon Point and Quinanin Point. Get my notes back. Despite their best efforts, the Japanese maintained their beachhead firmly under intense artillery and mortar bombardment. As soon as they landed, they were attacked by the coffee-stained sailors I had mentioned and some Marine commanders that were hastily put together with a few soldiers. Meanwhile, the defenders were striving to eject the Japanese from the Logoscoan Point. 600 more Japanese successfully infiltrated the Quinanin Point. That's just about 7 miles to its north. A stalemate soon ensued between the Japanese and the mismatched force of 550 defenders, comprised of Air Force Pursuit Squadron guys, interceptor commanders, some Filipino constabulary, so it's policemen, and sailors. Given the circumstances, it was not surprising that progress in dislodging the Japanese infiltrators was quite minimal. By the night of January the 26th, Kimura sent a reserve battalion for Olongapow to bolster their numbers. However, rough seas and possibly some really bad weather caused their landing crafts to veer off course, depositing them even further off Quinanin Point at a place called Anyasan Point. Just want to see, is it on the map? No, it's between Kabobo Point and Quinanin Point, though, is where they were landing. So these guys are not supposed to be landed here. This is kind of a catastrophe for the Japanese, but it's also a big surprise for the Allies, as they're just throwing whoever's nearest to try and fight these guys off. No.
So it's just confusion and demoralization for both in a way.
Yeah, and this begins what is known as the Battle of the Points. Homa decided to appoint Lieutenant General Miroka Suzumu to launch an offensive against Wainwright's western sector. He assigned him 2 battalions and an engineer regiment. Miroka's men began a series of night attacks along the Oriembagak line. Maybe I'll just a little bit further north in the map here. And when I'm referring to night attacks, it's pretty harrowing stuff. So you got to imagine yourself as a Filipino-American defender. You're in a foxhole. It's the dead of night, and you just hear some rustling in the bushes. Do you call out something like, "Hey, who's there?" Perhaps, a code word? What happens if you receive an English response? Could be a Japanese guy who's just speaking English to you, and he all of a sudden jumps into your foxhole.
That environment, right? Like you've already been under stress, fewer rations.
Oh yeah,
it's and not to mention you literally retreated like hundreds of kilometers in the past few weeks and months.
Yeah,
it's not really going to be a pleasant experience.
Yeah, so you have to imagine you're in your foxhole, you're expecting a buddy to come over, and it's a Japanese guy with a bayonet, and he's about to stab you. So during these night assaults, a lot of friendly fire incidents occur. If anyone's seen the famous HBO series The Pacific, it's just like the Guadalcanal scenes you see in that one. After about 3 days of these nightly engagements, a few incursions yielded some successes for the Japanese. A breach in the defensive line established itself in 2 locations, but fortunately the defenders managed to bog down further Japanese advances, creating stalemates. On the 29th, the Philippine scouts, supported by some tanks, successfully dislodged the Japanese from Logoscoan Point. So again, that's the one that's indicated as Luzon Point. Although the 2 other points remained under Japanese control, Marivels could breathe a little easier, because they didn't arrive in Marivels. They screwed this up immensely. Now, at Logoscoan Point, the sailors and Marines probed the Japanese beachhead, but their disorganization yielded no results. Lieutenant William Hogabum, who commanded forces there, reported this: "We could not hope to continue the attack or even hold our ground, with the troops at our disposal." Following their probing attacks on the 26th, Hogabum and his men were ordered to dig in and prepare for another offensive. MacArthur then sent the 2nd Battalion of the 88th Field Artillery from the Philippine Scouts, who had been withdrawing from the old Abuque line, to target the western coast and help dislodge the Japanese from the points. One battery targeted Logoscoan, while another hit Quinanin. When reports indicated that the Japanese were sending additional landing reinforcements, MacArthur ordered Wainwright on the 27th to clear the points as soon as possible. Consequently, Wainwright dispatched troops from the 57th Infantry to Logoscoan and from the 45th to Quenan. Meanwhile, back in Corregidor, the crew of Battery Geary, armed with 8 12-inch motors, received orders to bombard Logoscoan at midnight. They would fire about 670-pound land-attacking projectiles at a range of 12,000 yards. One Japanese soldier who was involved had this to say: "We were terrified. We could not see where the big shells or the bombs were coming from. They seemed to be falling from the sky. Before I was wounded, my head was spinning. Did not know what to do. Some of my companions jumped off the cliff to try and escape the terrible fire. The bombardment was devastating. An observer on Mount Picot noted that the fires at Lagoscoan Point were so intense that they could no longer see the target. Despite this, aerial support and defenders attacking on the Japanese beachhead, it still all failed. But Wainwright's reinforcements soon arrived to the scene. The following day, they targeted Lagoscoan Point with heavy guns from Corregidor, in addition to even more motors, launching an hour-long barrage. And although the defenders attacked once more, they initially met with limited success. However, as additional forces from the 57th Infantry arrived, they began to reclaim ground, and by nightfall, 2/3 of Lagoscoan Point had been secured. It would, however, take several more days and assistance of armored vehicles to attack and finally clear out the Japanese from the position. About 300 Japanese soldiers were killed, while the Allies would suffer 22 deaths and 66 wounded. Honestly, a colossal failure on Homa's part. This was a really stupid amphibious assault, and it goes to show the Japanese were not proficient at amphibious assaults.
And most of their amphibious assaults just hoping you hop onto a barge and just land on the beach with surprise.
Yeah, little to no other thoughts. They never had time to specialize, never had time to really train for it. Now, while the Logoscoan Point was, successfully cleared, battle would continue, 7 miles away at Quenan. By the 27th, a stalemate had developed between the 600 Japanese and the 550 assembled defenders there. On the 28th, Wainwright's reinforcements, about 500 men, arrived, and they quickly took action, but they found themselves digging in once again amidst another stalemate. Several days of continuous probing were limited, only gradually pushing the Japanese further towards the sea at a severe cost. They were losing about 50% casualties. Facing this dire situation, MacArthur deployed the 192nd Tank Battalion from the west coast, and within 2 hours, a platoon comprising 3 tanks emerged. Upon encountering the disorganized defenders, Captain Dice reported this. Excuse me. "We found that the scouts had occupied 50 yards more of high jungle above the bay, at a terrible cost to themselves. Their casualties had run about 50%. The sight and stench of death was everywhere." The attack continued, forcing the Japanese into a 100 by 50 yard area on the edge of a cliff. Not fun for the Japanese, I'd say. As the assault pressed on, Japanese soldiers began to tear off their own uniforms and leap off the cliff, while others attempted to climb down. Yet even then, they were not finished. Some managed to find refuge in some caves within the cliff, and it would take an Allied gunboat to come over and shell these caves before some engineers using ropes would put explosives into the entrances and blow them up. So, it would take until apparently February the 8th to eliminate all of them. Meanwhile, back over at the Orient-Bagak line, General Douglas 65th Summer Brigade grew weary from the ongoing fighting, but they persisted in attempts to penetrate the eastern sector of the line. Just want to make sure my map, it's in a good position right now. Each assault ended in failure, compounded by unsuccessful landings on the western coast. Overall, Homa had lost 2 infantry battalions, and he could not afford to lose more. To the west, General Miroka commanded the 16th Division, and he received orders to target Wainwright's 1st Corps on the 26th. Similar to the previous actions at the Abuke line, the Japanese began
Would you say by this point, Homa's career is practically over?
Oh, yeah. His career was over, I'd say about a week into the Battle of Bataan.
Fair enough.
Yeah, his superiors were going to get rid of him. But, like in any, if you look at the military situation in North Africa during that campaign, it was kind of like with the British. They would see what commanders were aggressive, did well, what commanders were lame ducks, shuffle them to another place, right? They would probably be like, Homa, you're going to go to Manchuria or something.
You mean like a certain General Neil Ritchie?
Exactly.
I get it. And I think one thing I found very interesting is a lot of issues in high command never even employ the dimension of military competence. It's just your personal likes and dislikes that make the decision.
For the Axis, yes. For the Allies, not so much. Although,
Uh,
for the British,
okay,
yeah,
let's just
maybe.
put it like this: between the British and Americans, any friction that was tossed up wasn't really due to different nationalities or anything. It was just like the guys just did not like each other.
Yeah, that's true. So yeah, things aren't going too well for Homa. The 1st Division, having lost substantial equipment and remaining disorganized from the retreat, was still in the midst of preparing its defenses when all of a sudden they were attacked by Colonel Yoshioka's 20th Infantry. His men seized a formidable position that would allow them to push into the Allied line throughout the night. Before long, Yoshioka's 2,000 soldiers had split into 2 groups. One company took up a position on a hill 400 yards beyond the Allied defensive line, which became known as the Little Pocket. And at this point, because we're entering a new battle, I just want to bring up a new map. I'll keep it this size for now. So yeah, known as Little Pocket. The other company moved east along Trail 7, going further south, nearly a mile behind the Allied defensive positions, establishing a site that could block the north-south traffic along Trails 7 and 5, which would hinder the Allied troop movements. This one was dubbed the Big Pocket. Thus began what was known as the Battle of the Pockets. The Allies had no way of knowing the size of the Japanese forces within the Big Pocket. Consequently, Colonel Townsend dispatched 2 reserve companies from the 11th Infantry on January the 29th to clear the area, quickly discovering that the Japanese presence was not insignificant. Townsend immediately called for reinforcements. Soon, the 1st Battalion of the 45th Infantry arrived and they attacked the Japanese from the south, while the 11th Infantry targeted them from the north. Despite their efforts, the Japanese held firm. They dug in, while the Allied artillery failed to dislodge the defenders within the Big Pocket. Both the small and big pockets were encircled and they were cut off from supplies, leaving the Japanese troops in quite a dire situation. General Morioka attempted to do airdrop supplies, but didn't really do well. The parachute pack simply fell into the hands of the starving Filipino and American soldiers, which is ironic given that this is usually the other way around, where the Japanese are scrambling to steal parachute supplies. Morioka realized he needed to break through the defensive lines to reach the pockets and save his trapped men. By February the 6th, Morioka received reinforcements, and these were 2 battalions from Manila. Armed with this additional strength, he launched an attack shortly after midnight. His forces advanced down Trail 7, overrunning a platoon of the 11th Infantry, killing about 18 of the 29 men in their foxholes. It seemed like he was gaining ground, and he pushed further south, but the 11th Infantry quickly reorganized themselves, and they contained him, halting the Japanese advance just 800 yards from the Big Pocket. While Morioka attempted to intensify his efforts to reach the pockets, Wainwright began deploying additional forces against the Japanese. On February the 2nd, he attempted to utilize tanks for the assault on the pockets, but he lost a tank in the process and made little progress against the Big Pocket. The following day, similar results with additional tank losses. It was also on this day that Lieutenant Willibald Bianchi, leading a platoon against 2 Japanese machine gun positions, sustained a wound to his left hand. Refusing medical attention, he continued firing his pistol before throwing a grenade that took out one of the machine guns, earning him 2 bullets in his chest for his bravery. After that, he climbed on top of a damaged tank and he fired its anti-aircraft gun into the enemy position, only to be knocked back by the recoil. Bianchi survived the ordeal, ended up in a hospital for a month, and then he would later return to his unit, being awarded the Medal of Honor for his heroism. And it is rare to survive getting a Medal of Honor. Yeah.
I think like the only famous recipient I know of the Medal of Honor that survived also was Mitchell Page.
Yeah.
From Guadalcanal.
By the way, if anyone's interested in Medal of Honors, I did a whole documentary with Dave Holland talking about all the medals of honor earned on Guadalcanal, excluding the Air Forces. I think we covered all the Navy ones too. We did all the ground forces for sure, both Army and Marines. Very interesting episode, and Dave knows all the locations of where these were earned. He walks on Guadalcanal himself to do so. Now, by the morning of February the 8th, the forces were closing in, and they discovered only Japanese corpses and discarded equipment. It appeared that the Japanese had actually escaped during the night. Unfortunately, for the escapees from the Little Pocket, they ran directly into Allied forces positioned in a horseshoe formation. They were given the opportunity to surrender, but they responded with gunfire, leading to their annihilation. With the Little Pocket cleared, General Jones concentrated all of his forces on the Big Pocket. Learning of the Little Pocket's fall, Yoshioka prepared a breakaway strategy for the Big Pocket. Jones' forces began to tighten their encirclement, while Yoshioka's men desperately sought the weakest point in the blockade. Eventually, to the northeast of the encirclement lay dense jungle, where Yoshioka's troops had been subsisting on horse flesh and tree sap for many days. They're half starved and suffering from weeks of continuous combat before they would make their breakthrough. About 100 of Yoshioka's soldiers were wounded and in need of assistance, however. By February the 11th, Filipino forces had successfully pushed into the Big Pocket. General Jones later would reflect, "It was quite obvious that the end was in sight." The Allies were still unaware that Yoshioka's men had commenced a withdrawal northward, where openings in the defenses might allow them to escape. On that same day, General Jones suffered from dysentery, and he had to be evacuated. Colonel MacDonald, his chief of staff, took command until General Broder assumed leadership on the 12th. However, by then the fighting was nearing its conclusion, and hundreds of Japanese were found dead inside the Big Pocket. By the morning of February the 15th, Yoshioka and 377 of his men managed to break through the Allied defensive line, making their way back over to the Japanese forces within 4 days. Oma, having missed his 50-day campaign target, saw 3 battalions effectively annihilated. He was humiliated, and he would be forced to order a retreat several miles further back on February the 22nd. To add insult to injury, Homa had to request reinforcements from Tokyo. It seemed that the battling bastards of Bataan had dealt the Empire of Japan a bloody nose. And that's actually here that I think I'd like to stop the episode, because it would be far too long to go through what is the rest of it and the end of the Battle of Bataan.
Not to mention, we might also want to consider the assault on Corregidor, or would that be also a separate episode?
Because I want to include the Death March, because you have to include the Death March.
Probably we are looking at 2 more episodes for the series.
Yeah, it's probably going to be 2 more, because we are going to be covering Corregidor in depth, because no one talks about the assault on Corregidor. It always seems to be, oh, they reached the end of Bataan, and yeah, Corregidor, it was like the next day it was gone. It's not really what happened. There was a defense at Corregidor, and I think it should be covered. Hey guys, this is Craig from the Pacific War Channel. Please don't forget to check out my YouTube membership or my Patreon account over at www.patreon.com/pacificwarchannel, where you can join the ranks and gain access to a hell of a lot of goodies. At the base minimum, you get access to the exclusive monthly podcast, early access to all of my content, voting rights for what subjects I will tackle next, and at higher tiers, I have much more goodies to come. So please click that link and check it out. Alright, here we go. So, to catch everybody up, if you're just coming into this and you don't remember the last episode, we're entering February of 1942, and the defenders of Bataan have been pushed back to the Arian-Bagan line. Now, the defenders of this line had managed to hold their ground after, repeated attacks, but malaria and dysentery is running rampant amongst the troops, and, by the battle's end of Bataan, the supply of quinine pills would be completely exhausted. These are pills to help with the symptoms of malaria, by the way. Over 10,000 American soldiers find themselves confined to field hospitals. Food rations are dwindling to about 50%, leading to the slaughter of the 26th Cavalry's horses for sustenance. The same unit that would perform the last cavalry charge of World War II for the Americans. And I think it's the last American cavalry charge.
Yeah, I was just going to add, and say, as we iterated in the previous episodes, Bataan was supposed to be a holdout for about 50,000 soldiers and people at most, with 6 months of supplies, if properly executed per the established war plans. And unfortunately, in the chaos, not enough supplies was brought over. I think it's including the non-combatants here. It was almost 100,000 American and Philippine personnel on the peninsula.
Yeah,
the supply situation was really dire.
Yeah, 3 to 5 times the population they thought they'd be having within the area, and a dramatic reduction of the supplies that they were supposed to have. So it's a very dire. It was a dire situation from the very beginning, and it was one that could have been avoided. But you can watch episode 1 to learn about that. The Japanese forces, they're facing kind of similar hardships. General Homa, who's a very emotional commander, is in quite a lot of despair because his amphibious assaults that led to the Battle of the Points resulted in significant losses for the Japanese units. It was quite humiliating, honestly, and it's kind of this repeating thing with him and his command. A breakthrough in the Orient
And not to
Bagan line.
mention, he was not really liked by Imperial Army High Command.
Mhm.
And a certain very famous person that you dislike, Mr. Suji Masanobu.
Yes. He's
But
involved
because I
here,
think,
yes.
yeah, if I'm not mistaken, Amma, I think midway when they entered the Bataan Peninsula at the start of this campaign on this here, right after he secured the main island of Luzon, or rather, what was left of it. Sorry, the majority of it. He realized his casualties were too much, and he actually had to request reinforcements, which really annoyed the Southern Army Command because the entire series of operations across uh, the Dutch East Indies, Malaysia, Singapore, Hong Kong, and the Philippines was supposed to not go beyond 12 divisions, I think.
Yeah. Out of 53 total divisions at the end of 1941, they had 12 or 13, depending. I think it was actually a total of 13 divisions left to do the entire Asia Pacific onslaught for the 6 months there. And he was delaying the time schedule, which was not okay because this was a very complex, unbelievable like invasion operation across
It was
multiple
multiple
theaters.
operations, yeah.
It's insane.
And each operation is like several divisions except Hong Kong, which was just operated by one division. And
Yeah, Hong Kong was
ultimately,
pretty
all of
small
them,
then, yeah.
and ultimately they all had to get to the Dutch East Indies because that was the key objective. It wasn't Singapore, it wasn't Malaysia, it wasn't the Philippines. It was the Dutch
You know
East
that,
Indies, or what we know
now
as
that you bring
Indonesia
it
today.
up, you know what? After this one, I think we're going to do Hong Kong. It's been a while since I've done the Hong Kong campaign, and I have a lot of good notes from that since I'm a Canadian after all and stuff.
I just love the fact that their defense line was the gin drinkers.
The gin drinkers line. I know you're gonna bring that up. Yeah, yeah, everyone loves that. Hey, the Battle of Hong Kong is really overlooked, but it's one of the most brutal ones. Indians, Canadians, both of us got massively screwed over in defending Hong Kong. So many atrocities were committed against us. It's a brutal campaign. Yeah,
I'm definitely down for that. Let's definitely put in the pipeline.
All right. Well, back to the battle at hand. So the breakthrough on the Orient Bagan line had led to the Battle of the Pockets. However, despite enormous efforts from the Japanese, they were decimated. It was reminiscent of earlier outcomes, like at the Battle of the Points. Homa managed to extract about 378 soldiers from the debacle, and he was further humiliated. I mean, it's just another thing on his stained career. And this resulted, embarrassing the Japanese further. They had to withdraw several miles by February the 22nd. It was effectively destroying about 3 of their battalions of the 20th Infantry. It appeared that General Homa would fail to meet his original 50-day campaign target. And you always have to take into consideration there's others performing campaigns who are ahead of schedule. Obviously, I'm referring to General Yamashita. It really looks bad because if you look at every theater is going off basically without a hitch, except for Homa right now. So Homa looks glaringly incompetent. And Head HQ was definitely taking notice. There had been 2 minor victories in January and February that revealed, how well constructed defenses could be to thwart the Japanese flanking maneuvers. Yet this lesson, it eluded even General MacArthur, who was failing to grasp that the enemy's flanking efforts could be swiftly turned against them and used to encircle his forces. He was basically just relying on the same defenses he had been from the beginning. But by late February, the sickness rate soared alarmingly. Bataan was amongst, one of the most malaria-infested regions in the world, and the supply of quinine pills had completely been depleted. Stricken by malaria, hunger, and dysentery, over 500 men were hospitalized during the first week of March, prompting doctors to express, fears of a looming epidemic. There was a lot of discussions about, a mile-long convoy filled with supplies and reinforcements, which was just a myth that MacArthur kind of allowed the troops to, to be blunt, he was telling the troops that, there was, the rescue was on the way. They didn't really believe him. There was nothing coming. It was impossible for the decimated U.S. Pacific Fleet to even think about coming over.
But I do kind of also understand why he did it. It's at least his view of trying to keep morale up.
You have to. Apparently a lot of the Filipino soldiers believed him.
Okay, I know that, but it's still if you knew what was going on, and you would be hard pressed. But I guess you got to keep that hope going, no matter
Yeah.
what. I
And
think
at this,
if
oh yeah,
I think if in the Aleutian Islands campaign video you mentioned, right? I think when the US divisions were attacking, the Japanese were so battered, but they still kind of held out to that hope of a rescue before their ultimate demise. I can't remember. I think it was a doctor's notes that you were
hmm
referring to in that episode.
yeah, I forget the name of the doctor. He wrote in his journal every single day of the plight of the front line and what he was seeing back in the medical facilities, and it's very thorough, the notes, and it really gives you like the flavor of what was the feeling amongst the troops. And there was this vain little hope that ships would have made it into the port to kind of sneak them out, and it was a complete blockade. There was never any chance the ships were to get in. So yeah, it's a similar situation, you could say. Um, at this juncture, war correspondent Frank Hewlett penned what has become an infamous little song about what happened to those poor guys in Bataan. And I'm not going to sing it, but I'll quote it right here. It goes like this: "We're the battling bastards of Bataan. No mama, no papa, no Uncle Sam. No aunts, no uncles, no cousins, no nieces, no pills, no planes or artillery pieces. And nobody gives a damn." So this is another famous lyrical piece that came from this battle alongside the one about Dugout Doug, Mr. General Douglas MacArthur. So it gives a little bit of a flavor as to what was going on. General Homa, he finds himself in a humiliating position of having to request for additional reinforcements from Tokyo. He has to do it again. Tokyo responded by sending reinforcements in the form of the 4th Division coming over from Shanghai, although its journey to the Philippines would be delayed due to ongoing operations in the Dutch East Indies campaign. They would eventually arrive on March the 15th. In the meantime, General Homa granted the men of the 16th Division and the 64th Independent Mixed Brigade some much needed rest and relaxation. These units would have time to recuperate, and they receive about, 3,500 men and 60 officers each to replace those lost during the campaign thus far. Additional reinforcements would come from the Nagano detachment, led by Major General Nagano Kamichiro. I don't know if you had any notes on this individual.
Unfortunately, it's quite difficult to find any notes I can
Yeah, I would
translate also
imagine.
for, but he was the 21st Division's commander, right? He's been a major general since October of 1941, and he would later even reach the rank of lieutenant general, but that's like well towards the end of the war. Predominantly would be this was his, you could call it his last real command in the field, because afterwards he would be moved to reserve and staff roles.
Yeah,
The
that's
only
going to
major,
happen under people under Homa.
yeah, the only thing is he did arrange, which is later would be he would arrange for the surrender between the Japanese forces and the U.S. forces led by Major General Edward King.
Oh, yes, of course.
That was I'm not going to get into that right now, but that's pretty much his greatest accomplishment.
Yeah. And for those curious, because I just remember it wasn't too long ago, we finished up the Pacific War week by week podcast series over at Kingston Generals. And one of the last episodes, I think it's 199 or maybe it's 200,
199.
is almost 99. It's exclusively about the numerous surrenders. I found it didn't make for that much of an interesting part of the podcast, but I went over basically every single theater and regional command and who they surrendered to and kind of the outcomes and that. So if you're interested in that, it gives a beautiful picture of like where all the Japanese holdouts were. That's for sure. People would be surprised at how many men were hiding out in all sorts of parts of the Asia Pacific.
Was it there like a soldier who did not surrender for like 30 years on Guam?
Yeah, so I think the last one was at Oda. It was like 75. He came out. Although even in the pod, I have only limited time on those podcasts because it becomes too long if I put too many notes. But I don't know if I said it in it, but people were alluded to, oh yeah, he wasn't aware that the war was over. He actually totally knew the war was over. He admitted to it years after he had come back to Japan. He had been like fighting farmers and stealing their livestock for like 30 years. And he knew. He was afraid he was gonna have to face trials for war crimes and stuff. But,
So he
yeah.
just became a bandit.
Yeah, there's a bunch of them that was actually the case, and they would just pretend that they had no idea that the war was over. Yeah, but it was bullshit. But yeah, back to the story at hand. With these reinforcements, Homa now hoped I mean, he probably prayed to overcome the defenders of Bataan. And at this critical moment, President Roosevelt went on to order General MacArthur to relocate from Corregidor to Australia. Yes. In actuality, it was Army Chief of Staff General Marshall's decision to do so, and it stemmed from Australian Prime Minister John Curtin. Eisenhower himself had argued that MacArthur was expendable, which is kind of funny if you think about it. Eisenhower had served under this guy, so anyways, he knew what MacArthur was like. So Eisenhower thought that MacArthur was expendable, but Marshall reconsidered and concluded the capture or the death of MacArthur would provide the Japanese Empire with one of the most potent propaganda campaigns of all time. And I completely agree with him.
I do get, and it's a bit crazy actually for Eisenhower to say that, because at
Yeah.
this particular moment, his official rank is still a colonel. He does not even reach the rank of major general as a permanent commission till 1943. He gets promoted to general, lieutenant general, major general, brigadier general, like up to the 4 stars on a temporary basis, but his formal commission is still that of a colonel at this moment in time.
Yeah.
And
I like
so it's a big thing to say that about a pretty senior commander.
and one that you served under, mind you. But to explain to the audience who might not be aware, you got to imagine, like, for a moment, MacArthur has been in front of cameras. He's been reading propaganda pieces. I mean, it's like it would be insane. Like, imagine the Japanese got their hands on him. Like today, we could think of it as ISIS or another terrorist organization getting their hands on a prominent member of the Senate or Congress in the United States, and they would have them like reading these things and these videos and all that. Like it would for MacArthur to be in that position, it would have been insane. And the Japanese absolutely would have done it. They did it with multiple other captured personnel. Arthur,
And this was a general who was very popular with the masses in the United States, and he did have a lot of political ambition.
Yeah,
and that is the only reason Roosevelt was never able to get rid of him, because we know Roosevelt did not like him.
oh yeah, they hate each other. Yeah.
He knew he could not get rid of him quite easily, and it took quite a lot. And I would even say this: it took quite a bit of political maneuvering in the Korean War to get rid of him by the Joint Chiefs.
Yeah, it took one interesting decision on MacArthur's part to finally get canned. Let's say that much. A sea of nuclear waste, MacArthur. But as I've painfully already done too many times, I'm always seen as that YouTuber who just shits on MacArthur. The reality was, MacArthur, he had failed on numerous occasions during the Japanese invasion of the Philippines. Like, this is really like a blemish to his career. But from the American public's point of view, he had emerged as like a rock star, some kind of godlike figure. And, if he would have fell into Japanese hands, it would have been disastrous on the home front for morale for the troops. The new military and geopolitical significance of Australia could also not be overlooked. What if the Australians considered, an arrangement with Japan? This idea wasn't entirely far-fetched, given that Prime Minister John Curtin was evident in his anger towards Churchill, criticizing him for abandoning Australia pretty much in this situation. At this stage, America had not fully committed itself to Australia, and Britain's incompetence was becoming, increasingly concerning. As one Australian officer lamented at the time, the British Army had been forced back by a small Japanese army of only 2 divisions, riding stolen bicycles and without artillery support. Obviously referring to the Malayan campaign under General Yamashita, the bicycle blitzkrieg. So, relocating MacArthur to Australia might serve to bolster Australia's commitment to the war, and definitely don't want MacArthur to fall into the hands of the Japanese. Others, too, were vocal about the necessity of rescuing MacArthur. Both the Republican Party in the United States and the New York Times urged for MacArthur's return from Corregidor. And to delve just a bit deeper, it's worth noting that MacArthur, from the onset of the war, was using his personal press entourage to cultivate his image, a tactic motivated by his aspirations for the White House. Initially, however, MacArthur resisted calls to relocate, claiming that rather than obeying the president, he would resign his position, cross over to Bataan, and fight alongside the men. Something he would absolutely say. He might have. He would. I'm not gonna say he wasn't a brave man. Yeah. If he wanted to go out, he'd probably go out like that. But he also knew that wasn't the best course of action right now. So he was going to escape. On March the 10th, General Waywright would be summoned to Corregidor. But before I carry on anymore, did you have anything to say about General Waywright?
Yeah, just one moment. So, General Jonathan Wainwright, he was the commander of the North Luzon forces. So, you could call him like he was the guy just reporting just under MacArthur in the planned defense of the Philippines. His initial defense force was on paper pretty large, which was three Filipino divisions and the 26th Cavalry Regiment. He, was a strong supporter of the War Plan Orange, but not MacArthur's active defense, which is what led to the mishaps that occurred at the start of the Philippine campaign. And he would be withdrawing to the Bataan Peninsula in January 1942 to defend the entrance to Manila Bay. And he's going to be serving as a Supreme Commander now. I mean, sorry, I spoiled it for you, Craig, but of the theater, because MacArthur is going to be taking over, like go to Australia, where he'll become the commander of the Southwest Pacific area, and then prepare to fight his next enemy, the United States Navy. But Wainwright would go into captivity at the end, and was the highest because he was promoted to a rank of a lieutenant general on a temporary basis. He was the highest ranking US officer that surrendered during the war. And he was well respected because, while he suffered pretty brutally like any of the survivors, you know, he was considered a fighting general by his men, willing to go down to the foxhole. And, he did feel like for so long he let down the United States when he was actually received as a hero. He actually got his Medal of Honor in 1945 after release from captivity, which was awarded to him in 1942, but blocked by MacArthur. I'd add that the first time.
Yeah, I'll talk about that story a bit later. That's one that one pisses me off. That's a dirty one for another time.
Yeah, I completely agree. And just adding that after the war, he would get the rank of a general of a 4-star general in the United States Army on 5th September and would retire at that rank, full commission, not as
Full
a
commission.
temporary one.
As he deserves, having to spend the amount of time he did as a POW. It was rough.
Yeah,
You've seen the pictures of him, he gets skinning.
Oh, yeah. It's unfortunately I cannot find good quality images because the pixels they were just small image sizes, but he's a walking skeleton, like many of the survivors.
Yep.
I mean, he did fight for the men during the captivity to whatever extent he could to try to ease their conditions. Not very successful, but he's going up against like a steep wall or an impossible wall to climb at the very, to be honest.
Absolutely. Sutherland, informed him that MacArthur would be departing the following evening by torpedo boat for Mindanao. From there, a flying fortress would take him to Australia. Thus, General Wainwright was left in command of all the troops in Luzon as the head of the newly established Luzon force. Sutherland concluded by stating, "If it's agreeable to you, General Jones will receive another star and assume command of your 1st Corps." General MacArthur emerged from a small gray house at the eastern end of the Malinta Tunnel, and he addressed Wainwright, saying that I'm leaving against my repeated protests. "Of course I will, Douglas," was Wainwright's reply. MacArthur then assured him, "and back." He then presented Wainwright with a box of cigars and 2 large jars of shaving cream, saying, "Goodbye, Jonathan." The men shook hands. "If you're still on Bataan when I return, I'll make you a lieutenant general." He pledged that to the poor man who was going to bear the entire fallout. Now, I want to just change from a map to a picture I found, which makes me kind of laugh my ass off. I don't know who painted this picture, but it seems to be what MacArthur thought it looked like when he left. Here, I'll zoom in a bit. So this is a rendition of, I guess, MacArthur's great escape to Australia, in which there was no danger. I don't know who drew this. It's like
I don't think the Japanese
action.
Navy. This is like what I could definitely see in a Commando comic.
Yeah. It's like it's so
But
ridiculous.
you're not gonna have like admirals or generals on that boat. You're just gonna have like a you know commander or some like at most or like corporal and sergeant.
Yeah. So the following evening, that's March the 11th, at around 8 p.m., PT 41, commanded by a colorful bearded lieutenant named John Buckley, took the Rock, which was the code name for MacArthur, along with his wife, his 4-year-old son, of course named Arthur, and most of his press entourage, as they should be called. And yeah, it's MacArthur's going to make this seem like it's a very daring escape. But so with him is of course his loser friend General Sutherland, who I don't like. His other personal entourage members, aide Sidney Huff, Brigadier and Intelligence Officer Spencer Kin, Captain Hugh Casey, Lieutenant Colonel Richard Marshall, Colonel Charles Willoughby, his press officer Lieutenant Colonel Legrande Pickdiller, and Colonel Harold George. All these men are going to be very important in the Australian Command. This group's actually going to be known as the Bataan Gang, and they would remain very loyal assistants to MacArthur throughout the rest of the war. One must never claim that MacArthur was disloyal to his staff. In return, they ensured that everything went the way MacArthur wanted it to go. They set out under the cover of darkness. Oh, yeah.
I really got to sometimes wonder, how did General Kruger survive?
Oh, yeah, I know. That's, well, General Kruger, I think at the beginning, MacArthur liked him.
Yeah.
They butted heads later, but I think at the beginning he was very liked. But yeah, Kruger is very underrated, like we said in our episode when we were covering
The best
generals.
Best generals of the Pacific for the United States. Completely with you on that.
Yeah, criminally underrated. Yeah, he was a very, very fine commander, and he had to do, an assortment of different things that most army generals would not have to do.
Yeah, I think the only other underrated general I would just say is who's pretty good. I think maybe General Roy Geiger.
Yeah, absolutely. Also very underrated, very unknown too. People wouldn't know his command. Yeah. So they sent under the cover of darkness, speeding through tumultuous seas to Mindanao, while narrowly avoiding detection by Japanese destroyers. If you are watching us on YouTube, you see this hilarious painting of as if his PT boats
escape.
Yeah, he's right beside this Japanese destroyer coming at him. It's absolutely ridiculous. It's I can see 5 boats, searchlights, aircraft. It seems like there's fire going on in the background. This did not happen, but whatever.
Scroll up a little bit,
Here, one sec.
to get at the top of the image.
Yeah.
But yeah. So you have the Japanese fleet carriers and oh, great! A battleship or probably a heavy cruiser is just being blown up right now.
It's the entire Kido Butai is just here. MacArthur's sailing right through them. Yeah, yeah. So yeah, he's sailing through. MacArthur suffered chronic seasickness during their journey. Later he would describe it as a trip in a concrete mixer. B-17 Flying Fortress ultimately carried them all to Australia, and they would land in Alice Springs. Upon arrival to Adelaide by train, he pompously declared a very famous speech, and instead of reading it to you, I thought for once we could actually use a clip on this channel. So let me see if this actually works. I'm going to pull it up here. So this is the actual clip, and yeah, the quality's a bit bad, people, so forgive me, especially with the audio, but here is his little speech in Australia.
I landed on your soil. I said to the people of the Philippines whence I came, I shall return. Tonight, I repeat those words. I shall return. Nothing is more certain than the ultimate reconquest and liberation from the enemy of those and the...
All right, well, I'll just cut that commercial off. Kind of cuts off at the end, but you get the gist of it. Let me bring back up my map. Hey, one thing I'll hand it to MacArthur. Absolutely amazing at spinning a story and doing press tours. He probably would have done well politically if he had actually really made a good run of it for the Republican Party. Maybe he could have challenged Mr. Roosevelt. Who knows? So he makes his speech.
Probably could have been what George McClellan was not in terms of political ambition.
Pretty much. So,
So
you know,
couldn't
he does.
resist.
Yeah, he makes that press tour, and he does some interview questions later. For example, he went on to say, "The President of the United States ordered me to break through the Japanese lines for the purpose, as I understand it, of organizing the American offensive against Japan, a primary object of which is the relief of the Philippines." So MacArthur went in front of the press tour and just bullshitted them and said that the United States government was seeking to liberate the Philippines, which was not the stance of the White House, nor the American military for that matter. And this would cause, as most people who know the Pacific War, this whole divide where there's this MacArthur way, and then there's, you could call it the Nimitz way of winning the war. And MacArthur,
It's just a miracle. At least he got along with two Navy admirals, I guess, in Thomas Kincaid and Halsey.
of course,
Though
it's a
I think
miracle.
with Halsey, it kind of tapered off to the end, right?
Yes, of
Especially
course, well, because they
after
both became
Lady
so
Gaga.
powerful. Yeah.
Yeah, true.
MacArthur, you know, he assumed he would be in charge of the relief of the Philippines, and he assumed that that would be the primary objective of, you know, the path to defeating Japan, which he's just kind of in his own world there. He would also spend the remainder of the war fighting a two-front battle that Gaurav has alluded to. One was, of course, against the Japanese, and the other one was against the U.S. Navy, who he referred to as the Navy Cabal. And yeah, he would arguably fight the U.S. Navy with more fervor than against the Japanese.
Yeah, at least not as intensely as the battle between the IJA and IJN.
Yeah, you can't beat that one. That's a rivalry that's legendary. I have to
Yeah, but I
probably we
think-
should do a standalone episode on that one too. I could do something.
And we can also maybe expand it to Axis because the
Yeah.
Luftwaffe and Kriegsmarine did not like each other as well.
Of course.
Donitz and Goring hated each other, but MacArthur's biggest fear with the Navy was he felt they will take command of America's strategic initiative and maneuvers, and the Army is going to be relegated to a training role, whereas the Marines are going to become the premier infantry arm.
Yeah, I don't, and I mean, you know, as we all know, the Pacific is ground; it's flat land, and there's no need for transportation, amphibious assaults, and such. So, yeah, of course, MacArthur was like, what an. Anyways, I have to
But
stop
everywhere
shitting on
else,
MacArthur.
it's Marines.
Yeah, oh, of course,
I
he
mean,
needs
all
some
Call of Duties, right?
yeah. So, having devoted enough time to, you know, bashing on MacArthur, let's get back into the action. As I mentioned earlier, MacArthur's departure from Corregidor coincided with a significant kind of lull in the fighting because, you know, General Homa was reorganizing his forces, you know, giving them rest. Meanwhile, MacArthur's War Plan Orange blunder left General Wainwright's troops in a hopeless predicament. It did not help that some of Bataan's food reserves had been transferred to Corregidor by MacArthur. MacArthur's flight to Australia likely did not
And
bolster
some
morale.
of a very small amount of food.
Yeah. And of course, watching your general just flee the Philippines, that's not going to boost morale for the guys defending Bataan and Corregidor. Although Wainwright's immediate arrival, going to the front lines, did improve relations between the Army and naval personnel, because as you can imagine, MacArthur was blaming the Navy guys for everything left, right, and center. To kind of give the Japanese perspective, when Hideki Tojo read the report on General MacArthur's escape, he was enraged. It seemed this might have been, you know, the final straw for our poor friend General Homa. Tojo instructed his secretary, Colonel Susumu Nishihara, to communicate his concerns about the situation in Bataan. Nishihara presented the issue to Colonel Takushiro Hattori, the chief of operations and his longtime friend. Colonel Hattori had arrived, you know, recently with the 4th Division from Shanghai. After researching the Bataan situation, Hattori concluded that Mount Samat, a rugged hill, actually, let me pull up right over here. So if you can kind of see this middle area and just picture that this is all coalescing into a giant mountain. Yeah. So this entire area in the middle is a very, it's deemed not passable in the middle part, but its slopes on the outer parts you can bypass a little bit. As you can see with the red arrows, you can see it's kind of going on the outskirts of it. It is passable on the sides. And this is going to come up soon. But Mount Samat was a rugged hill rising about nearly 2,000 feet. It's located just behind the center of the defenders' front lines at this point. They deemed it to be a weak point that they should target. Capturing this position would likely lead to the crumbling of the entire defensive line for the Allies. An effective artillery and aerial bombardment in advance would prepare the way for an all-out infantry assault on this vulnerable spot. Encouraged by Nishihara, Hattori convinced General Sugiyama to approve this strategy, which was subsequently presented to General Homa. At first glance, he was deeply satisfied with the proposal, believing that this was, the solution to his ongoing troubles. And to be honest, I'm sure Homa was grasping at straws at this point, pulling out his hair. What little hair he actually had. I think he was kind of bald at that point. But the Imperial Japanese Navy supplied a fresh squadron of Zeros and 24 Betty bombers to Bataan, while the Imperial Japanese Army dispatched 60 Sally bombers. By the end of March, approximately 67,100 Japanese troops, 80 bombers, and 140 artillery pieces were assembled to unleash devastation upon Bataan. And let's consider this. This is literally an area that could, what's the saying, be left to wither on the grapevine, as they used to say in the ancient times. You could just siege them, starve them out. There was no need to actually do any of this, really. They probably should have just sieged this and used these troops for, the other campaigns.
And you could have easily bottled them up with max 20,000 troops. Because 67,000 troops is what? A little over 4 divisions worth. Because if I'm not mistaken, there was
about 15.
34,
Yeah, it's about 4.
About 15,000, roughly.
Yeah.
And if I'm not mistaken, there was also like the 34th Mixed Independent Brigade that was also operating here.
Mm-hmm.
That can explain why it's 67,000. But yeah, you could have easily dispatched 30 to 40,000 troops to other theaters, especially like the Dutch East Indies, or return them to the China front.
Yeah, exactly. There's much, much more critical areas. This is really, this entire thing is quite silly, to be honest, from all points of view. It's like, it's not just General Homa's fault. It's like, yes, he's not doing a great job of taking Bataan, but at the second time, it should be a secondary target.
I think it's Japanese doctrine also to don't want to starve them out. You want to annihilate the enemy.
Yeah. As I won't get into it, this is an issue with the China War. Really, really is. If you look at the Battle of Changsha, for example, where the Chinese will just absolutely tear the Japanese to shreds 4 times in a row. Like, the Japanese lose so much when they could have just let them kind of die on the grapevine, as you say. But anyways, their strategy was to concentrate their primary attack on the Manila Bay side of Bataan, where the 2nd Philippine Corps held the line. And fearing further disgrace, General Homa kind of said this on April the 2nd, there is no reason why this attack should not succeed. So, he's kind of putting his foot down and saying, like, yeah, we got to do this. Before leaving, MacArthur assigned the Visayan force to Brigadier General Bradford Chenoweth. Do you have anything to say about Mr. Chenoweth?
Yeah.
He's a minor character.
He was, true. He predominantly, you could say, was an engineer by profession within the army. Promoted to captain, part of the Mexican punitive edition when he took over. Fortunately, I'm not getting great images that are good quality. And he worked as an engineer for most of the interwar period. Then in October 1939 to 40, he was the commander of the 1st Battalion of the 66th Infantry at Fort George in Maryland and Fort Benning in Georgia. And then as he moved up, right, as a colonel, he commanded the 53rd Regiment. Then in November 1941, he was sent to command the 61st Division at Panay, where he received next month, December 1941, just before war, temporary promotion to Brigadier General. And yeah, he was given the command of the Visayan force in Cebu, and he would, be surrendering his forces later on. Unlike Wainwright, who would be received pretty well later on, it's not much talked about it, but most of the survivors of Bataan were generally received back in good order. But unlike Wainwright, who got promoted up, he just retained his full rank of Brigadier General and retired from the army.
Yep. And I've just put up a little bit of a map up here to explain that the Visayan area here, because as for those who don't know, the Philippines is just a conglomerate of many, many large and small islands. So he is in charge of kind of this group of these islands over here, and it's going to have a lasting impact as there's guerrilla warfare that goes all the way on throughout the entire Pacific War, and he'll be part of that. I'm just going to bring back our map of Bataan again. Like I said, people, I really do implore you to join us on YouTube, as my poor channel, the algorithm is getting destroyed by this podcast. It is hard to pitch regular episodes that are about 15 to 20 minutes long, and then podcasts that are an hour and a half to 2 hours long. YouTube doesn't like it, and I'm taking a hit for it, but I do believe that this podcast has a great home on YouTube, and I do like to have a visual aspect. But back to the battle at hand. Bradford Chenoweth is now going to allow General Sharp to focus entirely on the defense of Mindanao, from which the Americans still hope to initiate a counteroffensive later. It's kind of a bit of a pipe dream, but stuff will happen. He also directed Major General George Moore to prepare supplies and fortifications on Corregidor Island for a final stand, should Bataan fall, further exacerbating the food situation for the battling bastards of Bataan. The 1st Corps was then assigned to General Jones, who had commanded the South Luzon force during its retreat to Bataan. He's kind of like the counterpart to Waywright in many ways. While Major General Edward King, the artillery commander during the campaign, was put in charge of the entire peninsula. By the end of March, improvements had been made to the defenses along the Orion-Bagak line, and the starving, poorly equipped Filipino soldiers had received additional training in jungle warfare. Wainwright's troops took advantage of this lull.
How effective would it be?
Yeah.
Given that they're starving, that's the only reason I'm just questioning it.
Yeah. Wainwright's troops took advantage of this lull to, excavate their trenches, dig drainage ditches, establish camouflage, clear additional fields of fire, all in preparation for the impending assault. Troops at the front strung barbed wire, constructed tank traps, and other obstacles. In the 1st Corps, engineers planted 3 large minefields along the most likely routes of the enemy advance. It's about 1,400 improvised box mines and 35 submarine depth charges. So, some innovative stuff, despite MacArthur's intentions to maintain command from Australia, which is insane. It's like logistically impossible if you think about it. General Wainwright was ultimately left in charge of the American forces in Luzon, receiving the final order to fight for as long as his troops could hold out. Wainwright was acutely aware that his troops were starving and morale was at rock bottom. General Homa devised a 3-pronged attack along a narrow front surrounding Mount Samat. After overcoming Samat, his forces would then push to Mount Emay and subsequently advance on Merivel. I'm just going to descend my map a little bit down here. As you can see that there is a subsequent little defensive lines, and at the very end is the crucial little port here at Merivel. That's the very last place. I mean, it's over if they get anywhere close to there. But I'm just going to pull back up here.
I mean, then, and not to mention, you have also isolated Corregidor because it's now cut off from Allied forces.
And Homa anticipated this operation would take well over a month to complete, which is wild. But anyways, he dispatched
I can just imagine Tokyo's response to this.
And, it's not his fault that Yamashita, did things way ahead of schedule, but it makes him look it makes it like everybody's making him look bad. So it does suck. And I mean, he is facing, of all the groups, you have the Dutch and the Dutch East Indies, you have the British troops in Malaya. The American troops with their Filipino supporters, they're probably the best frontline forces that are facing the Japanese at this time. Maybe you could argue the guys in Hong Kong, but it's a very small force nonetheless. So, yeah, the Philippines would be one of the hardest campaigns at the very beginning for the Japanese, for sure.
Honestly, if the Army Chief of Staff already has taken a dislike to you, unless you're going to win, with 30,000 troops crushing 300,000, nothing was ever going to save Homa's career.
Yeah. The only other kind of blunder was, the Wake Island fight, which, they fought like lions against the Japanese, but yeah. So he dispatched the fresh 4th Division, led by Lieutenant General Kitano Kenzo, supported by General Nada's 6th Summer Brigade. It's called the Summer Brigade again because these are kind of, what would we call them? The weekend warrior guys, basically. They're kind of like the guys you send for garrison duty.
National Guard equivalent, I guess.
Yeah, that's the way to think about them. Nara would advance west onto Patagon, up to the Patagon River towards Marivel, where there's a mountain range, while the 4th Division would split into 2 groups. The right wing would traverse the Tawi River and pass through the Katman Valley towards Samat, and the left wing would head east directly towards Samat. Meanwhile, General Marioka's 16th Division would conduct feint attacks to pin down the 1st Corps. and the Nagano detachment would carry out fake maneuvers along the eastern coast. By late March, General Homa unleashed artillery and aerial bombardments up to the defenders' lines, preparing for the assault that was set for April 3rd. At dawn on April 3rd, the Japanese unleashed a 6-hour-long aerial and artillery bombardment over the Mount Samat area. 100 aircraft and 300 artillery pieces from about 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. turned the stronghold of Mount Samat into a, quote, inferno. Over 60,000 tons of bombs rained down upon the defenders, obliterating most of the newly erected defensive structures. So yeah, this was shock and awe. Yeah. The searing heat from the flames forced American and Filipino forces out of their foxholes, compelling them to scramble to secondary lines of defense, only to discover that the whole area was enveloped in fire. I don't know if anyone in the audience has seen some of the movies that have come out recently about the California firefighters. It's actually something along these lines. Like, I've read about it. A lot of the surrounding forestry in the jungle areas were just ablaze, causing massive fires, and people literally suffocated to death because they were just surrounded in flames. It was intense.
And it's quite a jungle terrain in the Bataan Peninsula, so there is that fuel for the fires, and since it's open, right, there's enough oxygen to be sucked in, and that's just creating that firestorm effect.
Yeah. Hundreds of men would succumb to asphyxiation from the smoke. Some were literally cremated. Panic ensued. It's something like watching animals during a forest fire. Like I said, many would flee, just start fleeing south mindlessly. By the afternoon, the bombardment had smashed open the door, and the ground assault was now coming. Amidst all the smoke and the flames, the Japanese infantry and their tanks advanced unhindered, quickly creating a 3-mile gap. When General George Parker, commanding the 2nd Philippine Corps in the eastern half of Bataan, received reports of the situation, which was at around dusk, he deployed 600 men to attempt, to plug the breach, but it was far too late. The following day, General Nara's forces swept west of Mount Samat, while the fresh 4th Division circled around the other side. The forces under Nara confronted the bulk of the 41st Division, while Quitano's troops encountered the 21st Division, commanded by Brigadier General Mateo Kempimpin. The Japanese had anticipated intense opposition, yet they found none. In reality, the heavy bombardment had decimated the 42nd and the 43rd Regiments, leaving only the 41st Regiment to actually battle them. And they were retreating to a line near the junction of routes 29 and 429 further south. So I just want to pull up the map. I don't know if it has the routes on it. No, probably not. It's not that detailed. But you can imagine, just based off of the lines that you're seeing, if you're watching this on YouTube, kind of the general retreat, just by looking at where the Japanese are going. To the right wing, the 4th Division now crossed the Tara River, and they sent the 21st Regiment fleeing for their lives. By nightfall, both forces had progressed about 1,000 yards with minimal resistance, further diminishing the defenders' morale. The next day brought more artillery and aerial bombardments. The remnants of the 42nd and 43rd Regiments turned and fled in a panic, nearly encircling the 41st during a fighting withdrawal. They fought valiantly, but the bombardments were overwhelmingly intense, forcing their continued retreat south. Meanwhile, the left wing of the 4th Division clashed with the 22nd and 23rd Regiments, driving them into a retreat. Confused by the multitude of moving forces, the defenders' artillery began to just fire indiscriminately, hitting several friendly units attempting to halt the Japanese advances. So we call this like a break in the chain of command. Like, everything's going to chaos now. By the end of the day, the Japanese had occupied the entire main line of resistance, with the right wing of the 4th Division solidly seizing the foothills of Samat. General King ordered the 31st Regiment to reinforce the lines. So on a sweltering Easter Sunday, that being April the 5th, American and Filipino troops entrenched on parts of Mount Samat were subjected to relentless shelling. Once the bombardment had subsided, Japanese infantry surged up the mountain, and after lunch, they hoisted the Rising Sun flag upon its peak. As Colonel Hattori had predicted, the capture of the mountain sent shockwaves throughout the entire Bataan defense system. In a desperate response, General Parker ordered a 4-pronged counterattack to try and regain the main defensive line. Simultaneously, General Homa launched an attack southeast towards the Emay River. The two forces collided, leading to the encirclement and the destruction of half of General Parker's 31st Division. There was nothing to prevent Nara's forces from sweeping to the end of the peninsula now. Now, to the east of Mount Samat, the lines were still holding. Brigadier General Clifford Blumel attempted to rally the battered 31st Division for a counterattack, but was quickly forced to retreat. Acting without orders, he began forming a new defensive line along the small San Vicente River. From the heights of Mount Samat, Colonel Hattori observed the unfolding of his war plans, better than he could have ever imagined. Now, over to the west, he could see Nada's troops were flowing relentlessly past the scouted and routed American units. To the east, the 4th Division began pressing against Brigadier General Blumel's improvised defensive line. By nightfall, this line was all that stood between General Holmes' forces and a complete rout of the Bataan defenses. Just coming back over here to the map, you can see the names of the rivers here, and you can see where that line was kind of formed. Now, Blumel conducted an inspection tour during the day when he spotted a truck column emerging towards his rear flank. The San Vicente line has broken, screamed a GI from the first vehicle. Blumel knew he could not hope to halt the stampede of Allied troops now fleeing for their lives. Allegedly, he physically tried to grab some men, shouting at them to stand and fight, but they broke free and they simply ran. Excuse me. Now, Major General King, who we've kind of talked about here, by any chance, do you have any notes on King?
One of the most interesting things is he was an officer that got commissioned into the United States Army well before World War One even broke out. His parents actually wanted him to be a lawyer, but he definitely said, like, yeah, I need a more adventurous life. And so he served with distinction, right? Commissioned as a second lieutenant in 1908. So this guy is much more experienced in comparison to many of the other generals. He had pretty much staff job in the interwar period, and he was an instructor at both the Army and Navy War colleges, and he was sent in 1940, where he got promoted to brigadier general and was by rank the second highest military officer under MacArthur after Jonathan Wainwright. And as we discussed, right, MacArthur moves to Australia, Wainwright takes over, he gets command of the Luzon Force area. And he had served here in the Philippines with the 2nd Artillery in 1915 to 17, so he has some familiarity with the area. But I think he is going to be the person that, for better or worse, whichever way you want to view it, was the reason the American surrender took place on the 9th of April. Because I think he had enough. He don't want to push his men even more, given the horrible lack of food and medication that they'd been suffering with, or lack of, for months.
Yeah.
And this would lead to the first major surrender of United States forces in the war.
So Major General King had just taken command of the Luzon Force as, after Wainwright received the prestigious promotion as the man to bear the brunt of Douglas MacArthur's failures, as I would put it. King was a modest man, like you said, courteous to the ranks of his men amongst him, an intellectual and an experienced artilleryman. On April the 7th, shortly after Blumel's line had crumbled, he received a phone call from Corregidor. Wainwright asked him why, since the troops on the western half of the peninsula were intact, they shouldn't just turn right and attack towards Manila Bay, splitting Homa's line in two. King thought about it while acknowledging that although half of their line still held some positions, they were in no physical condition to launch such an assault. Nevertheless, he reluctantly agreed to give the attack a chance. The recently promoted Major General Albert Jones, commanding the 1st Philippine Corps, was not so enthusiastic about this. Jones deemed the attack senseless, and he communicated this directly to Wainwright through a 3-way phone line connecting him with King as well. Wainwright left the decision to King, and he hung up. King ordered Jones to withdraw his troops in 4 phases. Additionally, he sent his chief of staff, Brigadier General Arnold Funk, to Corregidor to persuade Wainwright that the troops would likely surrender at any moment. That's how bad the situation has become. Just a moment. Garov, I think, got kicked out of the call, and I am just letting him come back in. I can carry on with the script, though. Wainwright faced pressure from commanders in Bataan, including Funk, who stated that surrender was imminent, coupled with MacArthur's radio messages alerting him that he was utterly opposed to under any circumstances or conditions, to the ultimate capitulation of this command. They should prepare and execute an attack upon the enemy once food supplies were exhausted. But to this, what could Wainwright actually do? He instructed Funk, "You will go and tell General King he will not surrender. Tell him he will attack. Those are my orders." The response he received was, "General, you know, of course, what the situation is like over there. You know that the outcome, what it will be, To this, Wainwright said, I do, I understand." The following afternoon...
I think he just wants to stay compliant to orders, even though I think if Wainwright had a choice without official supreme orders, he probably would have surrendered by now.
Yeah, he would have, yeah. The following afternoon, Colonel Takeo Emay planted the Rising Sun flag atop Mount Emay as Japanese infantrymen poured steadily down the eastern half of Bataan. So I'm just going to take the picture, my little map. I'm just going to go a little bit further down here because we're going south now. Fleeing before the advancing Japanese columns were American and Filipino troops pouring into the jungles near the tip of the peninsula. It seemed that terror alone propelled the exhausted men forward. At the end of the peninsula in the town of Marivel, a few boats were evacuating the last refugees to Corregidor, while other vessels were being scuttled in the bay. Most of the mobs of disorganized soldiers watched with resentment as the privileged few were being evacuated at the docks. So here, actually, that's a better look at the map where Marivel is. So men are now departing. On April the 8th, the 57th Infantry Regiment and the 31st Division were completely overrun at the Alagan River. The 45th Infantry, ordered to reach Corregidor, failed to reach their embarkation point before being cut off and encircled. Eventually, only 300 men from the 31st Infantry managed to cross over to the island. In total, approximately 2,100 men had made their way to Corregidor, with about half of them being sailors and Marines. As for the Filipino Army, Major General King, Waywright's field commander, on Bataan reported, "In 2 days, an army vanished into thin air." And yeah, from another quote from a soldier who was in Marivel at the time, he had this to say: "They were going to join those draft dodgers on Corregidor, where life was soft with plenty of drinking water, canned food, and romantic nurses. They would sit safely in the Malinta Tunnel until the mile-long convoy arrived to relieve them. They would be the heroes, while those left to rot on Bataan would be disgraced for throwing in the towel."
I mean,
So,
I can completely relate to why he would be saying that.
Yeah. Pretty pissed off, and it seems like he actually believes there's a relief column coming to the Philippines, which is, not going to happen. At his HQ in the Malinta Tunnel, Waywright phoned King at about 11:30 p.m. on the 8th, and he ordered him to launch a northward attack using Jones's 1st Philippine Corps. King passed the order to Jones, who replied, "Any attack is ridiculous. It's out of the question." King told him to dismiss the idea of the attack, and he instructed his chief of staff and the operations officer to meet him at midnight. There was no debate. The situation was completely hopeless. Waywright was hamstrung by MacArthur's explicit order to attack until the end, leading King to shoulder the dreadful burden himself. He understood that by doing so, he risked court-martial if he ever returned to the United States, but he believed the lives of over 78,000 soldiers were more important than his honor at this point. King informed the men, "I have decided to surrender Bataan. I have not communicated with General Waywright because I do not want him to assume any part of the responsibility." I think it's very courageous what King did. And
It is because a lot. If you just go through military history, right, so many of these commanders are just so hell bent on honor, glory, and he's still also trying to protect his superior officer as well from an impossible situation.
Absolutely, because he
Really commendable
understands the
what he-
situation. Yeah.
Yeah,
Just before 2 a.m. the next morning, Jones called King. However, neither could really say a word. There was just deafening roar in the background of the artillery. The roof of King's command post actually exploded during the call, showering rubble down, and he was heard to say, "For crying out loud, Ned, what's going on? The ammunition dump is blowing up. Hell, I can feel the ground shaking all the way up here. It must be an earthquake. I hate to tell you this, but I'm surrendering at 6 a.m. Put up the white flags all along your lines and destroy the artillery and ammunition for your machine guns. I don't see what else you can do." 4 hours later, a duty officer in the Malinta Tunnel informed Waywright of King's decision to surrender. Apparently, Waywright said, "Tell them not to do it. They can't do it." It took some time for Waywright to calm down, and then he radioed MacArthur. He had this to say: "At 6 o'clock this morning, General King, without my knowledge or approval, sent a flag of truce to the Japanese commander. The moment I heard of it, I disapproved of his action, and I directed that there would be no surrender. I was informed, too late to make any changes, that the action has already been taken." So at 9 a.m., King, wearing his last clean uniform, he drove up to the front in a jeep with 2 aides. Japanese guides escorted them to the experimental farm station at Emay. At that moment, King reflected that General Lee had surrendered to Grant on that same day, April 9th. Lee remarked just before the ceremony, "Then there is nothing left to do but to go and see General Grant, and I would rather die 1,000 deaths." A black Cadillac arrived with Colonel Moto Nakayama, who through an interpreter asked King if he was General Wainwright. He said, "No, I am General King, commander of all the forces on Bataan." This puzzled Nakayama, who requested King to go fetch Wainwright, explaining that the Japanese could not accept the surrender without him. "My forces are no longer fighting units. I want to stop further bloodshed." This is what he said to him. "Surrender must be unconditional." He asked, "Will our troops be well treated?" The Japanese interpreter said, "We are not barbarians. Will you surrender unconditionally?"
Sorry.
King nodded, explaining to Nakayama that he had left his saber in Manila and instead placed his pistol on the table. American and Filipino soldiers huddled together. Many wept in humiliation, while others wept in relief that it was finally over. And they anxiously awaited the arrival of the conquerors. Air Corps Captain Mark Woodfeld observed some of the first Japanese troops packing a large mountain gun, who approached with smiles and spoke amiably. To Woodfeld, they did not seem as bad as he expected. However, the Japanese soldiers began stripping the prisoners of blankets, watches, jewelry, equipment, food, and even their toothbrushes. A Japanese soldier discovered 25 rounds of .45 caliber pistol ammunition on Woodfeld, shouting at him and then beating him with the butt of his rifle. Someone beside Woodfeld muttered, "For Christ's sake, don't fall down." Another Japanese soldier saw a gold ring on Lieutenant Colonel Jack Sewell and attempted to yank it off. "It's my wedding ring," Sewell had protested, pulling his hand back. The Japanese soldier snapped the bayonet of his rifle and approached Sewell, when Woodfeld interposed himself. And allegedly, Sewell and Woodfeld lacked the strength to remove the ring, so Woodfeld smeared blood from his own head wound onto the finger to dislodge the ring. As more Japanese began to rob the men of their belongings, one Japanese officer, noticed a soldier attempting to take a ring featuring the University of Notre Dame's insignia on it. The officer hit the Japanese soldier in the face and then returned the ring to the American, remarking in plain English, "When did you graduate?" The man said 1935. The Japanese soldier said, "I graduated from Southern California in 35. So, it's just one of those small stories of not every one of them was being asshole.
I know. It's kind of like, both ways from both sides of the war. Even American troops were also known to plunder the corpses.
It's war. Yeah.
And at the same time, not every person who worked for the Third Reich's forces, willingly committed the same atrocities that they're known for. So it's just that, they're just people. They're the same, cut from the same cloth, ultimately, in a way. So just want to, I'm actually glad you highlighted this out, because it just puts that aspect into war that maybe people tend to forget.
Yeah, the for those who don't know, obviously for a lot of these podcasts, it's not fully scripted, but I'm using notes from previous work. This was from the Pacific War Week by Week series. I can't remember the source I used for the Japanese invasion of the Philippines. I think this one was from Frank Costello, his book on the Pacific War, if I'm not mistaken, but could have been also from Ian Toll's trilogy, The Pacific Crucible. It might have been from that book. Regardless, Wainwright then received a message from President Roosevelt, and it stated this: "I am keenly aware of the tremendous difficulties under which you are waging your great battle. The physical exhaustion of your troops obviously precludes the possibility of a major counterattack, unless our efforts to rush food to you should quickly prove successful. Because of the state over which your forces have no control, I am modifying my orders to you. My purpose is to leave you to your best judgment any decisions affecting the future of the Bataan garrison. I feel it proper and necessary that you should be assured of complete freedom of action, and of my full confidence in the wisdom of whatever decision you may be forced to make."
I think it's actually pretty nice of Roosevelt, because he's kind of giving him that supreme command order that, you get freedom of action. Because, for example, this is exactly what Paulus grappled with Hitler's orders at Stalingrad.
Yeah. Paulus, Hitler's number one most loyal man. But over in Australia, MacArthur read a prepared statement to reporters and stated this: "The Bataan force went out as it would have wished, fighting to the end its flickering, forlorn hope. No army has done so much with so little, and nothing became it more than its last hours of trial and agony. To the weeping mothers of its dead, I can only say that the sacrifices and halo of Jesus of Nazareth has descended upon their sons, and that God's will take them upon himself. So yeah, taking a moment to reflect on that quote again, as MacArthur said, no army has done so much with so little, and nothing became it more than that. Last hours of trial and agony.
It almost feels a bit like Church, like a bit from Churchill's speech about the Battle of Britain. Never. It
MacArthur
feels a bit
was
on that.
many people describe MacArthur as being Shakespearean because he actually had a thing for theater and writing. So yeah, he was very good at writing these pieces. So yeah, you have to think about it. MacArthur is actually a large reason why, it's like his last disastrous orders is what's causing a lot of this hardship in the end. It's a little gross that he's making these grand speeches, but whatever. The situation was not over, of course. Over in Corregidor, 13,000 troops were stationed. Its defenses were considered impregnable. However, a lack of water and food meant the defenders were on their last legs. Intense artillery and aerial bombardment were degrading their morale. Submarines that once delivered food, mail, and war supplies could no longer do so. The garrison was doomed by dwindling supplies and it could no longer, hold on much longer, for that matter. When Homa began planning for the final end of Bataan, he estimated he would be capturing around 25,000 prisoners. He delegated the logistical planning to his transportation officer, Major General Yoshikata Kawane. Kawane divided the operation into 2 phases, and then 10 days before the final assault, he presented the plan to General Homa for approval. Colonel Toshimitsu Takatsu would oversee the first phase, transporting all the prisoners to Balanga, which lay about halfway up the peninsula. And at this point, I'm going to be putting up a new map, and right over here. Let me just zoom in a little bit. Yeah, there we go. So, to Balanga. It lays about halfway up the peninsula. The distance from Merivale at the southern tip of Bataan was approximately 19 miles, a simple march for the well-fed Japanese soldiers, which there's no need for transportation or additional food supplies, as the American and Filipinos could rely on their own rations. This is what the Japanese expected when they were planning this. But because of the blundering of War Plan Orange, which continues to rear its ugly head in the series, Kawane would personally have to supervise the second phase, which was the journey from Balanga to the prison camp. No more than 200 trucks could be allocated for this operation, but this was deemed sufficient to shuttle prisoners about 33 miles from Balanga to the railway center at San Fernando. From there, freight trains would transport the men north an additional 30 miles to Capas, a village directly north of Clark Field. They would then trek another 8 miles to their new home, which was known as Camp O'Donnell. Kawane assured Homa that the Allied prisoners would receive the same rations as Japanese troops, and that the field hospitals would be set up at Balanga and San Fernando, along with other multiple medical units and aid stations and resting places every few miles to help the men out. But
this sounds so nice.
Yeah, it's a well thought and genuinely nice plan. Homa approved it, of course. Looking at it, this is what was sold to him. But there was a major problem.
And let's also just admit that Homa was actually pretty nice for a Japanese commander.
Yes, he was known as the drama general because he liked theater and stuff.
I thought it was poet.
Sorry, the poet general.
Poetic general, yeah.
He was another man who was educated outside of Japan. He got to see the West. He was a softie, as I said in one of the episodes. I like to compare him with General Yamashita, who had a good understanding of Europe for that matter. And, there's, of course, other famous Japanese generals who go to the West. Kobayashi, yeah. They seem to be more empathetic to the plight of men and stuff. And, yeah, he's one of them. And that's why his superiors and his colleagues hate him, actually. So, like I said, this is a great plan. Absolutely, the Japanese did not have a nefarious, overt or covert plan to do harm to the Americans, but they were planning for 25,000 prisoners. There was 75,000 starving men suffering from malaria who had no rations. The Japanese did not account for this. So at Merivale's, groups of about 300 prisoners began walking up the road. Some had no guards, while others were escorted by, as many as 4. The prisoners passed King's former HQ, where a side road led to a military hospital. A rumor began to circulate that within the hospital, the Japanese were liberating all the Filipinos. The chief of surgery rushed from ward to ward, shouting to the Filipinos that it was nothing more than a hoax, however. The Japanese guards, eager to rid themselves of responsibilities, encouraged patients to join the lines of prisoners marching along. Caught up in the mass hysteria, about 5,000 men scrambled out, onto the dusty trail, including amputees, individuals on crutches, and those with open wounds. The ditches along the roads brimmed with their dead as they marched. Meanwhile, the men marching from Marivels continued up the coast of Bataan. As the prisoners moved northward, heavy Japanese equipment streamed south in preparations for the assault on Corregidor. Japanese infantrymen taunted the prisoners, knocking off their hats and helmets with long bamboo poles. Occasionally, a Japanese soldier would actually intervene to stop the behavior and apologize to the captives. At one point, a Japanese officer rushed up to an American tank commander and embraced him because they had been classmates at UCLA. So again, there are
Russell
Japanese
Westbrook's alma mater.
Mm-hmm. There you go. However, there was no consistency in the Japanese soldiers' actions. A truckload of troops might toss down canteens to help the prisoners, while another would, take liberated golf clubs that they'd stolen somewhere and beat them over the heads with them. The brutalities of the first day were spontaneous, but they would soon change. Notorious Colonel Masanobu Tsuichi arrived in Manila several days earlier
Great
from Singapore.
Colonel Suji.
Yeah. Where, he had just come back from Singapore, where he had orchestrated the Sukching massacre that was about 5,000 Chinese had been murdered in. We were talking about this in another episode. Allegedly, without Homa's knowledge, probably without Homa's knowledge given Soiji and how he did things, he persuaded several admirers amongst the general staff that this was a racial war and that all the prisoners in the Philippines should be simply executed. The Americans for being nothing more than white colonists and the Filipinos for betraying their fellow Asian race. This prompted division amongst the officers, and one of them contacted Colonel Emay, who had, just conquered Mount Lemay, and instructed him with this order: kill all prisoners and those offering to surrender. Emay responded, "How can I possibly obey such an order? I want this order in writing." The divisional officer merely explained that the order came from Imperial HQ and that he would have to comply. Emay refused to act without a written order, and he hung up the phone. Instead, Emay commanded his staff to free all the prisoners, providing directions as the best way that they could escape from Bataan. His staff stared at him in disbelief as he gave the order, prompting him to yell at them to obey his command. And then he said, "Stop standing around like some wooden-headed dolls." More than 1,000 prisoners would be released. As the former prisoners fled into the jungle, Emay mused that no Japanese general would have ever issued such an inhumane order. But if it was true, he would pretend that the prisoners had just escaped on their own. It seems to me that Officer Emay kind of knew more of what was going on amongst the ranks, and he probably heard some rumors about things.
Maybe those thousands still died, the course of the war, but on his actions, he did what was proper, because he's literally like, give me a written order. I don't give a damn if it's coming from the Imperial General Staff.
Yeah. Which doesn't make any sense, by the way, if you're in the chain of command. But for those who don't know, Soiji famously did this earlier in the Malayan campaign. And the way that he went about this is, instead of talking directly to his superior officer, which was Yamashita, he was just, what would you say? He was doing orders over radio to officers at the front lines, and he was just independently telling them, hey, execute your prisoners, or do this, do that. And he would just say, oh, but it's Yamashita who's telling me to tell you this. And he would just informally keep doing this to cause more and more massacres. So, yeah.
I think it was also him, right, trying to discredit men who his boss Tojo hated.
Yeah, he was, not that he was a spy, but he was directly working covertly for Hideki Tojo to basically hinder generals in the army who Hideki Tojo saw as primary rivals. So the most apparent one is Yamashita. Yamashita, if it wasn't for, this goes way into history, I shouldn't talk about it, but there was a coup attempt in 1936 that besmirched Yamashita and almost ended his career. If it wasn't for that, Yamashita might have ended up overthrowing Hideki Tojo and being the leader of the army. So Hideki Tojo always hated Yamashita. They were on two different cliques. Hideki Tojo was the leader of the Tosaha. Yamashita was a prominent member of the Kodaha faction. They hated each. I don't even think Yamashita hated him or anything, but anyways, Yamashita was treated as a rival. And Homa, likewise, was seen as another guy who was a rival to him. So he had Masanobu Tsuji kind of screwing these guys over in the background. Tsoiji would order and oversee the execution of about 400 Filipino officers and NCOs near the Bataan River. Most of these men were shot, bayoneted, or beheaded with katanas. And this incident became known as the Bataan River Massacre. A similar order to kill prisoners was verbally transmitted to Major General Tora Ikuta, a commander of the recently arrived garrison unit. Like Emay, Ikuta and his chief of staff, Lieutenant Colonel Nobuhiko Jimbo, were skeptical that the order originated from the Imperial HQ. The staff officer delivering the order informed Ikuta that his own division was already executing prisoners, and he urged him to do the same. The general refused to act without a written order. Again,
it's actually crazy. Like, why would Imperial HQ even issue such orders? Because they literally have a myriad more problems, like,
of course,
directing the war against China or the Dutch East Indies, securing the emperor's favor, fighting the Imperial Japanese Navy.
Yeah. And none of these orders should be, like, it doesn't make any sense in the chain of command of things. If you would have said, oh, this is coming from General Homa, it would have made more sense. But the thing is, if Tsoiji said, hey, this is coming from General Homa, some of these guys might actually radio in and ask Homa themselves. So that's why he was trying to be clever with this ploy. But that night, the marchers from Medivales endured severe conditions. They were crammed together in enclosures that made it difficult to move. Captain Mark Wolfeld, the guy we were talking about, had drifted off to sleep when a foul stench roused him. Upon opening his eyes, he found his face lying on filthy rags. He jumped up under the bright tropical moonlight, realized the rags were actually the trousers of a man behind him soaked in excrement and blood. He said, "That rotten son of a bitch." Well, this is what he shouted. He shoved the trousers into the soldier's face, but the man did not even move. Wolfeld called out for him to get up. And he pulled his face only to discover that the man was dead. So the man had just literally died beside him. And as we know, your bowels open up when you die. So the Japanese guards were, angered by all this commotion. They began hitting Wolfeld, this poor guy, tossing him around. And then he was pointing out, the dead American soldier. He demanded permission to remove the corpse, but neither guard offered any assistance as he struggled to do so. He felt terrible for degrading the dead man, thinking it was all some kind of sick joke. He went on to write that he thought the Japanese had actually put that guy beside him on purpose. General Kawane had projected that it would take about a day for the prisoners to march to Balanga. However, many were on the road for over 3 days, because of course there's so many wounded. With every mile, the guards grew increasingly irritated and more brutal. The sun blazed relentlessly, providing little shade for the marchers. And by April the 11th, Balanga was bustling with shouting guards, herding waves upon waves of prisoners. It quickly became evident that the logistics were completely strained. An attempt was made to provide the prisoners their first meal, but the overwhelming numbers led frustration and, just disastrous distribution. Some received rice, salt, and water, while others got nothing at all. From Balanga, Kawane intended to transport all the prisoners in trucks to San Fernando, yet more than half would have to continue on foot. General Jones led his column through the night, covering over 8 miles to reach Onay. There they were crammed into a rice paddy enclosed by barbed wire. With the onset of darkness came another nightmare, swarms upon swarms of mosquitoes, which descending upon them. For those needing to relieve themselves, they were taken to latrine pits, which consisted of open holes filled with feces, requiring one man to assist another, or they risked falling in and drowning. Pretty gross. In the morning, Mark Wolfeld noticed a few dead bodies were floating in some of these pits. Wolfeld attempted to persuade the Japanese guards to let him and others retrieve the bodies, only to be thrown to the ground and beaten for his efforts. So this Wolfeld guy he had a hard time during what is known as the Bataan Death March. The next day, prisoners were fed lugao, a paste-like rice mush. The trek to the next station, which was at Lubao, was another 60 miles. Another place where guards were inhumane. It was another place where some of the guards were more humane. They permitted water breaks, but others, were kicking the cans of water over, set by Filipino civilians, and they were forcing the prisoners to squat in the scorching sun as a rest break. So again, evil's being done, acts of goodness are being done. It's all over the place.
I remember we had this, conversation between the two of us on why the Japanese also were quite, aggressive as well. I think one of the reasons
I just released the episode. I have an episode on my Patreon literally titled "Why Was the Japanese Military? Why They Performed So Many Atrocities?" and it's going to be released on the Pacific War Week by Week podcast for free next week. So that would be,
But
the week of
right.
September the 20th.
I mean, yeah. I think it is just down to supplies and their own officers beating the crap out of them. So this is the easiest way to take it out.
Yeah, I had a history professor describe it as a large pecking order. It was a system of physical abuse, and every Japanese from general to grunt was beaten the shit out of. And when you went all the way down the pecking order and there was no one under you, the grunts would
You
start
take it
beating
out
up
on
civilians
POWs and civilians.
Yeah, exactly.
And I think, as you mentioned in one example here, right, the officer who was trying not to have his the Notre Dame ring removed, that Japanese officer who graduated from Southern California, he literally beat up the Japanese soldier who was taking the ring away from the American. So I think that's just an example of an officer beating up the soldier.
It was systemic, the violence against their troops, like physically the beatings. There's also a culture of not respecting an adversary that surrendered. They saw it as, disgusting. So they had cultural things that kind of like enforce the idea that these people should not be treated well. In the episode, if people are interested, in a week or two, it'll come out on the Pacific War Week by Week podcast. I have basically 10 categories I go through as to why the Japanese did what they did. So you can listen to it there. It's tries to explain it in a very thorough manner because it's a very complex situation. It has to deal with a very a bastardized version of Bushido, a culture that promotes suicide and not surrender for that matter, and violence amongst the troops against each other. There's a lot of factors. So, yeah. Corpses lined the ditches along the sides.
It's just funny that they try to take inspiration from the Shogun era, Sengoku Jedi kind of. But a lot of those guys were willing to actually surrender for the safety of their men, as long as they just committed seppuku and such. So it was really like the top command that would get gutted. Now it's just everyone gets gutted.
Yeah, exactly. So corpses lined the ditches along the sides of the roads, with crows tearing into them amidst clouds of flies. Lieutenant Colonel Alan Stowell began counting the corpses, reaching 27 before he chided to himself, "You've got to cut this out." And then he resumed marching with his gaze fixed straight ahead. A young Filipino, Lieutenant Tony Aquino, who had actually swum to Corregidor to see President Quezon, had been walking without rest or water, and he had lost about 50 pounds since arriving in Bataan. His legs were swollen, and when an American crumpled before him, a Japanese guard began to kick the man until he struggled painfully to rise, extending his hand in a plea for help. The Japanese officer stabbed him with his bayonet right through the man's neck, then pushed his body right into a ditch, as Aquino watched helplessly. Further back, General Blumel marched alongside Brigadier General Luther Stevens when a Japanese soldier in a passing truck swung a bamboo pole viciously at Stevens' head. Blumel caught his staggering colleague as the two fell towards a ditch. A guard pointed a revolver at Blumel, motioning for him to march on, but Blumel ignored the order, helping a dazed Stevens to his feet. Yet Stevens' legs buckled, and he fell into the middle of a rice paddy. Another guard then rushed at them with a fixed bayonet, assuming that they were trying to flee. But when he saw Stevens face down the rice paddy, he presumed he was dead, and he gestured for Blumel to continue. Stevens then crawled behind some underbrush, and he watched as the column moved onwards. So had it not been for Blumel's bravery, he would have been killed. Unfortunately, another Japanese unit would later discover him and take him back as a prisoner, so he did not escape. At a rest stop a few miles north, Corporal Roy Castleberry witnessed two civilians digging a hole and placing a delirious American captain into it. When the captain realized what was happening, he desperately struggled to try and escape what was being his grave, prompting a guard to order the Filipinos to hit the man over the head with their shovels. They initially refused until the Japanese raised his rifles at them. With contorted faces in anguish, they struck the captain over the head with their shovels, and they buried him alive. Castleberry saw a hand feebly clawing out of the dirt of that grave. And that image apparently haunted him for the rest of his life.
Can't blame him, man. It's costly.
Many prisoners who fell were just shot or bayoneted. Some Japanese officers on horseback beheaded prisoners with their katanas. As prisoners made their way to Lubao, they encountered a particularly brutal stretch of unshaded road. Thirst became unbearable, and many prisoners risked their lives trying to sneak into sugarcane fields to get, a drop of moisture. Most men were so dehydrated they could no longer urinate, and those who could reported it was like pissing hot iron. At Lubao, a city of about 30,000 residents at the time, people lined the streets trying to toss food like hard-boiled eggs, fried chicken wrapped in banana leaves, and pieces of panachao to the men, alongside hard brown sugar. And the Japanese guards held the crowds of civilians back with their rifles, but occasionally an elderly Filipino woman would grab a prisoner, pull him out of the column, standing over him with her long skirt to try and protect them. At the far edge of the town, the Japanese began herding the front line of prisoners into large tin-roofed rice mills, packing several thousand men inside. There was only a single water spigot, and any minor act of insubordination could result in the prisoners being slashed with sabers or bayonets. Some were beaten to death without any reason at all given to it. The final stretch to San Fernando was about 9 miles, and it was brutal. The asphalt roads, churned by tanks and trucks, felt like molten lava under the sun.
I'm sorry, as if the rest of the march wasn't brutal by any standard.
Yeah. A lot of these guys are barefoot, by the way, so you can only imagine the soles of their feet are just in agony. As the starving, dehydrated men passed lines of trucks, it felt like a gauntlet, with soldiers in the vehicles swinging the rifle butts and bamboo poles to hit the Filipinos and the Americans. In town, civilians came from all over Luzon in search of their loved ones, weeping when they saw the skeletal army that was marching. And here, at least some of the aspects of Kwane's plan were executed with a semblance of efficiency. The prisoners received rice balls, water, and medical treatment here. They were confined in makeshift locations like dance halls, poetry sheds, empty lots, schools, and old factories and such. Lieutenant Aquino's group was locked inside of a rundown vinegar factory, where he collapsed unconscious for over 14 hours. Upon waking, he was escorted by some Japanese to Japanese barracks, where his father was with a Japanese colonel. His father embraced him. Mr. Aquino is a good friend of Japan, said a Kempeitai commander with a British accent, before telling Aquino that he could go home. However, Aquino refused to abandon his men, and he instead requested more food and medicine for the prisoners. Your father was right. He said you would refuse. Please accept my apologies for the treatment that you have all endured, was what the Kempeitai officer said. Aquino was allowed to spend some time with his father, who informed him that President Quezon was trying to secure earlier releases for the Filipinos being sent to the prison camps. He said, "Hurry, Papa, we're dying like flies." The men were then crammed into boxcars with over 100 or so per car. Soon the vehicles were filled with vomit, feces, and urine. The stench became unbearable, according to Staff Sergeant Alf Larson. The train consisted of 6 or 7 World War I era boxcars. They packed us in the cars like sardines. So tight you couldn't sit down. Then they shut the door. If you passed out, they couldn't fall down. If someone had to go to the toilet, you went right there where you were. It was close to summer, and the weather had hot and humid temperatures, hotter than Billy Blazes. We were on the train from early in the morning to late in the afternoon without getting out. People died in the railroad cars. From there, it was a 3-hour trip to Capas, and many men would perish along the way. Some guards opened the locked doors, while others just kept them closed, preventing fresh air from entering. Filipinos frequently approached, handing over water bottles, tomatoes, bananas, rice, and other items. Many Americans who had previously held racial biases towards Filipinos began to really appreciate their courage and humanity. At Capas,
It's actually just really call that out, the courage of the civilian population for even attempting this. Even at the town of, Lubao, where, like they'll try to get a prisoner right under that old woman's long skirt, because if they are caught, their family is history.
yeah, because they're going to be occupied, and it's a brutal occupation, to be sure. At Capas, the trains were unloaded, and the prisoners faced an additional 8-mile trek by foot over sun-baked and dusty roads to Camp O'Donnell. Upon arrival, they were herded through, the gates, flanked by towers manned by machine gun nests. They were forced to sit for hours under the sun before an officer, the camp commander, strode out. He faced them, and he announced in a belligerent tone, through an interpreter, that the U.S. was his greatest enemy, and that the Japanese would defeat the Americans, even if it took 100 years. 2 days after the first group arrived at Camp O'Donnell, the Manila Sunday Tribunal published a picture of the march, accompanied by a Japanese-inspired narrative, and here's an excerpt from it. The task of observing the tragic aspect of marching war prisoners from the Bataan front, where they surrendered on April the 9th to San Fernando, Papagan, prior to the entertainment to their permanent concentration camp. It is a sad one, hence our effort to avoid details about the entire episode. To avoid giving the public the wrong impression from such an enigmatic remark, we clarify that the Imperial Japanese forces, whose mission is to clearly prosecute the current war to its successful conclusion, are going well out of their way to feed and assist 50,000 men who were once their enemies beyond any reasonable expectations. If, in spite of the humane treatment the Japanese are providing to these prisoners, they are too weak to reach their destinations, we can only blame the high command of the American forces for surrendering when many of their men had already been grievously weakened due to the lack of food and diseases. So yeah, the Japanese are actually kind of showcasing that even they are a little bit embarrassed by how bad this is going. General Homa would,
Yeah.
yeah,
I guess it was just also like, they're using some extra, like, the planning details, right? Because the original plan was very human and considerate.
yeah, of course. Meanwhile, General
But
Homa, he was, he's too preoccupied with what would become a 2-month campaign against Corregidor, and he was only about to learn about the fate of the prisoners, later on. A total of 54,000 prisoners actually reached Camp O'Donnell, with quite a few escaping, making it difficult to determine the exact death toll. Estimates indicate that between 7,000 and 10,000 died during the march due to starvation, dehydration, malaria, beatings, and executions, including around 2,330 Americans. So, if you heard that right, a lot of Filipinos were killed. Most survivors declared the march to have been a cruel plan orchestrated by the Japanese high command. The cruelty was not systemic. It was fortunate, more because they didn't allocate enough for 75,000 people. Some fortunate prisoners rode trucks from Balanga to San Fernando and experienced minimal suffering, for example, while others marched and encountered brutality, or no brutality at all. It was pretty random. However, countless others were, murdered, beaten, or starved in an unsystematic manner. Brutality amongst the Japanese soldiers at this time was, a way of life. They endured beatings from their officers, who themselves suffered beatings from their superiors and so forth, as I was mentioning to Gareth before, the pecking order. And for the Japanese soldier, surrender was simply not an option. It was the ultimate disgrace. Their manuals advised, bear in mind the fact that to be captured means not only disgrace to the army, but your parents and family will never be able to hold their heads high again. Always save the last round for yourself. This is literally written in their manual. Many Japanese soldiers had witnessed the enemy firing their last rounds at their colleagues before surrendering. So that contributes to the behavior I say a little bit. There's also this account from the Japan Times and Advertiser, written on April the 24th. They, the Allies, surrender after sacrificing all the lives that they can, except their own, for a cause which they know is futile. They surrender merely to save their own skins. They have shown themselves to be utterly selfless throughout all the campaigns, and they cannot be treated as ordinary prisoners of war. They have broken the commandment of God, and their defeat is their punishment. To show them mercy is to prolong the war. Their motto has been absolute unscrupulousness. They have not cared what means they employ in their operations. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. The Japanese forces are crusaders in a holy war. Hesitation is uncalled for, and wrongdoers must be wiped out. So you can imagine a lot of this rhetoric is promoting a certain culture in the Japanese military. Their training, like I said, is brutal, deliberately designed to mold them into very capable perpetrators of atrocities. They were taught that the things they were forcing others to endure would likewise be inflicted upon them by their enemies. So it's like a cycle of violence.
I guess maybe because of this really brutal training, it's probably why General Collins had said, right, since he was one of the few commanders who served in both theaters of operation at the divisional level or above. He said like the Germans were, better organized, better trained, better equipped, but no one fought as tenaciously as the Japanese.
Yep. For those who are interested in looking into the matter of why the Japanese were so atrocious during the war, there's a book that's only about this topic. It's called The Knights of Bushido. It's a hard book to stomach. It's a rough one. I've read it multiple times. At the end of the war, General Masahiro Homa attempted to mitigate the harsh treatment of the prisoners and the Filipino civilians, as he was going to be bearing the blunt for the war crimes. Despite a lot of evidence indicating that he had never ordered any atrocities to be taken out. And I kind of believe that one. This guy was very sensitive, we'll say that much. After the war, he would face 43 separate charges, but the verdict failed to distinguish amongst them, leaving some doubt as to his guilt. He was convicted of permitting members of his command to commit atrocities. He claimed he was too occupied with the Corregidor campaign, and he was unaware of the death toll from the Bataan Death March until about 2 months after it had taken place. The court sentenced him to death, which Homa accepted with remarkable grace, thanking the 5-member military commission for his treatment during his confinement. He would be executed by firing squad on April the 3rd of 1946. His 2 subordinates, Major General Yoshitaka Kawane and Colonel Kuretaro Hirono, were both hanged in 1948. Very similar to what happened with Yamashita, although for the case of Yamashita, perhaps he might have known more about what was going on. I think in the case of Homa, he did.
At least Yamashita would have known more, even though, as we mentioned, it's a certain Colonel Tsuji Masanobu who's really the perpetrator of the violence.
Yeah. Also, Yamashita was aware that Soiji was spying on him, and Yamashita, for lack of better words, was trolling Soiji a lot. He continuously actually fucked with him, so there was that. That ends this episode. There's only going to be one episode after this, which covers the often forgotten battle for Corregidor. Most people finish with the Bataan Death March, but that's not the end at all. And actually, there's a lot of guerrilla actions, go on well after 42. But I don't think we're going to go into that. At some point, we will talk about the end of the Philippine campaign when the fighting's in 45. But that's for another tale.
Hey guys, this is Craig from the Pacific War Channel. Please don't forget to check out my YouTube membership or my Patreon account over at www.patreon.com/thepacificwarchannel, where you can join the ranks and gain access to a hell of a lot of goodies. At the base minimum, you get access to the exclusive monthly podcast, early access to all of my content, voting rights for what subjects I will tackle next, and at higher tiers, I have much more goodies to come. So please click that link and check it out. And yes, this is straight out of a textbook, but I assure you it's one of the more detailed ones. We'll keep it on the northern part now, but to catch everybody up a little bit, during the first 4 months of the war, General Homa lacked the resources necessary to conduct operations on both the northern and southern Philippine Islands. So obviously he was kind of hitting specific targeted areas one by one. Essentially, as long as the struggle was confined to Luzon, the islands in the south were relatively safe from invasion. However, Homa did execute limited operations to establish a foothold in Sulu by capturing Jolo, and in Mindanao by taking Davao, and landing at Zamboanga back in early March. So if we look over here on my map, I'm just going to bring it down to the southern Philippines. You can see some of the areas that we have mentioned. Davao is right down there in Mindanao. Mindanao is one of the larger of these smaller islands. I'll keep it just a little up here. We're going to be talking about a lot of these places. Now, following the fall of Bataan, which we covered in the last episode, Homa was now free to begin operations on the southern islands to gradually complete the conquest of the Philippines, which honestly is a very secondary thing. Remember, the whole reason for this campaign was basically to neutralize the Philippines so that they can carry over and do what they had to do in the Dutch East Indies, something that was a lot more crucial to the overall mission. Now he was going to be bringing with him...
ultimately the primary objective, and Homa has already lost a lot of face with the Army High Command.
Yeah, exactly. He's brought with him 2 battle-hardened detachments, the Kawaguchi detachment from Borneo and the Kawamura detachment from Malaya. So the Kawaguchi detachment was set to engage in Cebu. I just want to make sure I have that on my map. Cebu is... Oh my god, is it not
in
marked?
The middle? Just scroll down a little bit.
Yeah, there it is. Right there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can I just
Sorry,
add,
people?
for some reason,
Yeah.
the Kawaguchi detachments, because sort of like my favorite detachment of the various Japanese detachment names.
Well, we
But
know what's
probably
going to
because
happen to them.
But probably it's because my bias of going through a lot of the Guadalcanal campaign as well, so where they play
course.
a role there. So
Yeah, no, they have an extensive history. They're one of the more famous. There's of course other detachments we could talk about, but yeah, they're very, very famous. So they're going to be engaging in Cebu, while the Kawamura detachment, was going to be targeting Panay. Both islands were part of the Visayan Islands group, lying between Mindanao and Luzon. The plan was pretty straightforward. They're going to seize these islands before moving on to the larger Mindanao island. Now, Brigadier General William Sharp was commanding the Visayan Mindanao force, and he established his HQ in Cebu. His force was almost entirely comprised of Philippine Army troops, totaling around 3 divisions, as well as some provisional and constable-like units. Sharp faced the same issues as those in Luzon. His men were untrained, outnumbered, and they severely lacked equipment. They had very few blankets, mosquito bars, and every man was armed with basically an Enfield rifle, many of which were quite defective and broken down, but they were available. They had some .30 and .50 caliber machine guns, but many were inoperable and they had to be discarded. The lack of spare parts meant that most weapons needing repair, they're not going to be able to do so. They had no anti-tank guns. They didn't really have much grenades. They had no gas masks. They didn't have steel helmets. Their ammunition supply was also critically low. The most significant issue was a severe shortage of artillery. They didn't even have enough uniforms for all the soldiers. Sharp's original mission was to defend the entire area south of Luzon, but this was clearly unfeasible. General MacArthur then ordered him to concentrate on defending Mindanao and its strategic airfield at Del Monte. Should the defense collapse, he was going to establish guerrilla groups in the island's interior. Now, Brigadier General Bradford Chenoweth was Sharp's counterpart in the Visayas. Chenoweth commanded about 20,000 men. 7,000 were in Pinay under Colonel Albert Christie, 6,500 in Cebu under Colonel Irving Scudder, 3,000 were in Negros under Colonel Roger Hillsman, 2,500 were in Leyte and Samar under Colonel Theodore Cornell, and about 1,000 men in Bohol under Lieutenant General Arthur Grims. And for about a month, Chenoweth oversaw the construction of airfields, tank obstacles, trenches, and gun emplacements, while stringing wire and preparing demolitions on Panay and Cebu. He initiated a program called Operation Baos Au, Get It Back, a large-scale movement of supplies into the island's interior for future guerrilla warfare. So they were creating like secret caches where they would establish, in places that were quite remote and inaccessible. This program made the Filipino populace feel pretty abandoned, and it was, eroding their faith in the American defense.
Understandable from their perspective. An invasion army is about to land, and your primary defenses are pulling back.
Yeah. On April the 5th, Kawaguchi reached the Lingayen Gulf, and he subsequently made his way to Cebu. By April the 9th, Chenoweth received reports of the impending invasion, and he placed all of his men on high alert. Kawaguchi's detachment, consisting of about 4,852 battle-hardened troops, sailed in 11 transports escorted by 3 cruisers. The Imperial Japanese Navy's force then split into 2 convoys, one landing at Cebu City and the other around Toledo. The capital of Cebu was defended by the Cebu Military Police Regiment. It's about 1,100 men under the command of Lieutenant Colonel Howard Edmonds, who would confront the bulk of the Kawaguchi detachment. Edmonds' mission was to hold out long enough to allow the demolition teams to, complete their work before retreating back into the hills. Chenoweth actually commented on this, stating, "I had no idea of being able to stop the Japs, but I thought we could spend 2 or 3 days in withdrawal." Just want to make sure on my map, I'm going to highlight, put Cebu kind of in the middle here. Yeah, let's focus a little bit on Cebu and Mindanao, because Mindanao is going to be coming up as well. Again, for those who aren't watching us on YouTube, a lot easier to follow with the maps. The battle for Cebu City lasted a single day. Kawaguchi's men were just better trained, more numerous, they're better armed. The defenders were gradually pushed back, but they managed to buy the time required to blow up the bridges, leading into the interior. By about 5 p.m., the Japanese broke off their actions on the outskirts of the city. Edmonds and his men then withdrew under the cover of darkness. The Japanese found similar success on the western side of the island at Toledo. The Philippine army mounted a vigorous defense against the enemy landing, but they were unable to stop them. And they were forced to retreat along the cross-inland highway towards the town of Catabaco, leaving Toledo in Japanese hands. At Catabaco, located just midway across the island, the highway forks into 2 branches. One leads to General Chenoweth's HQ, which was near Tilase, the other to Naga. Chenoweth understood the importance of Catabaco to the overall defense of Cebu, so he assigned men under Colonel Grimes there to ensure demolitions were conducted to impede the Japanese advance. Unfortunately, the Japanese stormed Catabaco with tanks and armored cars far too swiftly for the demolition teams to actually complete their preparations. Colonel Grimes was actually captured by a Japanese patrol while they were rushing towards Chenoweth's HQ near Tilase, Naga. Consequently, Chenoweth was compelled to disband his HQ and then flee north, as were the forces at Naga. Central Cebu would fall on the night of April the 12th, and guerrilla warfare would become the only available option for the Allies in that area. General Waywright acknowledged the loss of Cebu and ordered General Sharp to reassume command of the remaining Visayan force on April the 16th. So things were going kind of disastrous, from the very start of this operation. Now, over
And to
on
be fair,
Panay,
that's pretty much the Allied Pacific results at the start of the Pacific War.
yeah, pretty much. And as we can see over here, Panay. Over on Panay, Colonel Christie fortified his defenses, and on April the 16th, the Kawamura detachment landed at Iloro. And I do apologize, the pronunciation of Philippine places borders on some of the Asiatic languages and Spanish languages. It's always kind of a which one do I go with? So I'm doing my best. On the southwest corner of Panay, as well as at Capiz in the north. 2 days later, a third landing occurred at San Jose, and all of those landings encountered no resistance. By the 20th, General Kawamura had seized these strategic points on the island and considered his campaign a success. So he basically thought it was concluded. However, for Colonel Christie, who was to secure, the mountainous interior, where he was well stalking everything, the campaign had only just begun. Wild game was abundant there. There was ample fresh water, and there was about 500 head of cattle, 15,000 bags of rice, and hundreds of canned goods. They were very well prepared for a long guerrilla campaign. Christie dispatched units to engage in hit-and-run raids, prompting the Japanese to carry out punitive expeditions at San Jose to locate the guerrilla HQ. One of these Japanese companies fell into an ambush set up by guerrilla fighters armed only with bows, spears, and bolos, resulting in significant casualties amongst the attackers. Yeah.
Can I just say Bad Jack Churchill would have loved to be here?
yeah, he would have loved this. I know it's not Pacific War. No, he did engage in the Pacific, didn't he, at the end? I wonder if I could ever do an episode on him. He's such a fascinating character.
An officer always has a sword.
Yeah. And one of his quotes was like, he was disappointed the war was over or something. Okay, I remember reading something about one of his later quotes.
Yeah, I read something like that. He was quite unhappy. He hoped the war would continue for much longer so that he can...
Yeah.
You're talking about a guy who was playing the bagpipe while, going on a commando raid.
Yeah. He honestly, the first thing that comes to mind, he's kind of like literally the Yaucha from Predator. He's just out there like hunting people with a bow and arrow. It's crazy. So, despite the guerrilla warfare, for practical purposes, the island was neutralized, and soon Mindanao would come under threat. Now, April proved to be quite a favorable month for General Homa, who desperately needed momentum. He had received reinforcements that were crucial in breaking the defenses of Bataan, compelling General King to surrender his forces on April the 9th. So actually, I'm going to make sure my map... Okay, I'm in the Viziancy. So, following this achievement after the fall of Bataan, Homa launched operations against the Visayas, successfully neutralizing that region. With the Visayas secured, Homa now had a base from which to attack Mindanao. And we'll just put the map all the way down here to Mindanao. Perfect. In Mindanao, Sharp commanded 3 poorly trained and inadequately equipped Filipino divisions, with very few artillery pieces, and an additional division recently organized at Cagayan. Sharp's men faced numerous shortages. They had not enough blankets, like I said, no mosquito bars, they didn't even have enough uniforms for their men. Each soldier possessed an Enfield 17 rifle, but many had no idea how to even operate them. Additionally, many rifles were defective. They were prone to breaking, especially with, no parts being available, you couldn't repair them. They lacked grenades, they had no gas masks, they didn't have steel helms, they had no anti-tank guns, their ammunition supplies were very, very low. The most critical issue was, of course, the lack of artillery. Now, although Corregidor was vital for controlling Manila Bay, MacArthur aimed to ensure that Mindanao was secure for the future reconquest of the Philippines, making the American control over the island paramount.
Was it going to be like his future stepping stone for when he was to return?
Yeah.
At least in his world at this time.
For people who aren't watching this on YouTube, it's basically the southeasternmost island, and it's also very large and has full port facilities. So if you were coming up from the south, and MacArthur's going to be coming up from places like Australia to the Solomons and New Guinea, it's the obvious choice for the first landing. It's the easiest place to come. The Japanese had already invaded Davao on December 20th during the early stages of the Philippine campaign, and they maintained a small presence there, consisting of a battalion-strength Miura detachment commanded by Lieutenant Colonel Miura Toshio. Colonel Miura had tried to extend his control into the interior, but he was met with little success. Indeed, without air and artillery support, it was likely that American forces would have actually expelled his troops from the island. General Sharp had taken significant steps to prepare Mindanao, organizing the island into 5 defensive sectors. The Zamboanga sector, sorry, that was a hard one. Lanao sector in the northwest, the Cagayan sector in the north central region, the Agusan sector in the east, Cotabato Davao sector in the center, and the southern parts of the island. Despite some sporadic clashes along the Digos and the Agusan fronts in March, and some heavy action in Zamboanga, the Japanese largely remained in Davao, with Sharp's men continuing their training. The training time was immensely beneficial. However, the lack of ammunition was a significant drawback. Supplies were so restricted that live fire training was prohibited. Instead, the men just spent long hours practicing simulated fire, meaning that most of the soldiers who fought on Mindanao had actually never fired a live round before facing actual combat. Following
It's
the fall
kind of
of
reminds me, I don't know, some movie or video on YouTube, like the soldiers are training and oh sorry, I it was actually like I was reading this in actually in an audiobook about the Louisiana maneuvers that the United States had, and that time they were not even armed. So, like, I think a standing stick figure or something used to represent a tank, and you're just supposed to point your stick because most soldiers don't even have a gun, and you're supposed to say bang. That it kind of feels like that, with the lack of live fire training.
you got to make do with what you got. It could mean the slight difference when the combat actually happens, But yeah, it's not a good way to go about it. Following the fall of Panay and Cebu, Homa properly was going to be seizing Mindanao with a coordinated attack from 3 different directions. Mura was ordered to advance to Digos, a short distance to the south, where he would then strike towards the Sade Highway. The other 2 forces, the Kawaguchi and Kawamura detachments, were each tasked with making amphibious landings. Kawaguchi was set to land his troops at Cotabato, midway along the western coast at the mouth of the Mindanao River. From Cotabato, he would then dispatch the men to travel to Route 1, continuing east towards the Sara Highway to rendezvous with Mura. The remainder of his force would then land at Parang. It's about 12 miles north of Cotabato. Then they would push north along Route 1, past Lake Lanyo, then eastward to integrate with the Kawamura detachment. Kawamura was to come ashore at the head of the Makelao Bay in northern Mindanao. Then the starting point would be at the Sara Highway. A small portion of his forces would strike west to join the Kawaguchi's detachment, while the majority would march south through the central parts of Mindanao along places like the Sara Highway. Ultimately, all 3 detachments aimed to march towards their convergence, encircling and neutralizing the Americans on the 3 fronts. Now, in
So
late
it's
April,
almost like they're moving from different directions to converge, kind of on the center of the island for.
yeah, it's
the
a pretty
most-
simplistic plan. Yeah, like you said, if you were looking at a map of the island, they're coming at 3 different points, and then they're kind of going into the center to meet up, basically.
Way more simpler than what they planned for Midway.
Yeah, exactly. In late April, 3 battalions of the 10th Independent Garrison assumed garrison duties on Mindanao, Cebu, and Panay, freeing up Mura's, men so that they could move south and do the Digos operation. Meanwhile, Kawaguchi embarked from Cebu on the 26th using 6 transports escorted by 2 destroyers. 5 days later, Kawamura departed from Panay. General Wainwright's directive to Sharp on the 30th was to hold as much of Mindanao as possible with the forces at his disposal, which is not an easy feat, to say the least. Early on the 29th, coinciding with Emperor Hirohito's birthday, the Kawaguchi detachment began landing at Cotabato and Parang. Defending Cotabato was the 101st Division, 2nd Battalion of the 104th Infantry, and a battalion of the 101st Field Artillery, all led by Lieutenant Colonel Russell Nelson. He had positioned half of his forces around the town, and the remainder were placed further inland to cover Route 1. Kawaguchi's men faced very little resistance upon landing at Cotabato. However, when they began their advance into the town, it became more challenging. The Allied forces resisted tenaciously until Japanese aircraft from Zamboanga joined the fight, driving the defenders towards the outskirts of Cotabato. Over in Parang, the forces made contact with Allied defenders at around 3:30 p.m. near the junction of Route 1. They were holding firm for about 3 hours before they had to withdraw along the highway. This basically left the road open to Cotabato, and it flanked the defenders' rear, forcing the Allied forces to reluctantly abandon their positions in the city's outskirts, and they were all retreating along Route 1. The following day, Kawaguchi commenced his advance east towards the Sade Highway to connect with the forces of Mura. With air support, he encountered very little resistance that day. Colonel Nelson received reports of Japanese troop movements, but he was actually more concerned with the Japanese forces sailing up the river. He had no means of preventing these troops from disembarking along the riverbanks and moving to any point along Route 1, potentially creating roadblocks behind his men. Before the day concluded, he had received reports of Japanese units moving up the river, specifically Kawaguchi's men utilizing armored barges. He then found himself in quite a precarious position. These river units threatened to cut off his forces. Thus, he decided to destroy the roads and the bridges as his men began to withdraw. There was nothing really preventing Kawaguchi's men from consolidating control over the entirety of Route 1 from Cotabato to Bikit. Kawaguchi's forces advanced rapidly east towards the Sade Highway, attempting to cut off the Allies' escape route. Now, if he could reach Cabacan before them, he could actually encircle most of them and position himself, along their lines. The subsequent 2 days were marked with some skirmishes and aerial attacks. By May the 2nd, Colonel Mura launched a full-scale assault, bringing in a 4-hour artillery and mortar barrage supported by aerial strafing. This attack was followed by an offensive involving 3 tanks. By 5 p.m., the Filipino defenders had managed to repel the Japanese assault successfully. 2 hours later, they were ordered to withdraw towards the Sade Highway, which they did under the cover of darkness. The Kawaguchi forces then reached Cabacan, but they arrived too late to actually trap the Allied forces. Meanwhile, on the morning of the 29th, the Japanese faced strong resistance on the beaches of Parang. Intense machine gun fire was unleashed upon them, prolonging the fight for over 6 hours. Ultimately, the Allied defenders had to retreat to avoid being outflanked, allowing the Japanese to seize Parang. The Japanese subsequently marched on Malabang, located just 22 miles northwest. Rather than march his men along the 22-mile stretch of Route 1, Kawaguchi opted to leave a small garrison at Parang, and he transported his forces, initially landed on Mindanao, to come ashore at Malabang. The Japanese began landing a few miles south of the town, and by dawn on April the 30th, they commenced their assault on the Filipino defenders. After several hours and a lot of heavy casualties, the defenders had no choice but to pull back, despite a brave counterattack led by the forces under Colonel Yuji Mitchell. This left the defenders retreating along Route 1. However, the Japanese pursued them quite closely, routing the defenders and managing to capture Colonel Mitchell in the process. Now the Japanese had control over Route 1, extending their reach as far as the northern parts of Lake Lanao. Kawaguchi's forces advanced towards the town of Ganassi, situated near the southwestern corner of Lake Lanao, where Colonel Vesey was stationed. A minor skirmish occurred at Ganassi on the morning of May the 2nd, prompting Vesey to deem the town completely indefensible, and he withdrew his men to another town named Bacolod, located on the western shore of Lake Lanao. And I'm sure there's Philippine members in the audience who are just cringing at how I'm pronouncing some of these towns again. I apologize. The Japanese consolidated their position at Ganassi, while Vesey destroyed a bridge across Route 1 in a bid to impede their advance. This caused a temporary halt to the Japanese forces, and to compound their woes, the Japanese tanks that were attempting to cross the stream were struck by 2.95-inch mountain guns, rendered inoperative. Vesey had positioned this mountain gun at a perfect angle to target the Japanese as they were approaching the bridge, and as an eyewitness would remark at the time, it made up for the lack of accuracy with point-blank concentration. So the Japanese had to dismount from their trucks, and the casualties began to mount from there. In spite of the setback, Kawaguchi ordered his troops to press on, and soon their artillery and their air support began to take a toll on the defenders. By the late afternoon, Colonel Vesey was compelled to withdraw his men. But with this victory, Kawaguchi had basically consolidated control over the southern and the western parts of Mindanao, leaving just the northern region still in contention. Meanwhile, the Kawamura detachment landed at the mouths of the Cagayan and Taguluan rivers during the early hours of May the 3rd, and with the support of their destroyers and aircraft, Kawamura's forces swiftly came ashore, encountering such intense resistance that the local commander, Major Webb, noted only the withdrawal of the 61st Field Artillery, with his right flank exposed, Webb was forced to withdraw from the beachhead engagement. General Sharp had held on to his reserves up till this point, but now he unleashed them in a desperate attempt to halt the Japanese advance along the Sade Highway. With the Japanese having secured half of the island, and being just a dozen miles from General Sharp's HQ, it was time to exhaust all of his available options. They brought up with them what remained of their artillery for Mindanao, and that was just 3 2.95-inch guns. General Sharp established a defensive position parallel at the Magyama Canyon, and he was barely able to set up his guns when at 7:30 a.m. the Japanese began emerging from the Sade Highway. The initial Japanese assault was repelled, forcing them back about 700 yards. The Japanese failed to capitalize on their advantage, leading Sharp to conclude, events seem to be moving satisfactorily. Although the enemy did control the beaches and the northern terminus of the Sade Highway, Sharp's forces had disengaged without very excessive loss, and they are now relatively accommodating defensive posture. The general was optimistic enough to instruct his staff to prepare plans for a northward counterattack along the highway for the following morning. The optimism soon evaporated, however, when reports indicated that Colonel Morse had to withdraw his men from their defensive position astride the Sade Highway. This is about 6 miles south of the beach. All hopes for counterattacks had pretty much lost at that point. General Sharp subsequently ordered all of his forces to defend two towns, Puntian and Dalarig. Controlling these two towns would allow the defenders to impede any movements down the Sade Highway, leading into the central part of Mindanao. By May the 4th, the defenders had established all their positions, and on May the 5th, they faced Japanese bombardment. Until the 8th, they endured artillery and air assaults, followed up by some night raids from Kawamura's forces. In the darkness, many of his troops...
That would have been quite a terrifying prospect for the defenders.
Yes, but I think at this point, they're getting more and more used to it. It's going to definitely be, the staple of what the Japanese are doing on any of these offensives. So I think after it's been repeated a few times, you get into a rhythm of what to expect.
True enough. Especially I'm just factoring in that these have generally been raw troops, and this fighting in the last few days was the only time they fired with live ammunition. So the sounds would still scare them, or at least jolt them initially.
Of course. And like any military at this time, it was unusual to fight at night. It was almost expected that you just stopped playing war at night. I don't know. It's not proper to say that, but in a lot of ways, that's how they treated it. So yeah, they're going to be scared. In the darkness,
it's always controlled, right?
Yeah, exactly. In the darkness, many of his troops successfully infiltrated the Filipino defensive lines at Dadaig, creating absolute chaos. Amidst the confusion, two defending platoons just somehow received orders to withdraw, so they pulled back from their positions. Before HQ could rectify whatever was going on, the Japanese infiltrators began to fortify their positions, leading to more nighttime conflicts. By the morning, the exhausted and now disorganized Filipino forces were compelled to retreat from their main defensive lines and withdraw into Dalarig. Kawamura then pushed his advantage, assaulting the retreating defenders in Dalarig from three sides. The defenders scattered in all directions, leaving only two scout companies in the town to make a valiant stand before they too had to retreat, or be encircled. All retreating defenders were forced to cross a flat open countryside devoid of any cover. They were pursued relentlessly by artillery fire and aircraft, leading to significant casualties. Many men cast away their weapons in the flight, resulting in a total rout. By the end of the 9th, the Dalarig force had virtually ceased to exist. In Putan, forces under Colonel Dalton were engaged in combat against more of Kawamura's troops. However, with the fall of Dalarig, Dalton recognized that the Japanese could just outflank Puntan's northern edge. Knowing that the Japanese would cut off his only escape routes, he realized there's no way out. General Sharp understood that the entire defensive perimeter was now falling apart and that the bulk of his forces were being decimated. So he radioed MacArthur stating, "North front in full retreat. The enemy is coming through the right flank. Nothing further can be done. May sign off any time now." Thus, Mindanao had fallen. The most critical piece of the puzzle still remained, and that being Corregidor. So, we are now going to be switching to a new map, and I'm going to try to zoom out. I realize this is zoomed in pretty heavily. Here we go. So for those not on YouTube, this is a map of the full layout of the Corregidor defenses, 1942. Well, the most critical piece, as I mentioned, of this entire puzzle was Corregidor, often referred to as the Rock, or the Gibraltar of the East by Americans, of course. That term was used by the British for Singapore. And it was home to about 13,000 troops.
We're just about to comment on that. Sorry, Singapore considered the Gibraltar of the East.
Yeah, so I guess the Americans wanted to, have their own. The island was fortified with
East.
The island was fortified with anti-aircraft guns, artillery, all sorts of cannons. Many considered it to be an impregnable stronghold. General Waywright maintained control over Manila Bay by utilizing its 56 coastal guns, mortars, about 48.50 caliber machine guns, 28 3-inch guns, and 10 Spurry searchlights, all part of the harbor defenses led by General Moore. Corregidor was additionally protected by 3 heavily fortified islands in Manila Bay: Caballo Island with Fort Hughes, Carabao Island with Fort Frank, and Efreo Island with Fort Drum. From December the 28th to January the 6th, Corregidor experienced regular bombardments from the Japanese 5th Air Group, led by Lieutenant General Obata Hideyoshi. Oh, actually, I know this commander somewhat well. He's an interesting one. He has an extensive history. While the attacks left the island armaments largely unscathed, they did not cause significant structural damage and severely, demoralized the troops. The defenders were on the brink of depleting their supplies, subsisting on, just 30 ounces of food per day, much more than the guys at Bataan, mind you, just to put that out there. When the enemy bombardments resulted in the death of the cavalry's horses, soldiers would drag their carcasses into the mess hall for sustenance, which is kind of sad, but, a necessity. Despite submarines bringing
you study the old sieges when the cities under, like Mantua, for example, in our Rivoli episode, at the time of that battle, yeah, the soldiers are living on horses while the civilians were on, cats, dogs, rats, whatever they could find.
Yep. And you know what, Gaurav? Like I said to you once, at some point we're going to do a Taiping Rebellion series. And you know what they eat during those sieges?
Everything?
Their friends and family members. It's so horrifying. And I know this is like totally...
everything comment is still valid technically.
This is so left field to bring up, but just to give people an idea, because a lot of people in the West have never heard of this, it is the bloodiest civil war in human history. Human flesh was like sold in the black market in some of these places that were being besieged. It's it's horrifying, the stories of what happened to civilian populations during that rebellion. But I desist. That's a story for another day. There were submarines bringing, some food, mail, and munitions in as much as they could manage. But these efforts, obviously, they fell short, and the garrison was ultimately doomed by a lack of supplies. As General Homa's artillery began to turn Corregidor into kind of like a no man's land, a favored song broke out amongst the men. And it went something like this: I'm waiting for ships that never come in.
Yeah. Reminds me of the Linkin Park song, A Light That Never Comes.
Yeah, exactly. Some garrison members questioned whether the V's chalked on their helmets was for victory, or actually if it stood for victim. And I have to admit, I took this one from a book by Frank Costello. He loves to put in those little tidbit information parts, and yeah, he's good at writing that stuff. It became a matter of when, not if, when the fortress, would fall. Throughout February, the Kondo detachment, commanded by Major Kondo Toshinori, employed 4 105mm guns and 2 150mm guns, later reinforced with 2 additional 150mm howitzers to bombard the island. Yet they failed to inflict significant damage. Because for those who don't know, there's an entire network. It's the Malenta tunnels. Think of Corregidor like full of just underground networks and concrete bunkers and such. It's very well fortified. You can withstand quite a bombing. By March the 15th, new reinforcements arrived to intensify the bombardment from Pico de Loro, causing further damage to Forts Frank and Drum. After the fall of Bataan, General Homa positioned his heaviest artillery on the slopes of Marivel's mountains to commence inflicting devastating damage. On April the 12th onwards, the famed gun emplacements at Corregidor engaged in a protracted duel with the Japanese artillery. The island's 12-inch guns from batteries on Corregidor and Fort Drum, with their 36-foot reinforced concrete encasements, severely battered the Japanese positions. However, over the following 2 weeks, Japanese artillery gradually wore down the American guns, and more importantly, their crews. General Sergeant Waldron recounted the experience of being under fire. He had this to say: sometimes the shells would come so fast and explode so close together that we stayed inside of our tunnels. Nothing could survive that shelling. The enemy would pick out an area and start walking shells across it, and when they were through, it would look like no man's land. For the troops, the prolonged tension of being under fire was just unbearable. I mean, this is basically like World War I kind of, it's a World War I kind of scenario. Waldron remembered a sergeant named Rawlings who, quote, whose nerves just went to pieces, and whenever he gave the command to commence firing, he would take off through the jungle, not knowing or caring where he ran. That's classic shell shock behavior, basically. On April the 29th, artillery fire and bombing from the
Let's not get pattern here.
Yeah. On April the 29th, artillery fire and bombing from the Japanese reached a crescendo. It was Emperor Hirohito's birthday, as I mentioned before. 2 ammunition dumps exploded, solid rock cliffs were literally shattered, and uncontrollable grass fires were sweeping this very small island, sending thick clouds of dust and smoke everywhere. By the end of April, the American troops' ability to return fire had significantly diminished, despite the continued availability of thousands of shells. In contrast, the intensity of the Japanese bombardment was escalating, flooding Corregidor with thousands and thousands of shells. By May the 5th, most of Corregidor's guns had fallen silent, and the defenders anticipated an impending invasion. That invasion would be executed by the 4th Division under General Douglas, who was tasked with conducting 2 consecutive amphibious assaults. One with the 61st Regiment, and some tanks from the 7th Tank Regiment. We're going to be landing between Infantry Point and Cavalry Point. Just want to check out my map to see if I have, Cavalry Point is in the northeast.
They are both at the narrower end of the island on the eastern part.
Perfect. Yes, again, for all of you not watching on YouTube, this is a very detailed map of the Battle of Corregidor, and it very much helps with the geography, to say the least.
But this is, I think, from the U.S. invasion, right? During the conquest.
Well, let me check. It might be, but it was the best I could find. Yeah, but it still gives it the.
I think it's just the details that are important.
Yeah, it gives all the areas because I couldn't find one that had the Japanese invasion itself. And another involving the 37th Regiment with a battalion of the 8th Regiment and an element of the 7th Tank Regiment landing between Battery Point and Morrison Point. Concurrently, the 16th Division will launch a feint attack from Cavite against Forts Frank and Drum, somewhat reminiscent of the assault on Singapore Island. After 27 days of siege, the Japanese artillery had inflicted so much damage that the aerial bombers felt emboldened to fly lower and then strike harder, as anti-aircraft guns seemed to be rendered ineffective. The only refuge...
Can I just say, this is just such a sign of confidence because Japanese aircraft were really thinly armored. You might make the case for the Spitfire being unarmored, but Japanese aircraft were even worse. So the fact that they were willing to go down, it just shows they are completely believing that the defenders have lost it.
Yep. And now for the defenders, the only safe place for refuge was the Malinta tunnels, which housed, a bomb-proof shelter for the headquarters, the hospital, the shops, the warehouses on Corregidor. However, the Malinta tunnels were not a suitable place for combat. Life outside the tunnels was perilous, but at least there was fresh air and light. The 10,000 people residing in the sprawling underground complex were suffering from intolerable tension, a phenomenon dubbed as tunnelitis. Dust made breathing difficult, and the stench of death from the hospital inflicted everyone. The heat was also suffocating, and there was huge black flies, roaches, and other insects invading the area. Just to say, people were starting to lose their shit in the tunnels. On May the 3rd, General Waywright received alarming news.
Quite literally.
Yes. General Waywright received alarming news that water supplies were critically low, prompting him to radio MacArthur stating, "The situation is fast becoming desperate." And the following day, 16,000 shells rained down on the island as terrified men huddled in their foxholes, fire, filling themselves with rage towards, what they would call the tunnel rats, those people lucky enough to be in the Malinta tunnels. However, those within the tunnels were not faring that well either. Many were on the brink of hysteria. That day, Wainwright composed a letter to Marshall stating this: "It is in my opinion, the enemy is capable of making an assault on Corregidor at any time. The success or failure of such an assault will depend entirely on the steadfastness of beach defense troops. Considering the present level of morale, I estimate that we have something less than an even chance to beat off the initial assault. I have given you, in accordance with your request, a very frank and honest opinion on the situation as I see it." The Japanese bombardment seemed to be concentrating its fire on a narrow tail end of the island, suggesting that would be the focal point of the invasion. To the defenders' horror, the intensity of the bombardment escalated right up until May the 5th. Believe it or not, General Homa was once again behind schedule, though. Corregidor should have fallen 2 weeks earlier. But the invasion had been postponed due to malaria epidemics that were going on amongst the Japanese troops. It was only quelled by quinine tablets that were had to be flown in directly from Japan. On the evening of May the 4th, Homa watched anxiously from above the harbor of Emay as landing crafts carrying about 2,000 men and several tanks disappeared into the dusk en route to the Rock. The odds were quite chilling, as the assault troops faced at least 7 times their number. In the darkness, erratic tides and currents pushed the small invasion fleet a mile off course. As the first boats approached the shore, they were met with significant fire from two 75mm guns. Surprisingly, the defenders valiantly manned some of the remaining batteries and sank several of these boats, inflicting hundreds of casualties. Boat after boat was blown out of the water. The barrage was so intense that many of the invaders leapt from their boats, and then they were dragged underwater by nearly 100 pounds of equipment on them. Less than a third of the assault force actually survived. They landed further east than anticipated, near North Point, and Colonel Gempachi Seto led the men west towards the Malinta Hill and south against a place called Monkey Point. At about midnight, a Marine messenger dashed into the tunnels, shouting, "600 Japs have just landed." For 3 hours, Wainwright remained in suspense until news arrived that a Marine anti-aircraft gun pit a mile from his tunnel had been captured. Moments later, a radiogram came in from FDR, praising the defenders as, quote, "living symbols of our war aims and the guarantee of victory," which
I don't think any of these guys are going to be pretty impressed with that title.
It's kind of like, okay, The Japanese pressed on towards the Malinta Tunnel's entrance under very heavy fire, fending off 3 consecutive counterattacks. Just before dawn, 500 untrained sailors, the last reserves, emerged from the tunnel and they crawled towards the fighting. Alongside the Marines of the HQ and service company, they launched an attack that completely caught the Japanese off guard, as they awaited aerial and tank support, forcing them to fall back on both flanks. Then at 10 a.m., the American defenders could hear the horrifying sound, rumble, that is, of tanks. In hindsight, it was a glaring oversight that MacArthur never deployed any tanks to Corregidor to assist in its defense. It was just, one last thing I guess you could say that MacArthur fucked up, but in my opinion, why would you have tanks on Corregidor when they'd be better used at Bataan? So I wouldn't actually blame him on this one.
If you just look at the terrain, it looks like there's elevation. So tanks don't do well with elevated and narrow terrain. So kind of makes sense.
Your batteries and your guns are more than adequate for this kind of fight. I don't think tanks would have made the difference. Anti-tank weapons would have, because it's very, a concentrated area to fight, a lot of places to hide. Once Wainwright learned,
guns, not anti-tank guns.
True. Once Wainwright learned that armor was moving against his men, and he had no anti-tank defenses, a nightmare flickered into his mind, and as he described it at the time, a tank nosing into the tunnel, spraying lead at the wounded and merces. So that's pretty horrifying if you have no ability to take out these tanks, other than, Molotov cocktails, which absolutely would work on the Japanese tank models. They had open shafts and stuff. Wainwright turned to his staff and he said, "We can't hold out much longer." He had lost an estimated 800 soldiers by that point, and he recognized that further resistance was futile. What Wainwright did not realize was that the Japanese had suffered a staggering 70% casualty rate during the landing of their 2,000 troops, and they were on their last legs. General Homa had depleted the last of his reserves. It was actually a pretty close battle. At about 10:15 a.m., he ordered Brigadier General Louis Beebe to broadcast a previously prepared surrender message. And in a choked voice, Wainwright instructed, "Tell the Japs that we'll cease firing at noon." To limit the surrender to the 4 islands in Manila Bay, he radioed Major General Sharp, transferring official command of the rest of the Philippines to him. Guns were spiked, codes were burned, and radio equipment was destroyed. Wainwright wrote his final message to FDR, and this is what it had to say. "With a broken heart and a head bowed in sadness, but not in shame, I report to Your Excellency that today I must arrange terms for the surrender of the fortified islands of Manila Bay. There is a limit of the human endurance, and that limit has long since been passed. Without a prospect of relief, I feel it is my duty to my country and to my gallant troops to end this useless effusion of blood and human sacrifice. If you agree, Mr. President, please say to the nation that my troops and I have accomplished all that is humanly possible, and that we have upheld the best traditions of the United States and its army. May God bless and preserve you and guide you and the nation in the effort to achieve ultimate victory. With profound regret and a continued pride in my gallant troops, I go to meet the Japanese commander. Goodbye, Mr. President." So, Wainwright would later remark, it was the terror vested in a tank that was the decisive factor. I envisioned the devastation that even one of those could wreak if it nosed into the tunnel where our helpless wounded and their brave nurses lay. That was ultimately why he tossed in the towel, and everything is, of course, hindsight. If he had known the plight of the Japanese, I think he would have continued the fight, but of course, hindsight. For the fighting men, it was pretty traumatic. Colonel Howard of the 4th Marines broke down sobbing, and he had to say this at the time: "My God, and I had to be the first Marine officer ever to surrender a regiment. All American guns ceased firing. Wainwright waited about 2 hours, then he drove east in a Chevrolet with 5 staff members to Denver Hill. They proceeded on foot past the dead and the dying, and they were met near the top of the hill by a group of Japanese soldiers. A Japanese lieutenant stated that the surrender must encompass all American and Filipino troops in the entire Philippine archipelago. Wainwright responded, 'I do not choose to discuss surrender terms with you. Take me to your senior officer.' Colonel Moto Nakayama, the same officer who accepted King's surrender of Bataan, stepped forward, and Wainwright informed him that he would surrender the 4 islands of Manila Bay. Nakayama replied angrily that he had explicit orders from General Homa to bring Wainwright to Bataan for the capitulation ceremony, only if he agreed to relinquish all troops. Now, at that moment, General Homa was unaware that Corregidor was prepared to surrender. A report that indicated about 31 boats had been sunk during the night, which is pretty horrifying if you're a general. Oh, man, that's bad.
Well,
Resulting in
it's
the
70% of his post, right?
It's like, holy shit. Can you imagine if that happened to Yamashita with Singapore? Because that was a very real. If it hadn't been for his clever little ploys, that was definitely could have happened. Anyways, resulting in the cancellation of the reinforcement wave, leaving about 21 landing crafts available. So yeah, he screwed up, to say the least. Those aware that disgrace awaited them, Homa was suddenly, buoyed by a staff officer bursting in with news that a white flag of truce had been flung over Corregidor. Homa was so relieved that he radioed Nakayama, instructing him to disregard previous orders and escort Wainwright to Bataan immediately. At about 4 p.m., Wainwright, leaning heavily on a cane at this point, appearing quite thin, set foot on Bataan soil at Cabacben. 2 cars transported him and his party to a small blue-painted house. The Americans waited on an open porch overlooking the southern expanse of Manila Bay, where Corregidor was still erupting in shell bursts. The battle had not yet ended, as the Japanese saw it. Wainwright and his colleagues were served cold water, and they were posed, for photographs taken by the Japanese newsmen, because of course the Japanese had, their propaganda tour over there. At 5 p.m., a Cadillac approached, carrying the barrel-chested General Homa, who looked crisp and vigorous in his olive-drab uniform. He welcomed the Americans, remarking, "You must be very tired and weary." Wainwright expressed his gratitude, and they sat together on a porch around a long table. Wainwright then presented a single note surrendering Corregidor, along with Forts Frank, Drum, and Hughes. Homa, who was proficient in English, he was, of course, someone who went overseas, wanted his staff to fully understand the proceedings, so he had an interpreter read the document aloud. With a stony expression, he stated that he could only accept the surrender of all troops in the Philippines. Wainwright then retorted, "The troops in the Visayas and Mindanao areas are no longer under my command. They are commanded by General Sharp, who in turn is under General MacArthur's high command." Homa flushed, feeling as though he was being made a fool. He instructed the interpreter to inform Wainwright that the Japanese had intercepted messages from Washington affirming Wainwright's position as the commander-in-chief of all Philippine forces. Wainwright steadily insisted that he had no authority over General Sharp, however. General Homa lost his temper, slamming his fists on the table while facing his chief of staff, stating in Japanese, "What should we do, Wachi?" Major General Takaji Wachi suggested that he believed Wainwright was just lying to them. In response, General Homa declared, "In that case, we cannot negotiate. Let us continue the battle." Regaining his composure, he said calmly to Wainwright, "Since you are not in supreme command, I see no further necessity for my presence here." And as he was, doing that motion to prepare to leave, one of Wainwright's staff members, alarmed, shouted, "Wait!" The Americans quickly convened a conference. Pale-faced, Wainwright turned to Homa and he said this, "In light of the fact that any further bloodshed in the Philippines is unnecessary and futile, I will assume command of all American forces in the Philippines, even at the risk of serious reprimand from my government following the war." Despite this, Homa was offended and skeptical of Wainwright's sincerity. He instructed the Americans to return to Corregidor and reconsider the matter. Homa then stated, "If you see fit to surrender, then do so to the commanding officer of the regiment on Corregidor. He will in turn bring you to me in Manila. I declare this meeting over. Good day." With that, General Homa nodded to the Americans and he walked towards his Cadillac. Wainwright chewed his cigarette
I
into
can't
shreds.
fully, I can't fully blame Homa because Wainwright was obviously the commander.
Yeah, Wainwright
So-
was screwing him. Yeah, and I mean, Homa was being just, like, you have to take it from his viewpoint. This has been nothing but the nail in the coffin of his career. This whole campaign. Like,
Yeah,
it's bad.
I guess you can only take it out on Wainwright or the commanding officer, since he knows he's going to get axed by Tokyo.
And you also have to take into into perspective. Homa is aware and he sees newsreels of like the great triumphs of General Yamashita in like Malaya and Singapore, and how he he got this surrender of a force that was even bigger than his own, and da. So it looks bad.
And
It really,
I'm pretty sure he would have also known that the very specific islands have fallen. Hong Kong has fallen as per the schedule, basically, and he's delayed it like months.
Oh yeah, it's not good. Wainwright, and I forget if I got this. I read, I think it's still Frank Costello, this quote comes from, but he was saying Wainwright literally chewed his cigarettes to shreds because he was like a nervous wreck during all this. And he turned to Nakayama and he asked, "What do you want us to do now?" Nakayama replied, "We will take you and your party back to Corregidor, and you can do as you please." Some miscommunication ensued as everyone, was relying on this one interpreter, Kazuma Uno, who had actually grown up in Utah. It's a nice fact. Uno sympathized with the Americans' plight, and he explained to Nakayama that Wainwright was indeed ready to surrender all of the Philippines. Nakayama sighed, and he stated he would accompany Wainwright back to Corregidor, adding, "First thing tomorrow morning, you will present a new surrender to General Homa and promise to communicate with the other American forces in the Philippines." So, as he returned, Wainwright observed campfires throughout Corregidor, surmising that the Japanese had already landed all of the reinforcements. He was guided around Malinta's Hill and introduced to the island commander, Colonel Seto. The Malinta tunnel had been cleared, except for those in the hospital. Seto was preparing to attack the main part of the island, topside. Wainwright was informed that only an unconditional surrender would spare his men from the absolute slaughter. Under some dim lighting, Wainwright would sign a document accepting all of Homa's original demands. By midnight, Wainwright was escorted to the western entrance of the Malinta tunnel, and as he walked by, American and Filipinos reached out to touch his hand and pat him on the shoulder, saying, "It's all right, General. You did your best." Wainwright's humiliation was actually only just beginning.
Can I just also add this fact that the Filipinos and American soldiers who were fighting at this particular engagement, they don't have a very high opinion of MacArthur. They resented him,
not.
obviously. But Wainwright was considered that fighting general who would even be touring the front lines, even when they were on Bataan and fighting on the main Luzon areas. Personally, I always respect such commanders way more than those who would just be in the command bunker.
Yeah, and Wainwright was humiliated after this. The American press, and I don't want to say this is directly because of MacArthur, but he was seen as capitulating to the enemy, and he shouldn't have surrendered when he did and such. And the tragedy, like you mentioned, is from the very beginning of the invasion, he was a frontline commander. He was a kind of soldier. He was fighting with the men. And some of the great counterattacks in the defensive lines in Luzon was all coordinated by him. Then during the Battle of Bataan, he was at the front lines again, and he was a hero for sure.
Yeah, and MacArthur screws him over.
Oh yeah, holy shit, yeah, it's absolutely insane.
And mid 1942, he was to be awarded a Medal of Honor.
Yep,
for his command and conduct
and it was
in
MacArthur.
the defense. Yeah, and it was only after the war when he was released that MacArthur would, not raise opposition to Wainwright being given the Medal of Honor.
Yeah. I do happen to know MacArthur personally apologized to Wainwright after the war upon seeing what had become of him, because as you can imagine, Wainwright was a POW and he was a skeleton. Especially if you've ever seen some of the video and photos of him on the during the surrender process on the boat, it's yeah, it's rough. But like I was saying, Waywright simulation is just beginning.
to that image, right? MacArthur meets him in August 1945 again. You can see MacArthur is still healthy, and
Of
then
course.
Waywright is just skin and bones. Like you can see the bones and everything on his neck in that image when they embrace.
And
It's
everyone has to like kind of remember, Wainwright went in as a general for the the POW process. They should technically be treated a little bit better than the rest, and even he was starving because Japan had simply no food to give their people alone, let alone the POWs. But the following morning, he was summoned by his operations officer, Colonel Trewick, who had informed him that the Japanese would fly him to Mindanao to personally deliver a letter to General Sharp, which read, "You will therefore be guided accordingly, and will surrender all troops under your command, both in the Visayan Islands and Mindanao, to the proper Japanese officer. This decision on my part, you will realize, was forced upon me by means beyond my control." Colonel Trewick was authorized to arrest General Sharp if he failed to comply with the instructions. Wainwright, feeling rather powerless, said, "Jesse, I'm depending on you to carry out these orders." Later that afternoon, Wainwright and 5 of his officers were taken by boat to Bataan, where they received their first food in about 2 days. It was rice and fish. Afterwards, they were transported by car to Manila, where they met with Lieutenant Hisamichi Kano of the Propaganda Corps. This man was he was educated in New York and New Jersey. Kano greeted Wainwright warmly, offering him some fruit. Wainwright was compelled to read a prepared speech. It was a mixture of his letter to Sharp and some Japanese adjustments to it. As he addressed General Sharp in the message, it stated this: "You will repeat the complete text of this letter and such other instructions as Colonel Trewick will give you by radio to General MacArthur. However, let me emphasize that there must be, on your part, no thought of disregarding these instructions. Failure to fully and honestly carry them out can have only the most disastrous results. If and when such faithfulness of execution is recognized, the Commander-in-Chief of the Japanese forces in the Philippine Islands will order that all firing cease. Taking all circumstances into consideration," and then it would trail off and it would go through the surrender process. Now, after a very long pause while he was doing this recording, the Filipino announcer, Marcela Victor Young, interpreted and signed off at about 12:20 a.m. on May the 8th. Kano offered the Americans, after they'd done this recording, some scotch, as the speech resonated throughout the Philippines, both for the Americans and the Filipinos. General Sharp was at a loss as to what to do. That very morning, he received a message from Wainwright's relinquishing of his command over to him, and now it seemed like he was, reverting on those orders. So he consulted MacArthur for advice. MacArthur responded via radio stating, "Give no credence in the alleged broadcast by Wainwright." So that broadcast, as it was read out, was something like this: "Orders emanating from General Wainwright have no validity. If possible, separate your force into small elements and initiate guerrilla operations. You, of course, have full authority to make any decisions that keep in communication with me as much as possible. You are gallant and a resourceful commander, and I am so proud of what you have done." So, MacArthur's, still trying to keep this thing alive, even though it's putting everybody else in danger on Corregidor, and all the POWs for that matter in northern Luzon. General Sharp found very little reassurances in MacArthur's reply, and he chose to wait for Wainwright's emissary to come over. 2 days later, upon Trewick's arrival, Sharp read Wainwright's letter and determined there was basically no alternative. He immediately ordered the commanders of the various islands to cease all operations against the Japanese army at once. And then he radioed MacArthur saying, "Dire necessity alone has prompted this action." To this, MacArthur sent a message to Washington received by General Marshall. This is what it said: "I have just received word from Major General Sharp that General Wainwright, in 2 broadcasts on the night of April the 7th and 8th, announced he was resuming command of all forces in the Philippines and directed their surrender, giving in detail the method of accomplishment. I believe Wainwright has temporarily become unbalanced, and his condition renders him susceptible to enemy use." Yeah. But you know what? Despite every political ploy that's happening in the background, the Philippines had now fallen. General Homa was not in a celebratory mood. He was disfavored by the Army General Staff due to his numerous requests for reinforcements and his failure to meet many deadlines at this point. Moreover, General and Count Hisayashi Teraichi of the Southern Army was quite pissed off with Homa's lenient treatment of Filipino civilians. Homa had forbidden pillage and rape, instructing his troops to respect Filipino customs, traditions, and religion. In his defense, Homa argued that he was following the emperor's directives to bring enlightenment to Southeast Asia as part of, the greater East Asia co-prosperity sphere and all that propaganda. We'll get into that some other time. Homa confronted Teraichi, asserting that the Americans had not exploited the Philippines and that making false statements about their brutal colonization efforts, was unjust. Which Homa was wrong about, by the way. The Americans were rough with the Philippines. Anyways, he actually had this quote to say: "They administered a very benevolent supervision over the Philippines. Japan should establish an even better and more enlightened supervision." Which, you know what, Homa is absolutely right about. If Homa was in charge of some of the larger campaigns in the Asian mainland, maybe more groups of Asians would actually join the Japanese.
Well, with their logistics of planning the war, in terms of feeding the populations, I'm
Yeah.
a bit skeptical.
His insistence on tolerance only strengthened Teraichi's resolve to send more negative reports to Tokyo regarding his actions, leading our friend Tsuji, to countermand Homa's orders. Without Homa's awareness, as was the case with General Yamashita, 2 days after Wainwright's surrender, Major General Kiyotake Kawaguchi barged into Homa's office, accusing him of authorizing the execution of Chief Justice Jose Abad Santos,
So this
demanding to
is
know why.
Suji's modus of operandi.
It's the regular Tsoji stuff that we keep hearing about, all the way from the Malaya campaigns to here. Santos had been willing to cooperate with the Japanese. However, upon Kawaguchi's radio communication to Manila, he received an order stating, "His guilt is obvious. Dispose of him immediately." Kawaguchi viewed this as a complete betrayal of the Bushido Code and of Emperor Hirohito, and he expelled a staff officer from Manila named Inosuke for suggesting the execution of Santos' son as well. Kawaguchi wrote to an old
Kawaguchi was
friend.
one of the more, you could say, more honorable
Yes,
Japanese commanders in the war.
and if I do remember, he has one of the best mustaches. Not the best, but one of the best.
He had a pretty iconic mustache.
Yeah.
And pretty
I forget-
innovative.
yeah.
Like
Yeah.
the way he wanted to actually transport his detachment to Guadalcanal later. That probably would have been because the route that the army commanded ended up with like one regiment down in the bottom of the sea.
The ant transport, as it became known.
That's correct.
Yeah. Well, I mean, given the resources on hand, you have to grade it on a curve. It's stupid, but given what they were capable of doing, it was not a bad idea. I mean, they did.
It was
all the ideas.
relatively a better option. That's it.
Yeah, of course. Kawaguchi actually, at the time, wrote to an old friend, Major General Yoshihide Hayashia, the military administrator of the 14th Army, repeatedly advocating for the two Santos to be spared. 2 weeks later, Kawaguchi received a further dispatch from Manila, directing him to send both Santos to the Davao garrison for immediate execution. Although he crumpled the message in anger, Inosuke persistently urged him to ensure the order's execution. No pun intended. Kawaguchi summoned the two prisoners and informed them that he had done his utmost to save their lives, but was now compelled to execute the elder Santos. He reassured the elder, "I promise to protect your son, so don't worry." Santos, pleading for his life, claimed that he had never been anti-Japanese, stating, "I appreciate your kindness towards me and my son, and I wish for glory of your country." To his son, he said, "When you see your mother, give her my love. I will soon die. Be a man of honor and work for the Philippines." The elder Santos was taken to a nearby coconut plantation where he declined to be blindfolded before he was shot by firing squad. Which is always the choice, by the way. You want the guys to look in your eyes as they shoot you. It's an old one. General Homa was astounded to learn of Santos' execution from Kawaguchi. He held the man in high esteem and he valued his friendship. Homa remembered granting Kawaguchi's initial request for clemency and instructed Hayashi to handle the matter delicately. Homa was very distressed and he expressed to Kawaguchi, "I regret very much what has happened." The following day, Kawaguchi confronted Hayashi, demanding, "What keishi karan," which means shameful, "thing you have done? I trusted you as my classmate." Hayashi became very defensive, asserting that Homa had already reprimanded him. But Imperial Headquarters was so insistent about the execution of Santos. Now, hearing this, Kawaguchi inquired, "Whom do you mean by Imperial Headquarters?" To which Hayashi replied, "Well, it was Toichi." General Homa's composure kind of, fell apart at that. And he was determined to pursue Tsoiji for what he had done. A few weeks later, General Manuel Roxas, the former Speaker of the House of Representatives of the Philippines, was captured on Mindanao. Orders arrived from Manila directing the local commander, General Tora Ikuta, to execute him, apparently, secretly, and immediately. That was what the order said. The order was authorized in Homa's name and stamped by Hayashi and 3 other staff officers. On Bataan, Ikuta initially refused to execute the prisoners without a written order, but even when presented with one, he found himself incapable of carrying it out, and he passed the responsibility to his chief of staff, Colonel Nobehiko Jimbo. Jimbo, who was a balding man with glasses and a Tojo-style mustache, who was of a Catholic faith, faced rather a torment as he drove Roxas and another high-ranking prisoner towards the execution grounds. The other prisoner, who was a former governor, rather than a soldier, pleaded for his life during the hour-long drive, claiming that he had always cooperated with the Japanese. As the man became increasingly hysterical, Roxas patted him on the shoulder, saying, "Look at the sambuquita, aren't they beautiful?" referencing the white blossoms native to the Philippines. Jimbo resolved to save the 2 men. He left them under guard in a small town, and he returned to Davao, hoping to persuade General Ikuta to disregard the execution order. Jimbo's arguments resonated with Ikuta, who decided to use Roxas to help restore law and order. In the meantime, they would keep him hidden and safe. Jimbo was court-martialed for his actions, and he flew to Manila to confront General Homa. But Homa was away, so Jimbo spoke instead with his chief of staff, General Wachi. Wachi was actually shocked by the orders, asserting that Homa would never have issued them. Although Wachi could not annul the orders, stamped by Hona's official name, he did suspend them temporarily, which is something he was allowed to do. Jimbo overheard Wachi go into a room and confront Hayashi, angrily questioning him. "Did your men issue the orders to execute General Roxas?" Hayashi and the others denied it, leading Wachi to shout, "Colonel Jimbo, come in." Hayashi and the other staff officers glared at Jimbo as he presented the execution order, compelling them to confess that, that they had actually stamped it without giving it even that much thought. That's what they said.
And I'm guessing they were Suji's guys, right?
Not to say that they were loyal to Tsuji, it's just they were part
They
of an
resonated
element.
with him.
Yeah.
They
They all
resonated.
believed in the same. Yeah. There's a large group of Japanese who believed, like I said, it's the bastardization of the Bushido Code. These guys surrendered. They're the enemy. They don't deserve mercy and such. There's a lot of reasons. Hayashi turned on Jimbo, exclaiming, "You have done a terrible thing to us." General Homa was quite pleased to learn of Jimbo's initiative, and he reported the entire situation directly to Emperor Hirohito. Roxas was spared, but the ordeal highlighted the erosion of Homa's command. His career was falling apart anyways. Tokyo was very dissatisfied with his lack of aggressiveness and his leniency towards the Filipinos. Ignoring his entire staff's advice, Homa ordered the release of the Filipino soldiers in the prison camps, but was subsequently relieved of his command, and he was ordered to return to Japan to retire in semi-disgrace, without the traditional report of a returning commander to the emperor. General Roxas survived the war and became the first president of the Republic. In August of 1946, he learned that the man who had saved his life was still a prisoner in northern China, awaiting trial as a war criminal. Roxas wrote a personal letter to Generalissimo Chiang Kai-shek requesting amnesty for Jimbo. Jimbo was released and he was returned to Japan the following year. After the
At
war,
least that's
General...
something.
Yeah.
At least it's
After-
like repaying that personal honor, right? That-
Yeah, of course. And do remember, there was 2 different trials. Technically, there was also one in the Soviet Union, but it's not. It's different. There was, the official Tokyo trial, and then there was another trial that was in China. The one that happened in China, people weren't getting off. I'll say that much. After the war, General Homa would stand trial, He was convicted and he was executed as a war criminal by the man he had defeated, General Douglas MacArthur. Homa's chief of staff, Homa's chief defense counsel, John Skeen, labeled it a highly irregular trial conducted in an atmosphere that left no doubt as to what the ultimate outcome was going to be. Other defense staff signed a letter to Homa stating that he had been unjustly convicted. These are Americans who wrote this. After a war, this is still pretty hot blood territory, so it says a lot that they were willing to put their names on this. Associate Justice Frank Murphy of the U.S. Supreme Court protested the verdict, stating, "This nation's very honor, as well as its hope for the future, is at stake. Either we conduct such a trial as this in the noble spirit and atmosphere of our Constitution, or we abandon all pretense to justice, letting the ages slip away and descend to the level of revengeful blood purges. A nation must not perish, because in the natural frenzy of the aftermath of war, it abandoned the central theme of dignity, of the humane personality, and the due process of law." Awaiting his sentence, Homa wrote to his wife, Fujiko, "In the 20 years of our married life, we've had many differences of opinion and even violent quarrels. Those quarrels have now become sweet memories. Now as I am about to part from you, I particularly see your good qualities, and I have completely forgotten any defects. I have no worry about leaving the children in your hands, because I know you will raise them to be right and strong. 20 years feels short, but they are long. I'm content that we have lived a happy life together. If there is what is called the other world, we'll be married again. I'll go first and wait for you there, but you mustn't hurry. Live as long as you can for the children and do the things for me I haven't been able to do. You will see our grandchildren and even great-grandchildren and tell me all about them when we meet again in the other world. Thank you very much for everything." Homa then sent a letter to his children just before his execution, and it read like this: "There are 6 men here who have been sentenced to life. It will be better to be shot to death, like dying an honorable death on the battlefield, than spending a disgraceful life in such a cage for the rest of one's life. Don't lose courage, children. Don't give in to temptation. Walk straight on the road of justice. The spirit of your father will long watch over you. Your father will be pleased if you make your way in the right direction rather than bring flowers to his grave. Do not miss the right course. This is my very last letter." And so went to General Homa. Here, I'm just going to turn off my map.
Because
It is very sad. Like I always say, I kind of, not that I'm defending Yamashita, but the Yamashita case, there's more evidence that Yamashita could have been aware of some things in 1945, like especially his treatment of when he was withdrawing in the defense of the Philippines. There's a lot of atrocities there. But in the early days, the Malayan campaign and the Singapore campaign, it's Toiji that did a lot of that. Yamashita, there is clear evidence Yamashita was not aware of what was happening. For Homa, it's like almost straight cut that he did not know. And if you look at his career, you look where he was educated, you look at him as a person, the entire Japanese command was coming after him.
Yeah, just because he was not willing to massacre civilians.
Yeah.
I
think it's a blemish.
Literally one.
I think this is a direct blemish on MacArthur, personally, because it was MacArthur who pushed the envelope.
Yeah, he said, MacArthur's own quote, right? "If this defendant does not deserve his judicial fate, none in jurisdictional history ever did. There can be no greater, more heinous, or more dangerous crime than the mass destruction, under guise of military authority or military necessity, of helpless men incapable of further contribution to war effort. A failure of law process to punish such acts of criminal enormity would threaten the very fabric of world society." Okay, I get it, but then where was the law in consideration if, anyways, the guy was already decided to be guilty, right? Even General Arthur Trudeau, who was one of the people who was in that 5-man committee that condemned Homa to death, he said he had a pretty high opinion of Homa, actually. He did not like the decision. So if I were to just quote General Arthur Trudeau on this, and this is what he said in 1971, right? So it's many years after. "There's no question but that some men who were either weak or wounded were shot down or bayoneted on this death march. The question is,
Yes.
How many echelons of command up is a person responsible to the point where you should condemn him for murder or crime?" And that is what General Homa was accused of. We need to cogitate about our wisdom in condemning General Hama to death. I must admit, I was not much in favor of it. In fact, I was opposed to it, but I could only oppose it to a point that allowed him to be shot as a soldier and not be hanged. I thought he was an outstanding soldier.
Yeah, because when it comes down to it, the most egregious crime is, of course, the Bataan Death March. But I think I explained it into some depth in the last episode. There was plans that were presented to Homa, and like for lack of better words, the plans on paper looked great. It looked like everything was, they had these relief stations, they'd be fed, they'd be watered, they wouldn't have to walk most of it. Like, it was going to be properly done. It was planned for like 15,000 people, ended up being like 75,000 people. And on top of
I
that,
think I was just saying the number of people that were planned for and the actuals was significantly off by factors of multiples, pretty much. I think you mentioned 25,000, but as you said, 75, 80,000 were on the march. They did not really, and most of the officers did not follow the plan. They just did not give a damn. But
of course,
as you did correctly highlight in the previous episode, there were good amount of instances, like still not the majority, but there were instances of Japanese soldiers and officers, right? Just like privates or lieutenants, like, throwing the water carriers to the prisoners so that they can use it. Some officers preventing needless executions, and also the courage of the Filipino citizens who sometimes would try to smuggle away the American soldiers. And I think they mentioned, right, one colonel, instead of blind execution of some prisoners, I think he just let them run into the jungle rather than do it himself and just claim that, oh yeah, they escaped.
because Soichi had a hand to play in this, as well as other nefarious characters. They undermine the efforts, and unlike there's always a comparison between the Nazi regime and the Japanese. The Nazi regime was men following orders most of the time. Of course, there's just psychopaths doing horrible things, but the Einsatzgruppen and all of them, they're following orders. This is a systematic killing of specific people, like Slavs, the Jews, the Romani, all of them. When it comes to the Japanese atrocities, this is like usually just spur of the moment, hot blooded. Could be grunts, could be officers, are just
I
killing
get where you're
people
going.
needlessly.
I get it, because if you even look at it, those who the Nazis considered as the Untermenschen, right, which were like the Slavs, the Bolsheviks, etc., right, the Jews. I mean, they were hated on from the get-go, and there was a systematic killing. But generally, if you would consider it, like those who were not part of these groups, like those who were, say, in occupied France, the Nordics, the Low Countries, it was not until the war really started to destroy Germany's resources, those territories were relatively better managed and treated by the German authorities then.
Yeah, like you said, until the sabotage really was taking a toll, then they, they make an example, grab a few workers at a plant and start killing them, like even in the Netherlands and stuff, of course. But for the Japanese, who do have an Untermenschen kind of mentality of their own, let's be honest, the co-prosperity sphere, it's like, oh, we're here for Pan-Asianism, but we're the father and you're the children, and you need to be reprimanded and reminded. Yeah, yeah. I mean, especially against the Chinese, like it's insane the level of barbarity they would perform against the Chinese and Indians. The Japanese were notorious for killing Indian POWs. It's disgusting.
I think only General Reina probably was the only guy that probably liked them, but probably just because he got an extra division, so he was gonna tolerate them during his Impal Kohima offensive.
Yeah, so I do apologize to the audience for taking you handicap at the end to go through the war crimes trial. But I thought it was important because General Homa is a character who it's just like Kobayashi, Yamashita. Yeah, it was bad, but I see it from the other side as well. Even take MacArthur out of the equation, someone had to be put as the scapegoat for the death march. Justice had to be served to those men, because you can't put 50 officers up there. It didn't make sense.
True, and I guess at the same time, where the defense for Homa, which I think we might be slightly in favor, is not at an institutional level. It is for the individual in question.
Yeah. It's hard to put a war crimes trial on, for these instances, especially for the Bataan Death March, because who do you blame? It's thousands of grunts. It's all these minor, low-ranking, and young officers. We're talking like 22-year-old officers doing this.
They're probably, most of them are dead by now.
Yeah,
by the
they're
time
all
of
over
the
the
trials.
place. Yeah, a lot of them are in Manchuria, expelled. Anyways, yeah, but it made sense that they had to put a face on it, and yeah, of course it's gonna be Homa, unfortunately, and his demise is a sad one. I have to note, when you read American books on the subject matter, usually American books, I mean, I'm talking like the ones that came out in the 70s, 80s, and such, are not lenient against these Japanese figures. But when it comes to Yamashita and Homa, they do kind of sympathize with what happened. So it's it's there. But that finishes off this series. I'm going to be fully making this a sort of documentary. It'll be on the YouTube channel. I'm going to clean it up a little bit, make it less podcasty, do a little bit more animation work, because as Karov noted, I put up a map for Corregidor that was the 45 map, but it was more detailed, so maybe I can fix that up so it looks a little better. And before I let everybody off, again, if you'd like to support this channel, please consider checking out the YouTube membership or my Patreon account at www.patreon.com/the Pacific War Channel. By joining either of these, you get access to the exclusive podcast series, which is 36 episodes and ongoing at this point. You get early access to all the content I make. I have a episode that's going to be coming out on the Patreon soon for early access. Me looking at, it's a kind of a part 2, how anime depicts the Pacific War, and a lot of very interesting animes I found from the 1970s.
Can I
Be a
just
fun one.
add that some of these animes from the 70s and 80s, they're quite deep.
Oh, the 1970s was just a different time, and it's pretty blunt. I'm surprised by how the Japanese kind of portray some stuff. They don't talk about, the war crimes, of course, but it's interesting, some of the stuff.
It's actually like, okay, I think it'll be out of scope because I was just talking about a science fiction franchise for the depiction of war.
Yeah. And of course, lastly, I have polls on the YouTube membership and the Patreon account for the stuff that I'll be tackling next. And it doesn't have to be Pacific War related. I do all sorts of history and outside of history. I'll do sci-fi or fantasy. If anybody will ever let me do something about the Alien franchise, I finished my 20th book on Audible yesterday. And anyways, long story short, I read something called The Rage Wars, which is a Alien versus Predator trilogy. And it is I am shocked. The author wrote some Star Wars novels and other things. This guy is a really good writer, and I really want to do an episode on it, but it's
the X-Wing series author. Because coincidentally, I'm listening to on Audible right now the X-Wing series by Mark Thompson.
Yeah, nice.
It's a pretty good series.
So yeah, stating that if anybody ever wants to hear me go on about the alien world and how that works, because I have such extensive knowledge. But anyways. I pitched it to Wizards and Warriors, and they won't let me do it. But there might be some other series coming on Wizards and Warriors that's going to be by me. Here, I'll just tease it now. Extensive look into StarCraft and the wars and the lore of StarCraft. That'll be interesting. But stating all of that, this has been the Pacific War. This has been Echoes of War. Force of Habit there. Over and out.